Futures back in negative territory here to start things off this morning. We are, however, heading back to the upside. Just getting some retail sales data coming across here this morning. We'll have a look. Negative 0.9 for May retail sales versus negative 0.7% expected there. Export prices as well coming through for May. Same story, negative 0.9% versus a positive 0.1% print expected. Import comes in dead flat versus a positive 0.1% print expected there as well. Export and import prices year over year, 1.7 to the upside on the export side. Not surprising, 0.2% to the upside on the import side. That's really it as far as the economic story goes this morning. We are going to get manufacturing production and business inventories coming up at 9:15. And then 10 o'clock, the other one we have to keep an eye out for this morning. That's how the NASDAQ is setting up so far this morning. All eyes on the Middle East, rising tensions over in the Middle East continuing to drive the storyline. There is a very negative storyline as well in the solar area. That's FSLR right now off a cliff here this morning, down 17% as this tax bill is going to cut some funding to that sector and that group. Other stocks to consider here this morning. Tesla moving around as well. Back downside right now. It was bouncing though early on. We'll touch on why coming up here. The chips in play here, it looked like a little bit anyways this morning. Nvidia trying to get back higher as we get some sort of calm, possibly. What a wild day it was yesterday, though. So many things on the global standpoint to consider this morning.
Absolutely.
Individual stocks as well moving on that.
Yeah, there's a lot to talk about, Brendo. Microsoft and OpenAI apparently possibly at odds with one another now as they look to compete. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Microsoft just about negative on the day. As you mentioned, I got that TAN ETF there, TAN, down over 10% on the back that the Senate is going to be basically adopting the House resolution in the big, beautiful bill to cut a lot of these green energy or New Deal sort of subsidies that had been kind of present under the Biden administration. We'll talk about Palantir as well. OpenAI getting a $200 million defense contract, so that should be interesting there. Apple also in focus as well, Brendo, as they face yet another antitrust lawsuit, and SoftBank unloading quite a bit of T-Mobile U.S. shares.
Yeah, here's AMD as well, another one popping up, 2.5% already. This AWS story continuing here for AMD, 2.5 was a little bit of hesitation right at 128, getting through that high I saw a little bit early on, but we'll keep an eye on that as well. Oil back to the upside as well here this morning, 2% plus already across the board. Energy stocks back higher again, all tied to the Middle East, guys.
Yeah. So yeah, it's not looking very good for de-escalation at this point, unfortunately, and you know that's going to be weighing on the market to a certain extent. But you know what? The Nasdaq's only down 0.5%, everybody. So good morning. It's not really that bad unless you're looking at the solar names, as Sharif mentioned. He mentioned First Solar. Sunrun's down 36%. So yeah, they're taking it on the chin just a little bit here, but that's okay. The chips are strong. AMD still strong. Nvidia, well, was strong, a little bit stronger than it was a minute ago. Up in a down market, but AMD up 2.5 percentage points. That still looks pretty good. Palantir is a defense name and a growth name, so I think that bodes well for it. That's why it's going to be up to 1%. It's not, and I know sometimes you read the headlines and the thinking could be that you come in and the market's going to be down 2 points. That's just not how it is. You got to pick the weakness and find something that's weak and maybe gravitate towards that if you're really feeling the shorts, and the trend is going to be your friend. At the end of the day, when we look up, we are not looking too far away from the all-time high, despite all this headline risk we have. Now, we're probably not this, the move in oil and what's happening now is certainly going to mean no change tomorrow from the Fed, but I think we were expecting a little bit of that anyway. So yeah, just don't go all doom and gloom over the headlines, but understand that we are still going to be able to move based on headlines, but only 0.5% down, I'd say, is pretty okay, given all the negativity we're seeing.
Yeah, I don't even really see that many negative headlines. I mean, they go back to 1986, 78% of the time after a major world event like this, the market is up in the next month. So I don't fear any of that. Obviously, if it gets a lot worse, we'll be talking about everything. And hey, Randy, what's up?
Hello.
I don't know if you guys remember yesterday's trade there, but we had this whole move on AMD. So there's the move yesterday, Randy, that we had. You know, we bought it at 118, we bought it at 120, and then boom, goes the dynamite right there to the upside. No stopping AMD yesterday and no stopping AMD again here today. So this will be on my mind there, a 128 long if we're lucky enough to get that there on AMD. And then, of course, today, Tesla opens up underneath underneath 330. So we're looking short on Tesla here as we worry about deliveries. They worry about, Wells Fargo has a note out about their free cash flow. So we're going to find out cash flow, what's going on with Tesla today as it's looking a little bit down. And then your name wouldn't be Rivian, Randy, without a look at Rivian, down to 1350. So we had a huge move up. What a disappointing fade, really. I mean, we were just up here again to the $17, $18 mark about a month ago, and now you're coming right back into the 50-period moving average. Getting interesting here for some levels to possibly buy. But we just had a bad retail number come through there and started the NASDAQ a little bit to the downside right there. Core retail sales minus 0.3. So, Randy, you got to go out there and buy some more products. Retail down versus plus 2, expected. So, you know, that sent the market to the downside a little bit here. We're going to be covering all of this for you as we go. There's the move down. The market was actually pretty healthy coming into that number. We had made some lows off the bottom. Europe opened up down. Many European markets between 0.5 and 1% to the downside, so that's not great. But yeah, right now you're back into the 50 period. The market was open right here. I think these would be buy levels against VWAP right now, but let's let it all settle down. We have the market on open imbalances coming through. And then, of course, like I was just saying, advanced micro devices, man. I don't know how, like it's right here, 120 long yesterday. I ran into Obi. He was like, wow, like, you know, I couldn't believe that move, and I couldn't believe it yesterday either. So what was a real strong move yesterday, man, we had that whole thing. We'll see if we can get some of it again here today on advanced micro devices. Keep trading the strong names, up another 2%. And then yesterday's other banger, I only traded 3 names yesterday, Robinhood, Palantir, and AMD. And yesterday's Palantir trade was 140, and it looked very similar right there. There's the 140, boom. We had this move as well on PLTR. So it's, and we just did a little thing with Finacle Bank, and it's all about trading the right names at the right time. And yesterday we nailed it with Palantir and with AMD. Let's see if we can do it again. Working on the note, should be out very shortly. Yeah, some interesting names going to be on there. And then I just wanted everyone to, I was looking at that TAN ETF. Obviously there's bad news here today, and it's not going to be, you know, that well received, down 10%, right? But I guess they were thinking that maybe this wasn't going to be in the build. Like, it just had a huge move up. So I was just going to say, like, you know, this is just the froth sort of coming off of many of these solar names. But this move looks like it could extend even more. Like bouncing off that 200 period, seeing it, rejecting it on pretty heavy news right now. So this TAN ETF, definitely here at 3150, looks pretty vulnerable today. You look at Solar Run, Solar Edge as well, SEDG, another name that's down and lost its way today. SEDG, not Q, right here. So this is another move that's happening. Again, 1 million shares, down 31% right here for Solar Edge. And look where it's fallen right back into again, right back into the 50 period and the 200 period moving average. So we've had huge runs in solar, and it's just coming right back in. We know the sort of direction of this. Solar's just, I don't know if it's just not powerful enough yet. You know, to really power the things that it needs to. And then with interest rates staying where they are, you know, it's hard to keep funding operations, borrowing money, and then getting retail to actually put money into this, putting panels up in your business, into your house, so on and so forth. It's just expensive to do that. So Solar Edge, still the downside. But if you are going to trade anything long, you always want to look at what I always thought was best to breed, and maybe this is wrong, but First Solar down half what everything else is down. So yeah, some good opportunities possibly in the swing side of things here for some of these names if you do believe it's a little oversold, because you're at great levels on all of these, man. First Solar here at 140, how good does that look? So yeah, it should be an interesting one. Randy brings the bananas, which is nice. So we've got that going on here.
And Kelvington? It's not Kelvington, because it's Kelving TS. I don't know how I'm supposed to pronounce that, but thank you for the super chat anyways, brother. Appreciate you. What do we think about Circle, CRCL? Well, I can tell you that it's a little frothy up here, and Circle, it did do that pullback off 165. You see the trend reversal that happened in yesterday's trade. This was probably a missed opportunity, but at the end of the day, it just gaps right back up as if nothing happened. Now, a lot of times, look, you don't really have a lot of data to work into here on a daily chart of any kind of an IPO, but the first thing I always consider is, okay, well, what's the prior high? If we're working back into something, like when it had 2 red days in a row, which it did do, believe it or not, you actually pulled back into the opening day's high, which is about 103, or the 100 level into 103, and that's where it bounced. And then it ended up holding support. That's the high of the first day, and then it turned into the immediate support. So the high right now of the prior move was like 139, 138, 139. That's where I'm looking back toward if we get any continuation as a dip buy area. And it's not on a stock like this. It's like you don't just like fire an order at that even dollar price thinking that's going to hold. It's going to be more of a price area because you could look at the 15-minute chart and see all the way down to maybe 133. Like anywhere in that range is where I'm anticipating any kind of a down move gets us to. On Circle, just play the stair-step game for myself on CRCL. Ooh. Already the reload too?
Yeah, thanks, Randy.
Get the service
Randy's
this morning. Oh yeah, appreciate it, Randy.
Randy knows it was an early morning here. So
yeah.
NASDAQ all the way back again to retail sales high, I guess. Oh, pre-retail sales. So there it is right there. Nice move back up to the upside. NASDAQ goes green today is what I'm thinking. So we're going to be looking for some longs right here. What's up, Healing Pain Naturally? BBAI, eh? All right. I have actually BBAI on the sticky note today, so I'm going to save that for some more discussions. But here comes BBAI looking to bounce off of $4 again. So a nice move yesterday in this name. I think it wound up about that 10% or so yesterday. Big Bear AI goes 380 to 4 and change. So yeah, about, I don't know, maybe it was a little bit under 10% yesterday, but looking okay here for Big Bear AI today. Let's see if we can get above this 420 marker here one more time on Big Bear AI. Is Andre talking to me? No, to Ramin. Okay, good. He's just pointing everywhere.
Yeah,
I'm like, okay, am I going this way or that way? Because actually, I'm not even sure if I'm still connected. Oh, yeah, that's right. No, I heard Brendan and Sheree. So, all right, so Big Bear AI on watch today. Obviously, we talk about Palantir all the time. That's starting to move again here in the pre-market. So a couple names that are up, a couple names that are down, like a Tesla. And then I want to look also at Amazon yesterday. In the last couple of days, pretty interesting levels here for AMZN, looking to see if it wants to break through. It seems like it is having a little bit of a problem up here in and around 216, 217. So we'll see if we can break those levels. There it was yesterday, 217. We did get as high as 219 there, but then we've been fading off a little bit. I thought we would have got a little bit more reaction on some of those stablecoin talk there for an Amazon and a Walmart, but for right now, I wish we were setting up more long on this. The other name that really hasn't gone back to its all-time highs, Microsoft's there, Meta's there. It's Apple and Google are the ones that aren't quite there. But Google's chart looks much better than Apple, and we're getting closer to get back. I mean, we're not that far away, right? You're about 15% or so away from the highs here on Google. You're above the 200 period moving average. This is looking pretty good. But again, another red name here today, Google. So it looks like the chip names will be spicy and some of the others not. Apple's still under 200 there. So this is a name that as long as we're under 200, we're looking to fade it. It was the key yesterday. It unlocked, this AMD key level of 120, man. I mean, we put the key in and unlocked a monster yesterday. So let's see if we can do it again here. Maybe 130 is that key today for AMD, but I know that Apple 200 is a very, very interesting level there as well. And then Netflix is approaching huge levels as well, breaking through 1,200. I think the price target on this thing, 1,300. I think we can get back up there, break through this 1,250. Let's see if Netflix can hold itself today. But again, NASDAQ down a little bit, looking for names that are doing some volume. Let's wait to see what winds up happening here. AMD will get a market correction. I mean, I am waiting for a fade. I don't necessarily want to punch the tops here on AMD. Look, we called yesterday's move, but we didn't think it was going to go up $10. So I don't, it was just an upgrade. And then they were talking about news that was released last week. So I'm not too sure. Reddit's a good name. I see someone in the chat. We talked about that yesterday. As was ChatGPT or Gemini or whatever was getting a lot of their answers from Reddit, and I think that's right until it's wrong, and that's the problem with all of these things, eventually everything's going to be AI, and you're not going to be able to trust anything. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting for now. I think they got to figure all this out.
Trust.
Yeah, because you just ask Gemini something and you just trust that it's right. Well, if they're pulling all their information from Reddit, I mean, you can post whatever you want on Reddit.
I think you got to know where, know what it is that you're asking to get the sources that you want. Is the way to use AI has to be more nuanced for a lot of people. Like, I know, get the right prompts to make sure that you're getting the right answers, certainly. But Reddit, before we go in, now we have our guest, Mitch is locked and loaded and ready to go. Reddit closing above that 200-period moving average. That's been a good one. Stocks that close above the 200-period moving average and now holding out above, it's a super strong one. Well, it's relatively strong compared to the markets. I don't want to call 4% super strong, but it is very strong. So I think that 200-period moving average acts as your potential support today as well as yesterday's highs. Let's go to the desk. I believe we've got Mitch.
Real quick before we get to Mitch, just wanted to recap here. A couple of people mentioning this. Retail sales, again, the year-over-year number, quite a wide miss here, 3.3%. For May versus 4.9 expected there. The month-over-month negative, 2 months in a row here, negative 0.9% on both sides versus negative 0.4 expected. If you go over to XRT, not a lot of volume here, but down significantly on that for retail stocks as well. So a few people talking about that retail number coming in definitely lower than expected. Yeah, AMD still doing pretty impressive here so far this morning. Let's bring in Mitch Hoke over at Trade the Pool for our weekly discussion. Mitch, good to see you as always. So much to jump right into. Let's. I want to go to Tesla first because there's you brought a long list today, my friend.
I always have a good long list of winners, of course.
What are you seeing in Tesla here to lead us off?
All right. Well, this is all about having to do with the situation that happened, right? We all know that Elon Musk, the Elon Musk put is on, right? He kind of got a little soft on his stance on the tax bill and no longer battling the president on that action. So I think in this case, this was all about one thing. It was about robo-taxi coming up because he knew that the one thing that could really get him into trouble here, especially at Tesla, is that if Trump started to battle back the robo-taxi and FSD action. So I think this is actually leaving the run here for the event. Of course, pushed back to June 22nd. We got a couple of days here before the event. This could be easily the time to run Tesla, of course. And I'm not going to be trading this at the event. This is a buy the rumor, sell the news event, right? So we'll be watching to see what happens here. But I think Tesla could get going here and could just start to rip back higher, especially now that, you have some people on both sides that hate it, Republicans, Democrats. Well, now's the time to stuff them all. We'll look to see if we get a run to 350. And then maybe even before the event or towards the event, I look for this stock to be closer to 400. So we'll see what happens there in Tesla. Of course, the market needs to continue on its trend. So keep watching that. But if we are on this all-time high push, well, look for Tesla also to take part.
When it comes to the technical standpoint of that, I zoomed out there to a 15-minute chart as we were seeing top end of the range over the past couple of days here. Is that the type of idea where you're actually waiting for the breakout before you get involved?
Yeah, I look for a lot of the times when I'm looking at flag patterns and pennant patterns, I'm looking for what I call the rule of three. So give me 3 waves of resistance tests, 3 waves of support tests, and as we go for that 4th wave, I look for the breakout. So you see in Tesla in the hourly or the 15, you can see how recently we've made a couple of moves up. We've already done 2 or 3 times for the resistance. I think if we can go to 330 today, reload somewhere in the 325s, really make a move to 340s. That's your breakout above the 335 level that could really start to get this going. Another thing that you want to be seeing is as long as there's no comment from Trump about Elon negatively, that is still leaving the door open for the robo-taxis. There's a lot of rumors out there that the robo-taxis have been struggling and things like that, and that's why it got pushed back. But we know how Elon works. He's all about the hype words, and he's all about his events. So get ready. He's going to be pushing. And
he's also all about getting it right, I think, at the end of the day. So even if it is delayed, it's typically done right at the end when all is said and done. Let's go to AMD. Monster day yesterday for AMD. Here we go again.
Who was talking AMD last week? Who was talking about that? I don't know. That guy Money Mitch, where is he at, man? I've never heard that guy. Nah, and it was all about the new products that you're going to hear talked about when? today, now that the stock's up a lot higher, right? You'll turn on CNBC, they'll all be talking about the new AI products and how the GPUs are expected to rebound. But of course, what's another thing that's weighing in here? It's the export-related charges, right? 800 million is expected to be resolved here before the rebound. So I think that that is also helping drive the bottom line here. AMD was one of the most focused stocks at the beginning of the year. Everyone thought this was the year for AMD. It kept going down. It broke those bulls for a while, and now you've been seeing it since pretty much the turnaround on AMD. I think you still kind of look at that action, and you can see how it's just really gotten all the moving averages now down below. You've broken out above that 125. I think the next stop you look for a nice little push to 131. So I think that's what we can be looking for maybe on even a day like today. And then we got to be watching for a little bit pullbacks. Pullbacks to the 9 EMA like we just recently got are moments where we can join the party if we haven't already gotten in. So I know last week someone even in the chat was like, AMD here, but no, I can't get it. That's too far gone. Well, look for those moving average pullbacks. Look at the gift that we got on Friday. Nice undercut of the 9. Then yesterday, we ripped not only back to the resistance, but above that resistance going higher.
On heavy volume as well. Let's, with all things considered, over in the Middle East, you know, a lot of geopolitical issues to deal with there still, and tensions continuing to rise, it would seem. One of the spaces that we can look at for maybe opportunities, some of the aerospace, some of the drone type names. You brought a couple here. RCAT. This is the type of name that tends to pop up every once in a while anyway, but what are you seeing?
Yeah, we brought this name when we were starting to break 7. So those are the things that I like to tell you guys. And the reason why I like to tell you guys, I'm not trying to cherry pick on these trends. I'm trying to stay on the winners. This is a stock picker's environment right now, and you have to find the winners, especially charts like this that were sideways looking for a catalyst, got the Russian-Ukraine comments about drones, then more support by Trump and further support by Trump about drone battling. I think you got to continue to watch this, guys. And of course, what are we going to hear about in the situation, in the conflict right now? More drone usage. That's the way the military is going. Of course, ARCAT has military drones. And then UMAC is the other name that's been kind of getting the lift. That one actually had a better breakout yesterday than ARCAT. So I'd continue to watch to see maybe ARCAT plays a little catch up today to UMAC. UMAC maybe a pullback closer to 10. I'd be looking for maybe an inside day after that ripped a little bit higher. But all these names are in play. Of course, some people were looking at the air mobility names like Archer and Joby. I would push those to the side. I'd stay more with military drone focus. Of course, Trump's son on UMAC is also a big plus, right? He's on the board. So that's why people are playing UMAC over ARCAT. But I think personally, the product-wise, ARCAT's the better product. But hey, doesn't mean you can't trade them both.
Another name that was a big one around here yesterday, Robinhood, was up on a couple of different headlines yesterday. Here we go again. We're trying to crawl our way back up to where this ended yesterday, back above 76.50 here. What are you thinking with Hood today?
Yeah, I think Hood's just on a continued breakout, and I think you ride the momentum, right? There's two ways of playing this. There's either playing the high of the day breakouts on this, and you're just riding the scalping kind of look on that, or you can maybe start to play a little catch up with coin. I think this has been stuck in a nice flag pattern right here, and I look for both of these to run side by side. So now that coin's going towards the resistance, let's see if coin makes the move above 260 towards 270, with Hood making a new high of the day. That's how I always like to look at it. Sometimes I can't play the leader, but I can play the laggard play. The laggard play here would be coin, and the leader here, Hood, taking off.
All right, Mitch, where are you at on this leaderboard here, the one for all over at Trade the Pool?
This was a hard one yesterday, man. I got to say, my measly 25,000 is not going to do it, guys. Not going to do it. There's somebody here that made over $500,000. Of course, the buying power is $1 million, but to make 50% on an account like that in just one day, I mean, that is absolutely insane for the competition, guys. So come and join us. Multiple traders trading SRM, RGC, and making over 300,000. A couple of traders. We'll keep trading this live live here on our show, of course. And hey, that's what it's all about. It's all about opportunities, learning about how you could trade with this account. Of course, this is a little bit of extreme situation, but this is the all-for-one competition, guys. And we're all trading together to beat the Qs here. And I think we're going to be able to do it. And we'll definitely be able to do it. The only thing is we got to bounce back because, you know, the thing about a team competition, there's always going to be the draggers, right? The ones that go way too big on too many small caps. But we'll be battling to get them there. Trade the pool, guys. Check it out.
And that goes until tomorrow, correct?
Yeah, until tomorrow, guys, until tomorrow. And like always, we have competitions all the time. The competitions are mainly to learn how you could actually handle that bigger size, right? I always think about these as learning how to build a cushion first and then taking swings. Because if you can build a cushion on a day trade, maybe you get a good first day trade, you can use that cushion, the house's money, to really take a swing, baby.
Scan that QR code, guys, on screen right now over at Trade the Pool. Mitch, great insight, as always. Good to see you.
Go get it, guys. Boom!
Thanks, Mitch. And yeah, that SRM, of course, with the Tron coin, clearly popular.
I was going to buy Tron coin.
Well, you could just buy Tron coin. That's one way to get some play. But SRM, look, it had a massive day. I did see. I mean, I feel like when we were looking at that leaderboard, it might have been half of the top names on a quick glance there were on that small cap. And obviously, that's going to be, it's very popular. Any competition, the biggest returns in a short-term competition are generally going to be won by trading a small capper, right? Like, you know, like you get a $7, like it broke out late in the day to go $7 to $11. You get almost like a 40% type of move in there. And then if you had it from the morning, it doubles and almost triples up. What's interesting, or maybe just a little bit weird about it, is it's completely flat all pre-market today. Though I would venture to say it was also completely flat for most of the pre-market going into the open yesterday as well. So I wouldn't necessarily sleep on this just yet. So yeah, SRM, maybe put that one on the back burner, but if it starts to go again, it's just a day two type of play after just out of this world volume. So thank you, Mitch. I know that was a popular one in your contest, and rightfully so.
Yeah, thanks, Mitch. I'm going to go oppo to him, of course. I think Tesla's downside, and you can see it's happening right now. Nice little move to the downside right there for Tesla. The sticky note's out. We're going to talk all about that. I still think long on Tesla if we can break above some of those levels like Mitch was talking about, and we're going to talk about all of those names as well. And of course, you know, yesterday we had AMD. You guys all saw the trade. That was a long trade right there in AMD yesterday. We'll see if we can do it again there today. But yeah, Tesla breaking above some of those levels, 335, 330. This is the level that we picked out for you yesterday, 336.50. If we break that, then I'm flipping over to a long. But until then, we're going to try to go short there. But I do understand the fact that we do have the robo-taxi coming out soon, and or at least the announcement in the event. So that should be fun when that's all happening. But yeah, definitely buy the rumor, sell the news. So I think that as that's coming closer and closer, we do want to remember to get short there on Tesla. But we'll wait to see what winds up happening. Look, this is why it's all about that, right? It's all about every single time there's a trade, someone's hitting a buy and someone's hitting a sell. So we've got to get that figured out here. But yeah, for right now, the market is pulling back. Let's go over to Adara and find out if there's any upgrades and downgrades today.
There are quite a few interesting names, especially in the upgrade side of things, starting with NIO, Chinese ADR play, getting a positive note here from Goldman Sachs. Roku had quite the move yesterday on that Amazon ads partnership. Today, getting an upgrade from Loop Capital. It's already up 2.5%. Spotify with an upgrade from Pivotal Research Group, slightly down on the day, but certainly one to watch. And then Coinbase down about almost 2% here, guys, with a China Renaissance upgrade. The downgrade side of things, Navitas, this is NVTS, anyways, Navitas has been a watch here, recent mover, today getting a Deutsche Bank downgrade. Then we've got Millicom with a Scotiabank downgrade, Raymond James downgrading Nutrien, and last but not least, JP Morgan Chase downgrading FrontView. Yeah, this upgrade side of things could get interesting today. Back to you.
Yeah, Roku with that, with the partnership, that's one that's breaking out on the daily. It wouldn't do it yesterday. Unfortunately, like you can look on the daily, we're like, yeah, look at this 82.5. Let's see if we can break out. It was a positive catalyst for it as well. It just didn't quite have the juice. Like there were a couple of nice moves, like it bounced off 80 and just played the inside range day for the entirety of the session. You could have had a couple of bounce off that 80 level, but that real big breakout on the daily just didn't occur. Now we're gapping out above. So as long as it holds 82.5, Roku looks like a long to me. And just the kind of name that when you get a fresh catalyst, gives it a little bit of oomph relative to the market. Sometimes everyone sleeps on it after day one. It doesn't make the breakout. Now it's making that break here for Roku. That one looks pretty strong. Some room to get to this and maybe even break this 85.5 zone. So yeah, prior high, yesterday's high, looks like the support level. As usual, the stock doesn't do a ton of volume pre-market, so you usually want to wait till the open and let it settle down.
Yeah, I mean, Spotify's been super hot. I'm still trying to watch out for some of the names that I've been looking at there, but I did see Spotify on that list. So let me see what it was doing. Still no volume today, 2,000 shares. But I mean, again, another name that I think is that we talked about Netflix and some of these subscription plays that I think are continuously tariff proof. I mean, I didn't like that retail sales number, but again, like no one's canceling their Spotify or their Netflix or anything like that. So if we do get some dip downs over the next little while, I think this 1180, 1175, something like that there for Netflix, definitely interesting. Eli Lilly yesterday had that move down. We had some Novo Nordisk news as well there yesterday. So not a good day in the last couple there for Eli Lilly, still around 800. So this could be something that looks to break back down below this $800 marker right here for Eli Lilly. So something else on watch. We just come right up into the two. Like I bought at 750. My plan was never to sell it at 825, but that does run into the 200 period moving average there again. So could have took something out on that front. And then we talked a little bit about Robinhood there with Mitch, I believe, but JP Morgan and some of the banks as well, also a little downside. There's not too much volume here early in many of these names. Let me just look at what the imbalance locator is saying right now. Actually, the volume on JP Morgan is showing 700,000, but that must be one huge print somewhere that I don't even see on here. So that's wrong on JP Morgan. That might not even be the right level too. Okay, well, I don't know where that volume's coming from, but anyways, this is what's going on here today. It's very, very light day so far on the imbalance locator. Remember, we're only one day away from Fed. Although we don't expect anything, that can help with some of these positions. There's Circle. We got that question earlier on that one. If anything's doing volume, it would be some of these names, 1.13 million shares today. So Oklo, again, another huge name in the nuclear space. You want to look over there. And then Walmart heading lower off that $100 mark, now $94 as that's getting going. And then HIMS, that's always a pretty popular name to trade. So there's a couple good lookers here on the watch list. HIMS, again, looking to break higher. Good base there at 52 bucks. Some of these stocks just look so good if you can get them near some of these lows. So I think a market pullback this next time is giving us a lot of names to look at. HIMS and HERS, another one of those coming through again. And did AMD finally pull back? I wrote down on AMD 127 to 128. The sticky note is now out, so you guys can go find that. There's a lot of people asking for it on the chat. AMD, Tesla, Big Bear AI also on here, and we're going to look for some Apple. So, and then we want to talk about Sunrun and some of the solar names as well. So, look, lots happening. Sharif normally does, I guess, a market rundown. We can throw it back to the desk, talk about that, and then get ready for the watch list. Make sure you do scan that QR code right there. Get the best watch list in the game, and whether or not it's small cap names, sectors like the Solar Edge. Solar sectors on there today as well. Chip names as well. DJT. Oh yeah, DJT yesterday.
Oh, that was
what
nasty.
A move that had at the end of the day on that 3 million share imbalance. And this is why I hope you watch the show for other reasons as well. But we're teaching, like people were wondering what was going on with this. We showed you it was a monster imbalance that faded off at 355. So you had the huge move up from 1860 to 19, up $1, down $1 within 2 or 3 minutes there based on the imbalances. So DJT today looking to hold that 1860 mark. I don't think getting into the phone business is a good one, but we'll find out what DJT thinks about that and what the stock does today when we open up near that 1860 mark. So that's going to be a good spot as well. I think we do have OSCR on our watch list actually, but anyways, we'll check out some of those stocks. Let's go back over to the desk and get this party started.
Just quickly before we get into that, guys, shout out to our friends over at GlobalX. Anyone in Canada, listen up. GlobalX and their Beta Pro suite of products just got bigger and better. They've launched a whole suite of new index-tied products. You can now trade the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 here on the TSX. There's 3-time leverage going up. There's 3-time leverage going down on the negative side of things as well. Currency hedge for precision, lowest fees and temporary rebate until the end of the year, right through to December 31st. Lowest fees right across the board, including that rebate. So go take advantage of that. Shout out to our friends over at Global X. Again, leverage NASDAQ 100. You see the guys trading the TQs all the time. This is basically the same thing, only here on the TSX. Again, shout out to our friends over at DirectX. Let's get a look at the futures, shall we? All right, guys.
That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES2 contract, with the overnight high just being 5 points above that 60-40. So we're going to use the same range we've been talking about the last little while, 60-50 to the high side. And if we can, let's see if we can use 6,000 as support. If we can't, we're looking to the overnight low, 59.91, Brendo, as support.
As the guys were saying, so much to understand this morning. Let's get right into it. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you take a second as well. Jump down to the description of this video right now. Top link in the description will get you to the sign up page for the watch list. It's all you need in the morning, comes right to your inbox, has everything on it that is moving around in the pre-market. Let's go. Here's the overall market. First off, 0.5% for the NASDAQ here to the downside. We'll see if that holds. We're going to touch on Microsoft here, not one that we have typically looked at in quite a while. But this story is kind of interesting, back and forth with OpenAI. There's also a new contract awarded to OpenAI that a lot of people, I think, weren't terribly happy with, and a little bit of controversy as to maybe how they got that. So Microsoft down on that.
Yeah, it's an interesting look here. So some tensions arising now between OpenAI and Microsoft. Let's talk about it. OpenAI is reportedly exploring accusations of anti-competitive practice against Microsoft, which could trigger, Brendo, a federal antitrust review and signal, a public campaign against Microsoft. The move comes as OpenAI seeks to kind of reduce Microsoft's influence, specifically over its AI roadmap and in computing access and product control. We know Microsoft has been providing OpenAI with Azure Cloud Compute. So a key friction point is OpenAI's desire to transition into a public benefit corporation, much to the chagrin of Elon Musk. Now, Microsoft may oppose it as well due to potential impact on its own equity stake in OpenAI. The talks reportedly focus on how much equity Microsoft would receive in the new structure, given that they've spent over $13 billion on OpenAI. The infrastructure independence here also at issue. OpenAI, as I mentioned, uses Microsoft's Azure Cloud, which has raised concerns about dependency. OpenAI is now building its own Texas-based data center to kind of lessen that reliance. But there are strategic moves or stakes at play here. Once a facilitator of OpenAI's growth, Microsoft now is being viewed as a rival, especially after integrating OpenAI's Sora model into Bing. This rivalry intensified, Brendo, as Microsoft aims to embed a lot of these generative AI features into their platform. We know Joseph always using Copilot there.
Yeah, and that just might be a convenience thing for now, but as you said, maybe we need to see a little bit more of that as well from them. Here's the daily chart. First of all, an absolute monster run, guys. Another one, still pretty impressive despite this little bit of a pullback.
Still pretty impressive. I can tell you, we were a little busy this morning, and the note came out a little bit later than normal, but there's no Microsoft on there. You got some chips, you got Tesla, you got iBit, which we like. Sunrun's going to make it in there. Apple, which maybe we'll get to as we talk about this. But I think there is something you got to pay attention to, because sometimes it's a little bit obvious. There's your big earnings on May, at the end of May or end of April, early May. Big volume spike, big breakout, and then look at what happens in the tight trend line that we're just chilling out in. Easy trend line. So look, if Microsoft ends up breaking this trend line on the daily, then I'd start looking for some day trade shorts, or if you're into that sort of a thing, like a swing short opportunity. Just feels as if it's gone so clean into these highs, and there hasn't been much in way of a pullback. There was one pullback at 460 that lasted a couple of days and went about $10 to 450, and then we resumed. I think you're just waiting to see if it's going to pull back on this trend line. And I think that the place that would make the sense is if it can't hold like 467, then you get a deeper retracement. But yeah, I'd just be waiting around for this to show you something on the daily that's a little bit different from what it's doing here. not really much of a day trading stock. And then I'd make the argument, because this one isn't on the watch list, this is like Apple's the complete opposite of that. We've been saying clearly someone is in control of this stock every time it pops and finds a resistance level. It's the same thing we were saying yesterday. It finds a resistance level, it holds it. It was 15, it was then 5, and it seems like now we're making another one. At the next consolidation level is that 200 area. So this one is a fade. If Apple has a zone like this, it was 206 last week, 205 or 206 before, and now it's 200. Those are easier shorts. Microsoft, you got to wait for it to break that trend, which it hasn't if you're thinking short.
Yeah, I mean, down 1% here, down a little bit more than the market. I mean, the thing is that it's definitely, to look at some of these charts, like we've been in this game for a very, very long time. Like this, now Microsoft's not supposed to move like this, like just straight up. Like you had that one time where we had Meta that went up like 20 straight days. That's basically what this is doing. So I think it is primed for a little bit of a pullback here. I mean, we always like to say that you take some profit when you get back up into some all-time highs and then let it settle down a little bit. And I think that would be sort of the wise thing to do. And I think that's what people have been doing. It is having a hard time getting through that 480. OpenAI, although I know it's a key part right now of the market, Microsoft, it was just a small investment. I know it's grown into a little bit bigger here, but Azure has worked for them on the cloud side of things. And I'm just, I'm a little exhausted with what Microsoft has been doing. And I could see it, a move down here on a little bit of a negative headline there. People have been waiting to sell it. So I think this gives them the reason to do it. But like when I expand this out, I don't really see anything like this level here of 473.50. Like that's gonna hit like right off the open. So I don't know about supporting these levels. I'd rather just wait. If we can get 477, something like that, like yesterday's close, then I could see us, making that move, then using 479 where we were as a top sort of during yesterday's afternoon, that as a level there. So for me, wait to see if it does move with the market and get back up to the upside, and then just hit it lower. But again, the stock is doing really great. And I would just say, slowing down now for Microsoft makes a little bit of sense because of this move that we've had. So whenever something's at all-time highs, there are pullbacks coming. Last week on the show with Brian Shannon, joined he and I tonight, and we talked about what was going to happen with the NASDAQ once we got back up to highs again, and potentially a little bit of a pullback. We're at a triple top right here on the NASDAQ. So yeah, it's going to take a story to sort of break through there, and without that, then maybe we just fade back out again. Obviously, what this was the tariff talk. I don't think we're getting anything nasty like that. But the war right now, potential escalation there. Russia, Ukraine hasn't resolved itself. So if the United States does get involved with Iran, maybe that is one of the top ticking moves here. So, maybe that is what brings the market back down. And Microsoft would lead the way with that just because of, again, the negative reports. And it's at all-time highs as well. So I would say the fade game is on for Microsoft, but I'm not too interested in it. I used to trade this thing like every day. Now I just don't really look at it, and I'm not really sure why. So Microsoft, a good stock to trade. Haven't traded it in a while, and I think it's overdone to the upside.
All right, solar downside, as we were mentioning, if you're with us in the first 30 minutes here, and they continue to just free fall here. That's First Solar. I just noticed Sunrun, another one, RUN, 40% here to the downside on this. The Senate tax bill proposing the phase out of tax credits for both solar and wind energy by 2028 that came through in the Inflation Reduction Act back in 22. Not good for any of these.
I don't feel like it's ever a good time for solar stocks. They were supposed to do good under Biden. They didn't do that well under Biden, so I have no idea. All right, Senate version of, as Brendo mentioned, Trump's new big, beautiful bill would fully phase out the solar and tax wind credits by 2028. It does, though, keep incentives for longer for other types of energy, which is really annoying some market participants, specifically nuclear, hydropower, geothermal. They all maintain their subsidies, which is obviously signaling a shift in what the favored energy sources of this administration is. It's a marked departure from the Biden Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA, which obviously heavily supported renewables. Raymond James analyst Ed Mills noted that this version is less damaging than the one that was already passed in the House, Brendo, but still poses material headwind for clean energy names. Republicans aim to pass the bill before July 4th holiday because Donald Trump's been pressuring them to do that, but they do face obstacles. So Analysts here are saying that the final version of the big, beautiful bill will likely require a House-Senate conference negotiation, possibly dragging it into the later part of July.
We are through any sort of key levels on a lot of these guys. In that case, what are we looking at here?
Well, Run has a few cents until it gets to its 52-week low, which is just underneath $5.50. Now, obviously, this is a little different when I looked at it the first time because prior support was out here at like 650 on the daily, right in there. And what we've done in the meantime is hold 625. It looked like that was going to be a pretty key level, right? Like the 625, 650 is going to be a spot. And then we've just started tanking again into 580. So we're going to have to be patient. If you get a relief rally in here, now you're sitting VWAP with that 6.25, maybe into that 650 area that I was referencing that it's on the note. It's doing 10 million volume. It's down the most. This is the one that I liked for the trade. But it's not like you can't see something similar everywhere. FSLR also made some fresh lows. So if you look at one of the relatively strong names, and if I was trading this, I'd be doing the same kind of thing. Like I would have been looking for the play back into the prior resistance. This one happens to be at 145, and since we sat down, it's just run away from all those prices. So it's going to take some patience. It's a short pause because they're all going to be SSR, short sell restricted, meaning some of the pops get a little bit more juice in them at times. So you want to be careful trying to get it on that way to the downside, which of course is then it's trickier because you can't hit the bid to initiate a short position without an uptick. But I'm looking at that 6.25 to 650 on Sunrun in particular. If that never comes in, maybe I have a look to see if we can get back to 145 for a fade in FSLR. There's plenty of places to look for strength. I'm not trying to play the dead cat bounce. If it makes one, I'll look for my entry point to short.
I think a good area to look is going to be VWAP. I mean, I'm just going to treat all these as bad earnings, basically. So the same kind of strategy, down 33% right here. We've been holding VWAP, hasn't even really tested it at all. So if we do get a relief rally in Sunrun, SEDG, this has been, obviously a disaster. The volume here, 1.56. Let me see what the volume is on Sunrun. Obviously, it's only a $5 name. So this is 10 million. I mean, maybe we just look at this name instead because of the volume today. So I would say up here, $6, $6.20 in this range. This is where you want to go short. This is why we use the 50-period moving average. So that's $6 right there. Let me just try to throw out 100 shares or so. Yeah, okay, so we do have borrows on this, so it's free to borrow. So you're not going to be able to hit the bid, but on any kind of a pop here, SEDG or run back up to VWAP, those are trades for me. So 620 until we break it. And that's what we were talking about earlier. Like if you have a strategy, just play it until it breaks. And you don't need to necessarily go short right now. Let it see if we can pop up. They're all NASDAQ names, I believe. So there's not going to be too much on here to look at for right now. But as soon as, what's SMR trading at 44? So as soon as we get NASDAQ imbalances, which should come out at 925, then we'll be able to get that out there. But wow, SMR is up to $44, up 4%. So is Oklo, up 44% as well. So wow, some of these nuclear names starting to get back there to the upside, breaking through. This is going to be interesting, man, breaking through $70. We had done it before. I think we're going to do it again here today on OKLO, 69.50. I think the pre-market break high in Oklo is going to be a trade for sure. So, yeah, Reddit's moving. There's a lot of names moving around.
Reddit's really moving.
I mean, yesterday the AMD trade was just crazy. And I don't think we're expecting that today. Not even sure really how we found that yesterday, other than it was an upgrade. I looked at 120 and pop goes the weasel. Let's go find the story on AMD. But again, another great look here today for advanced micro devices, up 2%.
All right, real quick, we're getting on in time here. Yeah, AMD on a pullback right now, 1.8%. This was just one of a few things on the positive side of things possible. AWS partnership here for AMD.
A fantastic move yesterday for AMD. Sean had a banger trade there. Let's talk a little about Nvidia. They also got a price target upgrade from Barclays, boosting from 170 to 200, maintaining the overweight rating. The bullish revision follows a post Q1 supply chain checks indicating very strong near-term upside potential. Barclays sees about $2 billion in upside possibly here for the July quarter revenue versus what the street was expecting. The firm's revised its compute segment revenue, which is essentially their data center AI revenue, up to $37 billion from $35.6. They also say Blackwell capacity reached about 30,000 wafers a month in June. That's below the 40,000 that they had estimated, Barclays that is. But despite the lower output, utilization rates are very strong and they see production scaling faster than expected. They're noting here, Brendo, it's really agentic AI use that's really driving the use case in the second half of 2025.
Interestingly, we are red already, or back to red anyways, guys, for Nvidia versus AMD here this morning.
Has been trending down since 145. We'll get to that in a quick little second. I know we're getting out on time here. So 128, I like pullbacks into prior highs. That's pretty much always the way we do it. You saw it there on the note. And room to 132.5 or something we were mentioning last night in the aftermarket show. If you do lose 128, the 200 period moving average is just around 125. I think you don't wait till there. Look yesterday's lows, but back into there if we lose the 128 level. And Nvidia looks a little bit different. It just cannot seem to hold above 145. It's like it seems like the over-under level. This holds 145. You look for the longs. If it's underneath it, wait patiently for it to play back into prior levels, which, down here 143.5 into 144 makes some sense. There's just a seller on Nvidia. It's been super strong, obviously. But there's just sellers in here up at that 145. Until it starts giving you closes above, I think you join it above when it starts putting in higher lows and then go for the gold. But yeah, no sustaining of the movement right now in Nvidia. I'm just going to look very quickly to see if some other names went red on that. And yeah, some other names did go. Like MU went red on that move as well. So it's just, it looks like AMD holding up that relative strength. I want things that are continuing their trend. I did have this one yesterday. But it only went $4. I mean, it only went $4. AMD was just a strong move. It was a similar play, and now it's in the middle of nowhere as opposed to continuing its breakout trade. That's why I prefer the continuation play instead.
Yeah, so here's yesterday's sticky note right there with the 120 long. We just talked about a key level break here on upgrades and new product announcements, right? And so we also had the Palantir long yesterday at 140. So then we go into today, and now you're at 127 to 128, looking for pullbacks long. It seems extended for sure, so we'll wait for pullbacks. Upgrade at 9% yesterday. Day 2 play coming right now. You can go find it at Trader TV Sean on. And I want to thank all 5,100 of you yesterday for checking out the sticky note. And again, you're pulling right back into VWAP, fine for me. I don't think we want to necessarily trade it right now off of that VWAP, but just looking at the chart for a little bit of extension there's yesterday's top of 128. So we're going to look to see if we can get a pullback into there. And then 127 is where this 50-period moving average was. Now we're at 127.50. So if we lose this 127 right there, then I think we lose the trade and we wait to see if, okay, here comes, okay. Well, all right, now there has to be some sort of a news because this is just happening right now in front of our face. Wow, AMD is getting clocked right now, so I got to turn on my
I'm hearing absolutely nothing
right now and unmute this website because there goes Nvidia, or there goes AMD to the downside live as you're seeing it right here. There goes Nvidia, not as much. So it looks like AMD, I don't know if that was a market order or what, but it just went way down to 125. There for advanced micro devices. I have no idea what that story is, but wow. Okay, now it's all the way back up. So someone just got liquidated. Something just happened right there. You just saw that live right there on the show as I was going over the charts thinking like, oh yeah, if you get down into here, that would be a good area to go short. Well, we just got into there and you saw how much these levels can change here in the pre-market. So look what happens when liquidity dries up. There it is. No, still not getting anything right now on AMD, but the move is real, it looks like, and it's to the downside right now at advanced micro devices. So yeah, I mean, it's right into the area that I like. So without knowing the news right here, I'm going to say this is a buy at this level. This is sort of what we were waiting for right off the open. So Merry Christmas if you want it right now, but I think we should wait just to see what that story is all about. So this could be pre-market shenanigans.
Assuming there's a story.
I mean, yeah, I mean, we just dropped $3 there.
I assume there is
someone hit the key for some reason. But now it's trying to go back up to the upside. We did see a little bit of a fade there in Nvidia as well, but it looks like it was definitely AMD specific. We could check out some other big names. You guys know I'm into Marvell there. I like Marvell at 70. That didn't move at all. I like Marvell here at $70 again. I mean, this has been a good stock. It was a lot higher yesterday. We got to hold this area and then hold this 69. If we can get into 69 there for Marvell, I really think that's a good dip buy opportunity. But again, down on the day. I don't want to trade something long if it's down on the day when there's something I'm already looking at that's up on the day. So I like AMD here. We are ready to rock and roll on this name. Was the volume for real at least? Yeah, there was a decent volume there.
Volume.
Yeah, not seeing anything, but AMD definitely on one right now. This is changing my whole thing.
It has to.
So.
Very quickly before we go back to the desk and talk the last two names, Red Cat, RCAT, announces a 47 million registered direct offering of 6.5 million shares, just slightly underneath those numbers. So if you're wondering what just cratered Red Cat, Red Hat, that's what it is. RCAT down 10% now.
That was a Money Mitch name, so if you trust that guy, it might be time to buy. He said he liked that name, so RCAT down there, down 10%.
All right, let's talk about, I'll keep an eye out for anything on AMD, guys, still nothing. Let's talk about Palantir. A few analysts questioning this $200 million contract going to OpenAI versus Palantir, whether or not that would be a negative catalyst possibly here for PLTR, that DoD contract. If you missed that, 0.5% to the upside, though, right now for Palantir.
Feels like Palantir can do nothing wrong at this level, Brendo, as they keep getting more commercial and government contracts. But this one, the OpenAI, $200 million one-year contract by the Department of Defense for frontier AI capabilities. So it's going to be the first official listing with the Pentagon for OpenAI. It's going to be for warfighting and enterprise missions. This builds on OpenAI's collaboration with the defense firm Anduril, who also secured a $100 million contract back in December. The deal is part of a new division. It's called OpenAI for Government, which includes ChatGPT government platform. It will enable government bodies to access custom models, roadmaps, support tools, etc. It's going to help in healthcare access, data streamlining, and proactive cybersecurity solutions.
Just real quick to wrap things up here, we'll talk Meta here. A huge day yesterday to the upside. Did come back in a little bit before the close. If you missed it, 10 billion potential ad revenue. Again, they're going to monetize WhatsApp with ads basically everywhere on WhatsApp. So negative right now, guys, but Meta strong here too.
It dips into that 680 yesterday and then goes for a bit of a rally early in the pre-market. Look at the mid 695 zone. Looks like it's the place to be on Meta. Still nothing hitting the wire on AMD. I checked to see if anything on the imbalances. Nothing just yet. We'll see if anything pops up. You know what? It's possible. It might not be. It's possible. Sometimes someone could have thrown an order for the auction and actually thrown the limit order. There's lots of fat finger orders that can happen. Palantir. I liked 138.5 to 139 as like the prior high zone to play into yesterday. I'm going to stick with that. It doesn't make a fresh high, so it's not breaking out. I put it in that category of like MU was strong yesterday, but it's not really gapping and breaking the top. So allow it to play back into the bigger level, which to me is a little closer to that 139 zone. So keep an eye on these imbalances. We'll see if anything pops up on AMD there. A little bit surprising to see it that heavy.
All right, so I'm gonna take a breakout on Palantir here. It's gonna have to break through 143.50. It's gonna have to get through this level right here. If it does, great. We'll run that long and we'll see what can happen. I think it's just gonna be a small little punch, maybe 20 to 25% of the size that we're looking to take on this name, and then we'll see if it has that break and fake. So, but right now the market is pulling back in. We can have a quick little look at the imbalances here, just to see what's going on. There's Reddit as a buy, but nothing else really giving me the thought. TQQ as a sell, that's the NASDAQ again.
Not even the
There's nothing else. Like anything under a couple 100,000, I'm not super interested in it, especially with the volumes that are going through. So it does look like Palantir right here near the lows and looking to take this out from yesterday's low as well of 141.30. So if I was a little more bearish on the market, I would think that this is a name that we could watch out for a downside play here with Palantir. So with moments before the market opens, I'm going to let pretty much all of these things try to settle down right now, not moving the way we had thought. Palantir was up, and it looks like it's going to go red. So for me, just early trading here will be AMD off of, we wrote down 127. We just kind of held that 127 area. Of course, we did flush, but if you zoom in right now, we're holding 127.50, which is the 200 period moving average. So let's just see what the reaction here to the market is on that. And then we're looking for the short Tesla around 238, if 228, sorry, if that Impact comes into play as well.
Obviously.
So there's lots of stuff happening with only 30 seconds left. And then I do have BBAI. This will be a break. We didn't really talk too much about this. A break of that 415. I like that. That's that level right up there that we sort of hit yesterday into the afternoon. Give it back down to 4. If we break 4, we can get out. It's a pretty simple trade there for Big Bear AI. And then the other one on my mind was Apple. We're waiting to go short here, sub 200. So 198.50 into here for Apple. If any of those trades fill, your boy will be in them. So we're getting ready.
Yeah, I'm only offering a couple of things here, but the bell brought to you by Origenics OGEN, listed on the NYSE. Let's ring it right about now. Let's get it.
All right, let's see what happens here. The markets are now obviously open, so I'm going to watch out. There's Apple, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to watch out for AMD. So, okay, we're into something right there. What just plunged? Oh, BBAI. So there goes Big Bear AI. We're going to watch out for that right up there. Okay, nice move so far. Let's get out of something on Big Bear AI, because there it goes. Boom. Goes the dynamite on this name. Let's just see if it wants to go. Again, another sticky note name written down there, $4.15. Let's see if Big Bear AI wants to go. We got out of 20% right there. We'll get out of another little bit here at 24 and then see if we want to go higher. There it goes. Let's go Big Bear AI. Your boys got this one as well. Yesterday was AMD and Palantir. Today, Big Bear AI. There's 10 cents on a $4 name. There's 12 cents on a $4 name. Going higher, Big Bear AI to start the day. Not too bad. And AMD's trying to rip north side again as well. What a surprise.
Yeah, AMD absolutely trying to go here.
Bear.
128. It's trying to hold on to 128. Remember, this is pretty much where it was when that flush occurred. It was at 128.8, so it's still a little bit of red on AMD. I'd like to see it maybe hold VWAP above prior lows. Otherwise, we wait for the absolute bottom and be patient with it.
Oh, boy.
Oh, forget about Tesla. All right, I'm sitting 330 into 331. Tesla just broke low of day. It's Apple that looks like it's the one that wants to go. I'm sitting right at yesterday's highs to play a bit of a fade trade. And then one last one for you. Nvidia, load, come on, man. Nvidia trying to hold this 145. So Nvidia breaking that downward trend it was in. I'm playing over-under on this price. Once it shows me buyers above 145, I want to be long in Nvidia. Otherwise, keep the preference over in another name. But so just trying to be patient with it here. AMD still looking a little bit heavy. Oh, and by the way, Sunrun. Yeah, so much for 625 to 650. It's already at $5.50. Sunrun now down 41%. Yuck.
All right, I mean, we're doing it already. It's not a dollar club, but it's a hell of a trade right there for Big Bear AI. So there it goes, man. Out some at 30s. It gets as high as 32. Let's just wait to see where it goes. Some decent size there at 25 just got taken out. Let's take out another piece at 25 if we're able to. There goes AMD again. We just, it's too bad. Well, it's not too bad. We made good money on Big Bear AI temporarily anyways. Let's wait to see if it holds. But right now, AMD is doing its own dance. Money Mitch was talking about a long on Tesla. It's fine. And it's not really doing too much yet. So XAI is, that's not Tesla, but we're going to have to wait to see their 324 dip opportunity there for Tesla. We were waiting for 328 to short it. So we got a little bit of work to do if we're going to short that. There goes AMD right back into 127 again. This was a level that I was thinking about early. We did not take it yet, though. So we're going to wait to see if AMD has anything for us here at 127. It was a level that we like to look at. But oh boy, Neil, man, we're almost at our daily goal again right now. It's silly to say it, but you know, it's true. That's why we're doing this. So there it goes right now. BBAI up to 434, man. It's 15-cent winner here on a $4 name. Let's see if we can get even higher on BBAI. I'm actually waiting for some 34s, then some 39s. Let's take something out at 32 if we can get it. It seems like it is having a little bit of a problem, but AMD bouncing off of 127 as well. So that seems to be an okay level for now. But the market is trying to figure
Micron just went.
out. Micron's going.
Yeah, it's always look left, go right. Micron just broke out the highs. It looks like 121, 120, yeah, 121 pretty much exactly. That's the chip name that's looking the strongest, at least for now. It was a strong name yesterday, but it wasn't the strongest of them, obviously. 121, let's see if it can't pull back into that price. I wanted 128 to hold. I wanted 145 to hold Nvidia. Neither one of those things happened in AMD nor Nvidia as they're looking relatively weak. And I see you guys in the chat, lots of people mentioning a few things here at the open. One, Lilly losing a bit of the bid through the $800 level, so be careful with that. And one that we should have been talking about, and apologies not getting to this, Robinhood, another all-time Okay, fine. It did break an all-time high. It's already pulled back a little bit here. But Robinhood had made an all-time high right there off the open, trying to take the 77 level. I liked IBIT again today, but it's nowhere near my levels, down around 104. So if I don't get a 104, then I don't think I trade it. Tesla, we're going to have to be patient because that tanked instantly. We're looking to short the pops. Not a heck of a lot going on in that name either. Come on, Micron, give us an entry here.
All right, guys, let's go, man. It's another face slapper over here, man. We're taking entries left, right, and center right now. We got AMD right here, 25-cent winner so far here on Advanced Micro Devices. Let's see if we can get going. Go, AMD. Here we go, man. It's a sticky note trade again, baby. There's 70 cents on that one right there from 127 up to 127.75. There goes Advanced Micro Devices. There goes Big Bear AI. We're having, once again, another one today. So let's just keep on going right now and see what happens to the upside right now on many of these names. AMD is still tricky, man. I don't know if this is going to blast or not, but Big Bear is a wow. Okay, now AMD is starting to go, man. 127.75. Let's get some more out over here as we're going to, so far, so good. But again, this market is tipsy-turvy. What's up, Adara?
Just be aware here, a couple different catalysts coming out this morning. So Sean Duffy, who is the Secretary of Transportation, talking here about how there's going to be these new FAA and international partners collaborating on advanced air mobility, ACHR and JOBY here on Watch to the Upside with that in mind. Then we also have NFLX. So probably about like 15 minutes before the open, there are some reports that came out. Apparently the company is opening its first two immersive fan experience centers they're calling Netflix houses in Philly, Dallas, and Las Vegas. The first two are going to be in Philadelphia and Dallas, Texas. So NFLX getting a little bit of a boost as well. Back to you.
All right, we do like NFLX, but
like Netflix.
Yeah, I mean, look, just a tale of, I mean, Neil hasn't made it, isn't anything yet, which is fine. We're in BBAI. We just got some out at 434 there. I mean, that's pretty good for our target, man. I mean, we were long early at 415. You know, if it wants to work, great, but just zooming back out on Big Bear AI, it's a nice move up. We had similar candle on this yesterday on AMD, but you could see we're just kind of running into this level of 440s. So we'd like to break through there, give it a little bit of a minute there. We're out of half of Big Bear AI already, and we still have got about 70% left of AMD because go, AMD, go. We might have another one here today on Advanced Micro Devices. Let's just wait to see. We're long right now at 127 and then $4 and change on Big Bear.
Yeah, I can see AMD starting to get its legs underneath it, but you're not really seeing that in Nvidia. Obviously, I've shown you guys Micron, how strong that is. Nvidia's still holding that 145.
Right, Palantir. You've
got no battle in there. Palantir not quite through 140 yet. I was just looking at that one as well. I like, never mind. It just broke the 140. Yep. So coming right into 139. This is absolutely cratering. What's weird is the market was breaking out like a second ago, but it's still very much inside. So Palantir does not hold on to 140. That I like 138.5 into 139 was a dip buy zone for myself here in PLTR. But very clearly, you're getting a lot of strength coming into this Micron. It's doing its first dip available. I want into 121, so I'm going to get my bids out on that bad boy, see if we can't pick it up. Sunrun, stick a fork in it. It's now through 550. And still looking incredibly nasty. I'm not chasing the move down another $1 on that stock. Still no break of 145 on Nvidia yet, and obviously Micron is completely gone.
All right. We say it, at least I say it day after day. Neil has his notes out. You can go double check those. I've got these notes out. Here's a sticky note. There's Tesla AMD 127. 128. We're long at 127. We just took $1.50 on that trade. So, yeah, I'm just trying to show that these things are possible, and we did it again right there. So thank you everybody for watching. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Let's go. We tried 140, but we got 140.15 out 140 break. So we have a 15-cent hit there on Palantir. We're gonna go 2 for 3. BBAI is still doing fine, but it's Advanced Micro Devices, man. I mean, I'll pat ourselves on the shoulder again, but I want to pat all of you guys. Thank you for watching. Thank you for doing these trades with us here again. I mean, this is why, honestly, this is what we're doing. I'm putting out ideas, taking them, and seeing if they work. So far, so good right here. for advanced micro devices. Let's see when moon. I mean, we could get going a lot more right now in AMD. So we're going to wait to see how far we can go on this one. We now have about 40% left of this. So, so far so good here. Let's go, man. Thank you so much to everybody again in the chat. Thank you so much, Hal R, Midas Touch, all this kind of stuff. You are the man. Thank you so much. What's up to F as well on here? All this kind of stuff. So yeah, man, these are the face slappers. And just, again, you know, like this is the whole point of what we're trying to do here. Show you some winners and get you excited and get you involved and just becoming more confident because like I said, 95 to 98% of day traders can't do this kind of stuff, right? And so here's the trade right there. It's a nice move. Neil, it's now almost a $2 winner as we say what's up to everybody who's a member of Hydration Nation. So the banger over here, what's going on over there?
Just being patient, man. What led to gains yesterday was making sure we had specific entry points for sure, which is Palantir $1 lower from here, Micron $1 lower from here. And as I said, you know, sometimes you're going to have an idea, but unless you're in it in the pre-market, like I said, Sunrun, you had no shot. There was one chance maybe to get that short into $6. I'm going to move target down into VWAP here. Anytime you're trending down, if you're not going to have support and resistance, you know, we like the volume weighted average price for any kind of a mean reversion play. But Apple not really doing much of anything. Tesla not doing much of anything either. My level on AMD was 128. And when that did not hold, I waited for it to reestablish. So I have a bid trying to cash that off the 128. I'm not going to chase the move. I think it comes right back into me. If it does a 130 break, I'll take that. If it does a fail, then we try to dip back into the volume-weighted average price. That's the place I'm going to look. Micron was the one I loved yesterday, but it just went another $1 higher as it's looking absolutely nuts. It's all of the chips right now, sans Nvidia, because I just saw, I mean, Intel also just broke the $21 level. So they're all parabolic right now with the exception of Nvidia. I'm expecting some dips to be able to come back in here any second.
Oh, man. Well, the good thing about what we've been doing here is we don't really have to wait for any dips right here because there it is, man. It is now $2 as the bull continues to ride on advanced micro devices. So we put that in, we did that right now. So we don't really have to do too much stress anymore. We're out of half of our BBAI. I don't know what it's trying to do. I'm going to get out of some more here at 24 if we can get that level, and just that's what we've been doing. It's now underneath VWAP, so we did have a nice move to the high side. Hopefully we don't get stopped out of this name, but I was thinking about maybe even just stopping out at the 50 period. Let's stop out at a 4. Let's stop out right here. I was going to give it a little bit lower. That's 406. That's 407. Maybe if that wants to break, then we can get out of Big Bear AI. I was going to give it a little bit lower than that, but right now let's go to $4.07. If it breaks, let's go to 406. If it breaks that, then we're going to punch out of it all because right now, man, we're just chilling because we've got the banger right here, and that is going to be AMD. There's nothing else for me left to do. We are still in a quarter of this, but good move back in here, maybe. Let's take another piece out. Whatever, man. We're playing with house money. We've been playing with house money all month. So nice downside move there for Palantir, continuously going down, breaking now down through 140 one more time. So yeah, man, this is what's working for me. Being patient, waiting for plays to come in, following your own playbook and nailing them. So that's what we're doing right here, and we did it again with advanced micro devices. So thank you for everybody in the chat. It means a lot that you guys can continuously support us. And I want to thank everybody who's watching right now. Hit the like and the subscribe, man. We only have 870 likes, which is pretty good, but 10,000 of you watching. So if you haven't hit the like button, please do it. It's a banger there on Big Bear early, and AMD's coming right back in. So yeah, we're already, like I said, man, now we only have 20 to 25% left of AMD, but we just got another piece right there out of 129.20. So here comes AMD right back into a level that I know Neil was talking about.
100%. Tesla just lost a bid again. I'm now sitting VWAP on Apple. Those are the two names I wanted to the short side. The market just wicked the top and is absolutely heading toward this low of the day. If we break the overnight lows, I don't want to be without any of the short ideas that we like. And if we're not getting Apple up at 198.5 into 200, then I'm taking it at the volume weighted average price on the way back in. Micron doesn't seem to want to do anything but go up. It's not even pulling back that much. It's 121 since it's VWAP. I'm going to park the order in there, get the order ready to go, just in case it does a big dip. AMD is still trying to hold above 128. There's your dip into the volume weighted average price. Let's see if it can actually hold. The market does look like it's relatively weak. Apple just broke low of the day. Yeah, it's looking pretty nasty. As I said, Tesla is completely gone. We'll have to let that one calm down. Like yesterday, Tesla did absolutely nothing. Today, Tesla is doing a heck of a lot, and none of it.
Short.
No, like none of it's any good on TSLA. Favoring the shorts, but unfortunately, 320 now. Sorry, I said 320 now tracking on Tesla. I don't know where the bottom's going to be on this bad boy, but I'm not chasing it all the way down here. It's Apple that you still have some time to be able to get into. So we'll see if we can grab that on the way back in, if there is even any kind of a bid. I'm sitting $0.50 for the first look on AMD. And yeah, Apple losing the bid, the NASDAQ losing the bid as well. Apps is moving. That's going to be Digital Turbine, but that wasn't on my radar at all. We'll get to that in a quick little bit. I want to make sure I can get in some of these shorts.
All right, so here it is right here, man, on Tesla. We talked about the short. I know Money Mitch was talking about the long, but we were talking about the short. Didn't come in into 328, but the short has happened. So there's AMD with our posted longs, and there's Tesla with the posted shorts. So yeah, hopefully it can come in. Big Bear AI does go back into 415. It's now at 418, so we could look at that. And then there's my Apple 198.50 short that we're looking for as well. So yeah, so far so good here for us on the day as we just sit around and sort of, you know, wait for that next opportunity. Yeah, Tesla, good little bounce there at 320. I'd rather short it, you know, if it comes back up into this 325 area. So it looks like it's trying to do that, but I don't necessarily want to short anything. We've run up on AMD again. A nice little move here. I'm still going to wait for that one. I mean, we only have a quarter left, and we've already made a good amount on this, but I'm going to put something out around the 70s, see if we can grab that. I'm not going to reload. I know Neil's in that. I'm not going to reload it. We're going to wait. And there it goes, breaking back down below now, 128. So let's wait to see. This is a level that we had in mind here for AMD. I mean, we wrote it down. So we'll wait to see, though. We did get that early push on advanced micro devices. Here comes the market back up to the upside. So 127.80 or so might be a decent level here to give it up if it does break lower on AMD. But for right now, good move higher. Let's wait to see if we can hold it. And we're going to wait to see on Big Bear AI to see if there's anything happen right there on that. But here it goes, man. A nice little move upside now for advanced micro devices. So hopefully you guys are following some of the notes and been able to have a decent trade so far there today. We are going to look for some more names, man. I know there's been some talk about some Reddit on people's minds. So let's just have a quick little look over there. Let's go AMD, get through 129 again. All right, so there's a nice move. Yeah, Reddit up 15%. Wow. Forget it, Reddit. You are now gone. So that's a nice move right into there. What is this level right there? 150 now for Reddit, a key area. So maybe a bounce off of that, but there goes Reddit, man. 145. Good play there on Reddit.
Yeah, great look over there on Reddit. I just punched out of AMD when going to put an order on Micron. I tried to slap right back into it. It holds pretty much exactly on the line at the 128 level. I got some out of the $0.50. That was supposed to be it. Now it's already at 129. So only into one position, and it did work, but I got it way too early on that trade. Just very quickly here, Micron doesn't get to the volume weighted average price. It ends up bouncing off of 121. So it looks to me like this is holding the top end of the range very, very well here. Might try to move the entry to the $0.50 and just take it on a different entry. So the chips are strong. Micron has been relatively strong compared to the rest of them, but it's only up 1.7%. Still has a lot of room to go. And I just want to give a big shout out to Prop XP. This open brought to you by them. Level up your trading game with Prop XP. Up to 1 to 200 leverage in a static shutdown. Scroll the site and pick your challenge at propxp.com. Trade directly on the platform. Sign up, try it free, and start your trading journey. Enjoy rapid payouts and real human support. No bots. Rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot, trusted by traders worldwide. Right now, get 50% off with the code TRADERTV. Link is in the description. So shout out to them check out that QR code. And of course, link in the description a couple of ways that you can get more information about Prop XP. Tesla's about to make its first push to the upside into the volume weighted average price. This could be our first chance to look for a short there. And Apple, in a different move, is continuing to go lower and lower. So Apple, both names that we like to the shorts. I mean, I even like Sunrun. Maybe you just have to be able to take it at a price you don't like. Sunrun's grinding toward VWAP. I'm looking for an entry out in front of 590 or so on run, trying to get off the schneid this stock, but not doing a very good job of it.
All right, I'm going to be shorting Tesla at 324. Hopefully that can come through there, and we will have that play. We did get some more out, obviously, on AMD as we broke through 129. So some more outs up there. Like I said, I'm not going to reload, man. We've done well here on AMD. Let's see if we can do even better on this play right now. We'll wait for another 127 or so reload. Palantir, whoops, that's Big Bear AI. Palantir right here makes that move into 139. Something interesting to look at. I'm actually going to cancel my Palantir. I was going to start to bid some 138s down there, but I'm not sure we're going to get to it, so I'm not going to worry too much about that. Tesla, the 324, let's just talk about that maybe as a potential level. So the reason why I was looking at 324 was that's where VWAP is, so that's 324.50 or so, with the 200 period, sorry, the 50 period at 325.50. So as we start to run up a little bit here on TSLA, that's going to be my first area, 324. If it breaks it, we'll be short there at 324, and then we're going to get out if it breaks 325.50. So, you know, maybe a nice move coming here on Tesla. I'm going to wait and be as patient as we can be with all of that. We talked about potentially trading some run as well today in Sunrun, and just treating that like a VWAP play. So that's coming up. That's going to be 580. So if that hits, that's 565 right now for Sunrun. We're out of half of our Big Bear AI, but nothing really going on again. We just got some 20s there. I don't know. Maybe the run already happened. Maybe it's going to happen later on. So, you know, again, just in waiting for this trade, I think it's worth doing that on Big Bear AI. So let's be patient with it. You guys sort of know where the stop is, breaking that pre-market area of 407. So if that happens, then we will be out of Big Bear AI for about a flat trade, unfortunately. I'm taking these trades as like those chances, right? That Big Bear AI does go up that 10% today or something, right? I mean, so let's hold it and see if that is something that, oh, you're in Sunrun, okay.
Yeah, just got into Sunrun. And
good.
The other thing is, while the market just bounced a little bit, Bitcoin just broke the low. So 59.2 and 104 is the target that I'm looking for the long. Now that you're through the bottom, I know it's relatively weak, but if you pull up a 15-minute chart, I like the 104 support on Bitcoin. So we get down there, I'm taking my shot. We're into some Sunrun, playing it back into, I mean, you already said the volume weighted average price. I don't, not to repeat anything, but there is a local high at 585 on Sunrun up here. It's not break that. Okay. I just get right back in. 585 is that local high. If it breaks above there, then I want to be out of this stock. I think this stock, if it breaks this level at 585, I think we get to that 625, 650, which was the zone that I really wanted. So if we can get that, great. If we can't, then we'll wait for the next available opportunity. Just to track back to AMD, I am trying to reload this one, but the money fills have been under VWAP at 120, at 128. So that's where I want to try to pick it up, like right in front of that 128 where we got it to the last time. And I guess I'm not going to get into Micron. Micron just made another high of the day. Yeah, Micron's on a little bit of one here right now. I do like this to the long side. I didn't want to take any breakouts in this thing. So we're going to have to go back into the dip buy, see what we can get. The even dollar looks like it's going to have to be the spot. So we're just in run. We're at 79. It's at 72. We'll get a bid down at 68 and then down in front of 550, which was the prior 52-week low, by the way. I think that's a good spot to make sure we take profit.
Yeah, all right, so a little bit in and out there on run. I was still looking at that as well. I should have been there on VWAP, and of course I wasn't, as we were just talking about that. All right, so good trade there. I should have followed my own rules and got short with you, but that's okay. All right, so JP Morgan, I want to have a quick little look there, 270. That's nice, finally starting to break through the moving, whoops, JP Morgan NY, of course. There it is right there, breaking through your moving average right now on JP Morgan. There goes VWAP, there goes the 200 period. We definitely like that one. We are now 2 $2 and change in the money on the face slapper right there with AMD. So 129 and change right now. So good move right now for us on AMD. Let's take another out up here at 129. So, all right, what's up, Adara?
Just be aware here, Lennar and Digital Turbines, LEN, here in APPS, both on watch, making earnings day one moves to the upside. Digital Turbines here with a double beat inline guidance. LEN, kind of more mixed earnings either way, though. These two to the upside on watch today, and a very catalyst heavy day. Back to you.
Yeah, very catalyst heavy day. Remember you want to trade things that have news on there, good or bad. The bad news in the entire space for the solar names just bounced. This is going to be, it's hard to see. I got this wick in here, which skews the scaling. But there was a open range, like 560 hold in both directions, pre-market and then right after the open on that initial flush. It just bounced off that 560. So I did take another leg out there. You can see if we break away from VWAP, we'll be out. And I have a couple bids going into the 550 level. That's the previous 52-week low. If you're looking at the rest of the group, you're down 41% here. But look at First Solar. First Solar is trending up and above the volume weighted average price. If this continues, I consider this a bit of a leader in the group. If this continues trend up, probably going to want to get out of Sunrun before we even get to our target. Don't want to fight a relief rally here. Ideally, this breaks trend, and then we can feel way better about that shorting opportunity here in run. So we have the right one in that we're short the weakest, but First Solar starting to catch a little bit of a bid here is giving me reasons to want to take some profit before that low of the day here on Sunrun.
All right, ARM. Yeah, let's just go over some more names. I mean, we're in Big Bear AI. We can watch out for some Palantir as well. Our Apple, there's 140 again, taking on Palantir. So that might be a good level. We are looking for Apple at 198. That's not happening. Apps again. We can look at Digital Turbine to see what's going on. There's a lot of traders trading that one today. So there goes Apps. Huge move up here off of earnings. So a nice move there. 36% coming back in on Digital Turbine. If we zoom back out again, just to see where we may find a top, and what a surprise it is, right there at $7. So we were just there back in February. We're there now again. So this one, apps, if you're still long this, I mean, up here at $7 could be something to look at right now with APPS. So have a look. AMD still $2 plus, trying to go higher there. So we're pretty happy with that performance so far. Advanced Micro Devices, but apps making that move. And just a quick check on Nvidia before I go over to Adara. There's a nice move up on Nvidia as well. So hopefully AMD can continue to climb higher right now as it's leading the way for me today. AMD, Big Bear AI, and Palantir. What's up?
Keep an eye here on Paramount and some of these other cable TV plays. It's also worth basically noting here that we heard this report earlier this week, but now we're seeing it again. The Trump administration is apparently considering a crackdown on pharma ads. We know these cable companies are pretty reliant on pharma ads, so these pushing to the downside. Also, apparently, some of these healthcare names pushing lower as well. AbbVie, near day's lows, Pfizer as well. These names are also on watch after Trump indicated once again yesterday that he's considering pharma tariffs. Apparently, will happen very soon. So keep an eye on these plays. Also, just a reminder, 10 a.m., we're going to have some economic data, business inventories, and the NAHB housing market index. Neither of these are usually huge movers, but certainly things to be aware of. I'll bring those for you live at 10 a.m. Back to you.
Yeah, pharma tariffs have been coming soon for quite some time now. Probably pick the strong ones and maybe buying opportunities there, but not all of them are strong in that space. Palantir didn't quite get all the way, but man, it was certainly very close after breaking that 139 to filling in. Zoom a little further back, filling in the next part of this gap and getting into the bottom end of this range, 85 into 137. It's now back above the volume weighted average price. I don't necessarily want to chase it, but if you can hold, maybe even, if you can hold VWAP or maybe even just hold the 141, this stock, when it tries to go green, it has an overwhelming tendency to get there. Sunrun did make, I got to zoom right back in for this so that you can actually see the levels, did make the press down into that 560, so was trying to bounce there. But First Solar is still making its charge, so I'm a little bit cautious with this, see if it can't get to that low of the day. But FSLR is still looking like it's trying to hold. Load, come on. still looking like it's trying to hold above VWAP. So like you're getting a relief rally, which makes me want to almost jam out of this trade. I don't want this one to go back into VWAP on me, but I'm out of 80% of it at this point. So I think it makes sense given that dead cat bounces are pretty common. If we break trend on FSLR and I can find a good entry or re-entry, then I will reload Sunrun, but not until I see the group go back to said downside.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we'll look to get green there. Yeah, no, I'm getting more out of AMD right there at the highs of 129.50. This is $2.50, so it's, you know, we're not like we're playing around here. We're trying, and we have a new position right now with Tesla. So I just got missed at 324. I was at 324 flat. Like, I don't know why we didn't get that short there. So must have printed through. I was on NASDAQ. We just, maybe it just came up to 324 and we didn't get it. So that would have been a good trade for us. But we're back into it right now. So there it goes, man. Here we go. 50 cents in the money now for Tesla. So let me just get some bids out on Tesla. We do have a number at 10 o'clock. Let's take 50 cents on it and go over to Adara.
We'll start with business inventories here, exactly in line with estimate. 0% business inventories month over month, a forecast here of 0%. NAHB housing market index a little bit lower than expected, 32 versus 36 expected. It's also lower than the previous print of 34. NASDAQ continuing to push higher without a care. Still, we do have geopolitical tensions on watch, of course. We have the Fed meeting tomorrow. We're still expecting there won't be any rate changes, but it's always interesting to see what we're going to get, especially because tomorrow we'll get a summary of economic projections, and there's always the Fed press conference after with Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Here's TMUS, T-Mobile. This one on watch, gapping pretty hard to the downside, though it's trying to bounce a little bit here. SoftBank apparently raising $4.9 billion through a sale of T-Mobile shares. This was initially reported by Bloomberg. Then Reuters reported it again, actually saying that they saw the document. So it looks like the sale did happen. Here's PLTR. This one bouncing nicely here off the lows, but gapping down or pushing a little bit lower here as well, especially off the open. After we had OpenAI receiving a $200 million defense contract, it's only about $10 million less than Palantir's biggest contract. So PLTR could have a new competitor in the defense contract space. Back to you.
Oh, we took 75 cents on Tesla there. Hopefully we can get a little bit lower on that as we're not out of it. We're just relaxing with it right now, Tesla. So we got out of only 20%. So we took 50 cents, then we took 75 cents. And now we're going to wait to see if we can get lower move here on TSLA. We've pretty much out of everything of AMD. We got a great level there on AMD, and I'm just thinking about right here. Let's just clap out of it all right now. We are now out of AMD for your one big trade so far here today. But I do think, Neil, that Tesla could be the big one as well. So let's wait to see. We are short right now. I'd like to get more short into 325. We talked about just getting missed there at 324. No idea why we did. And then I had to take some shares there at 50s. So not happy that we had to pay down 50 cents, but that's okay because, hey, man, now we're 50 cents in the money. So, you know, we got to sit here, trade opportunities that we see. I thought Tesla was a good one there, so we have it. So right now it's 50 cents. I might just take, let me just take another piece out right here at 85. Well, I just bid 85. Let's see if we can get it. One more little flush, and then we'll try to get that dollar at 322.50. Nothing to do with a dollar club. That's just for fun. But these down ticks right here have stopped at 322.50. So, you know, one more fill there would be nice to get. I am bidding 85, so if we can get that fill as well, that would be good. And then, well, there it goes. And then we'll wait to see for much lower than that. So here we go, man. We're going to go 3 for 3 so far today and have a decent start one more time here. So let's just keep this momentum going, man. Out of AMD there, obviously it's ripping back up, but that's fine. We only had 5% left. We'll see what AMD can do now. And then short on Tesla and Palantir, just waiting for something to happen. And then Big Bear AI, just floating around, really. Maybe I'll put something else out here at 20s for Big Bear AI.
Yeah, finally, I mean, I saw you got into Tesla. I finally got into Apple, which was the other name I liked.
Okay.
Nvidia, whoops, I said Nvidia. Tesla at VWAP, Apple at VWAP. 197 here on Apple. It's been a big level regardless for Apple. So we shorted just underneath. It's already holding the 196.70. So one bounce off the 70 level. I like the low of the day at that 196. Just reminding everybody, if you zoom it out a little bit, on Friday, the bottom was 195.80. So I think you get into this level here, and you want to be out. Good support level for Apple. It has been catching a few bids in there. I just got a quick peek. There is some size at the 130 on AMD. Not that it matters, but sometimes when shorting or when taking a breakout trade, you prefer there to actually be a bunch of size there. I know that's counterintuitive, but I do like it a little bit better. And there is some size at that 130 break for AMD. I'm going to reload Apple at that 197. See if we can't grab it. Reloaded at VWAP on Sunrun. Apple's the only new position. And as you just mentioned, AMD. Oh, never mind. It just pulled back into 129. It saw 130, some size there, and now pulling back into 129. Just to go over the chip space, like Micron is still yet to really pull back, and I'm still waiting here at VWAP in front of the 122 level. So the only new position was Apple. Sunrun was more of a reload at that 580 level. Let's see if we can't get back into the low. But we might be able to get into Micron for the first time here today if this does pull back into the volume-weighted average price. Strong moves in the chips. And I know we're only looking at the same names. We showed Intel was already at $21, and that was up. It's right back into VWAP. ARM was one that I think you mentioned. ARM up 4% at its highs of the day. So there's some big movers in this chip space for sure. Right, here comes Sunrun on the way back in from VWAP. Get some bids out because without them, you can't actually get filled.
Yeah, no, yeah, what a mistake that was, I guess. So first of all, Tesla, I mean, look, I'm not, we're doing well today. So I'm cool looking at all the same names. I'll continue to do that as much as we can, but we are, Neil and I, both looking at the chat to figure out what you guys want, because right now, there it is, man. We've had a dollar club on AMD, we've had a dollar club now on Tesla, and Big Bear AI was probably one of the best ones to start the day off anyways. So, so far so good there. Mistake, obviously getting out of AMD right there, but now it's falling back into VWAP, so let's try a long now in AMD just to see if it wants to work. All we're trying to do right now is kind of just top off some of the day that we've already had. I'd like to see it obviously get back. Okay, here we go. I mean, look at that, man. There's the face slapper again, man. 30 cents, quick as you like, there on AMD. So there it is, man. We just got out 88s as well. So a nice move there on the reload, and we have a thing for that. Okay. And there it is, man. Take out some more 90s. So, hey, it's a smooth 30 cents again right here. So I don't know, like, I don't know how Apple's moving, but we just picked that off there at 128.50 right there on AMD, man. Just trying to show you the trades that I'm in and just give it to you real like right there. There's AMD, nice move. And we're making our day with these plays. Like, look, there goes Big Bear AI. Let's go, man. There's the face slapper again, Joe. How's it going, Joe? Good, man, good. Glad you're here, man. All right, so nice move up, 422, 424. Here we go. We are at the highest spot we've been at all day. So it's $1 right here on Tesla. It's Big Bear AI rip time. It's AMD let's go time. Everything pushing pretty well for us right here, right now. Like I said, Mohan, you can ask us, man. We don't show P&L. That's a decision that we've made. But I'll tell you green, and green pretty good, to the point where we've now just hit with our positions, you know, sort of the goal that we set for ourselves every day. And I'd sort of just do that on purpose to let you know it's 10:07. Sometimes I won't hit it at all, and sometimes we'll hit it early. And I just try to let you know, with based on all of the trades that I've had so far, it is a very green day. So I just hope you guys are watching out for that. Again, you can ask if we're red or green, both on this show, midday show, after show, whenever you want. I think that's a good way of judging it, because we've just chosen not to do that, right? So that's what we're doing here. So, you know, some days some traders are in sim and everyone trades different. So the P&L doesn't really matter. It's more the ideas, right? That's what we want you guys to focus on, because you can use whatever share size your account can hold. Some of our accounts can hold different than others. So let's just keep on watching for what we've been doing here. And so far, so good, man. We're waiting basically for Big Bear AI to see about a rip. That's the only trade that I really have right now. Other than we have Tesla, but we're out of 40% of that. And then AMD is now just absolutely, you know, I mean, this AMD has been so good today. That's back-to-back days. AMD will be an absolute monster here for Trader TV Live. So again, thanks for watching. Just trade momentum names, man. We talked about this early and often. Was the #1 trade on the sticky note today, and it's carrying the day for me. It's AMD.
Yeah, great look over on AMD. I'll take my first hit of the day. It's going to be on Apple because it just broke out right through that 197 level. So I did like the top end a little bit better. So if we do get there, that's a ways away. You're talking $1.20, $1.30 till we get to yesterday's highs. And then even if it breaks those, you're talking another $1.50 before you get to the $2 level. So it's going to take a little bit of patience to wait to get back into this bad boy. IBIT was one of the longs that we had on our target. We didn't look, it still hasn't broken down into the 104. Maybe that's not going to happen. We just bounced off 105 clean, it seems, and are breaking out this trend. So it's a little bit hard to see. If you just go, whoops, I don't even have my line drawn. We just broke a slight downward trend here. If it can hold on to 59.8 on the way back, then that gives you a chance to pull into the volume weighted average price. Don't know how much I like. I'm going to throw out this VWAP. I feel like it's very skewed by some of those dark pool wicks there. So it's not really much of a target for me in terms of VWAP. I think the 106, 107 levels will be bigger, but you have now broken trend on IBIT without getting to the level that I initially wanted short. So we'll try to play this trend break here. If it ends up being a break at 60, that's just a round number. It means nothing on IBIT. I'm only looking for the dip buy back into 59.8. Let's go to Adara.
This is Make My Trip. This was an MMYT is the ticker. It's about $93, but it's actually a small cap, just under $1 billion market cap. Announcing this morning a proposed offering of 14 million ordinary shares and $1.25 billion for convertible notes. This one popped up on my volume scanner. One to watch here, a bit of a double bottom as well for MMYT. Back to you.
Like, shout out to my friend Skull there in the chat. Like, I don't know what secrets you want me to give you, man. I mean, I'm doing what I'm doing, and we're doing it every day. And I mean, it even started with the sticky note, giving you the exact trades that I'm looking at, right? So I think the key to everything, though, is your share size and being comfortable doing that, because you could be 1 for 5 or something like that on the day and still be green, or you could be 1 for 5 wrong and still be red, that type of thing, right? So a lot of it is in how comfortable you are and in your share size, but mainly it's the ideas that you need to have. So right now we are short Tesla right here, going against 325. If we break through that 325 area on TSLA, we're gone. But most of it is also having confidence in your abilities, right? We talked about, Adara actually coined something called Seanfidence, and it's just about having that kind of stuff. Like, there's our in on AMD, there's our reload on AMD. So we're not only do we have confidence, we have patience, we have the ability to take breakouts. We have I have the ability, just talking about myself, trade Big Bear AI, trade AMD, trade Tesla, trade Palantir, trade RCAT, HCHR. You've seen me trade. You see me trade GameStop and DJT. Just playing the names, and if we're red on them, I tell you, and if we're red on the day, tell you. So I don't think we're really hiding anything right there. Just try to follow. Like, here's my Tesla trade, right? We just took a short right there at 324. So bang, if we can get a fill to the downside, it would be a money trade. But where do you want to get the outs? I could have just bid out right there at 323.50, didn't do it. Will it cost me? Maybe. So these are the little decisions that you make intraday that make the difference. And I'm glad that you guys are here with us. That is for sure. What's up, A?
News on COIN. Coinbase here reportedly seeking approval from the United States SEC here, a Security Exchange Commission, to offer blockchain-based stocks. Keep an eye here on COIN. Apparently looking to offer some blockchain-based stocks. Back to you.
Blockchain-based, I didn't catch the last part of that, but maybe if you can repeat that, or just throw it in the chat for me there. Didn't catch all of that. But Coinbase is relatively strong. I like IBIT a little bit here. I like trying to stick to, it's not the underlying in this particular case. I fall into that sometimes. I know Joe likes to make that term. It is the underlying to the crypto market, in my opinion, but not in this particular case when you're talking about the Robinhoods, when you're talking about the Coinbases of the world. It does look like it wants to make a breakout of that pre-market high. That's at about 60.12. I'm still sitting bid 580 if we can get it. The other thing I'm a little bit concerned about with a Sunrun is that First Solar is yet to break. It is still trending higher, now almost at pre-market highs, and Run is just kind of chilling out at that 560 on a lower high. So I'm giving it one more chance to break down and give us the low of the day. But at some point, you got to recognize maybe we're in like a bit of a relief rally here in the overall space. And if we can't break this 560 this time, there's just somebody refreshing the level, meaning it hits the level, whatever amount of shares are there, they just get put back. It's not an iceberg or anything. They just keep buying at 60 and 61. I say they loosely meaning anybody. So if we can't break that soon, I'm going to jump out of this and not even reload it back at that top, which has been slightly above the volume-weighted average price into 590. You just got to be a little bit cautious with it, given the kind of strength that I'm seeing in the other names within the group. As far as the chip name that hasn't given me an entry, still waiting. I have an order at Micron at 122. That's the volume-weighted average price. It is about to break trend, but I'm not thinking short. I'm thinking that gets me an entry point on this trend break back into VWAP. And if it happens at lunchtime, it happens at lunchtime. If it happens at 11 o'clock, don't mind joining this trend wherever. I think this daily chart looks fantastic on MU. So as long as it keeps on putting in green days, I want to look for that long. Great trend break on the higher time frame. I don't think it gets to 135 today, but I think all roads are leading back to a test of that level.
All right, I'm gonna ask Randy for another call. We're here at Randy reload. All right, we'll see if we can get it that. Right now, the reason why we say reloaded is because, again, we did have a nice little bull run situation happening on AMD off of, again, a reload. Like it came right back into VWAP. We took that trade. All right, what's going on with apps? APPS. My bed's already made sort of right here. We're going to stop out at Tesla if it gets up to 326. I'm going to give it a little bit more room. We're really light on this trade. So we're going to see if I can get some 325 half and then get out at 326. So just giving you a little bit of a plan of action there on that. Apps, again, looks like it does want to fade off that $7 mark. The reason why I bring it up is because we were up here before. We did take that out. So that's 685. So right now that we retested that 715, I'm pretty confident, not confident, I mean, I'm not in the trade, but I would think that this 715, or is it 715 or 716? Right, it's called 718. The high of the day there, 718 right now. If you're going to get into a short, I would think that, again, we always talk about being responsible with your positions. Make sure you're doing the best with them. Watch out for the stop there at 717. We talked about Sunrun. Neil is still in that, so we do like, oh, that's climbing higher and higher there. So, okay, we'll have to watch out for that one. But AMD is one of the best
What's
right
going
here.
higher?
No, I was just saying, no, because I saw you were short of every 577, 583, 566. So Sunrun, I want to look at it, but you're on it right now. So, all right, there it is, man. Here we go. It's a nice little trade right now for AMD. Now $1.20 in the money, looking to break through 130. So great reload take there on advanced micro devices. Let's see what winds up happening now. Looks like we're trying to get lower right now, or lower off of 130. But there's the break. So we get some out. We did not take the break there of 130. So let's see if we have that break and fake sort of thing is what I was getting at there if we go lower on it. But right now, there it goes, man. We're looking right now for $2 now in the money. And again, it's your number one trade idea. If you're only going to make one trade, we talked about being patient today. We always talk about being patient. Being patient is the number one thing that you could be as a trader, patient and confident. And there's AMD 127. How does that look? That's in our account today. So is the 128. So both of these names right there are in the account today. The Big Bear AI is in the account at 415, and then Apple, I know Neil took a swing at that, but I haven't looked at it yet, so we'll do that. But there's a nice move upside right now for our friend, and mine for sure, Advanced Micro Devices. Advanced Money, Joe, duplicator. We have really nailed this one. It's Trader TV's number one symbol over the last couple days. It's Advanced Micro Devices, and it's probably your number one symbol too, if you're an active trader, but maybe not. All right, so let's go back over to Adair and find out what's going on over there.
Interesting story here on TSLA. We're going to have to wait, I guess, to find more details on this and the possible implications. But Business Insider reporting that Tesla is planning to shut down Model Y and Cybertruck production over the week of July 4th. So I guess potential production shutdown, unclear as to why, unclear as to, I guess, how that's going to work. But either way, TSLA on watch apparently shutting down temporarily Model Y and Cybertruck production for July 4th. I'm going to look more into this. If I find out any details, I'll let you guys know, but worth noting regardless. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. So look, run is actually right at that 5-6 level. This is where I said it's put up or shut up. There's a refresher at this level. They just bounced once on the 3-minute. It's bouncing a second time. Our initial short into VWAP, that's the best we got. It came right back into the prior high. We took it once in front of that prior high with our stop right underneath it. Check that, right above it because we're short. So I needed this break of 560. That's pretty much it. I'm looking low of the day if it breaks that level. I think we get to a new fresh low, but keeping in mind, this is the 52-week low. So that was the target the entire time. This low of the day is the 52-week low. We'll play it into there and just be happy we can get it, make the next trade wherever it does apply itself. Nvidia tried to hold 145. There's still someone dumping it every time it gets to that price. As I said earlier, the only way I want this one long is hold above 145. Buyers above means closing candles on a 3-minute above 145. That means that you're actually getting some wins and some buyers winning above that price. Once that takes place, I think Nvidia can join the charge that AMD is clearly on. All right, so there's this temporary break on Sunrun at 560, but I'm sitting low of the day to complete that trade and then move on to the next. Thank you, Jason, for the super chat in here. We appreciate you. Appreciate all the viewers for sure. Thank you to the whole team. You all make trading so much fun. QQ, is there any place for trailing stops for risk management in day trading, and what other strategies I think about? Of course there's a place for trailing stops. I just think you have to find what works for you. Some people like to trail, like, I don't know, like let's say Sunrun, which is going to happen to have it up. Maybe it's like they'll trail it like 10 cents. If it goes 10 cents from the best it ever was in the money, you put a trailing stop in that way, or a percentage amount. When I say a trailing stop, usually what I actually mean is I'm just now putting a stop order somewhere other than negative, but I like to use key levels. So when I know that 560 guy was there before, I might move my stop instead of at the high here back into this prior bar, knowing that if the buyers emerge back where there was support, I just want to get out for that reason. So I don't use like percentages or anything like that. I just usually use key levels once you get past them for some trails. Let's go to Adara. Time for the small cap recap.
IWM might be a dollar club as well if for anyone who went long here off the open. We had this nice push to the upside right now, pushing a little bit lower, but nicely above 210. This one gap down. We know the market a little bit weaker as well. And keep an eye on the IWM tomorrow, guys, because at 2 p.m. we do get the Fed interest rate decision. We know that small caps are very rate sensitive, so the Russell could be something to watch out for if you're looking for that type of play. Apps here, APPS Digital Turbine. This one is a small capper here, just under $1 billion market cap, I believe. Nice push to the upside on earnings. They beat on EPS and sales. Guidance a little bit mixed. Near days highs for APPS. Then we've got Pure Cycle, PCT. PCT, notably here, has a 30.7% short float. It's rallied in the past. Pure Cycle announcing that they've raised $300 million to support global expansion towards, I guess, one of their capacity goals, and they're targeting $600 million annual EBITDA by 2030. Last but not least here, PCSA, that's Processa Pharmaceuticals, signing a binding term sheet agreement allowing Intact Therapeutics to license, I guess, one of their drug candidates. So lots of small caps to watch out for. As I mentioned earlier, if you're looking for something a little bit more expensive, there's MMYT moving off of lows here after announcing an offering. Make sure to like and subscribe. We send you back to the guys.
The longs we have are at days high. The shorts we have are pumping lower. I mean, Tesla right now joins the club. It honestly feels like stuff we're touching is starting to turn into gold. So I got to buy a lottery ticket here. There's the short on Tesla. We discussed it in depth there. So yeah, here we go. Nice downside play, man. $1.25 now in the money. And we'll wait to see if we can get a 322.60 fill. So basically right here, if we can make one more push down, we are on the bid somewhere in here, hopefully looking for that fill. Ooh, just bounced. Did I get that? No, we're at 60s even. So hopefully one more push down and we'll be able to get that that, just a wipe of the bid, and we're getting out one more time for $1.20 in the money there right now on we might have not got it. I'm going to swipe it up a little bit here. That's too bad, man. It went to 61s. We were at 60 there. Sometimes that stuff does happen, but it doesn't even matter. It does. I mean, we want to get all the fills, but look at this AMD trade again. Now we're $3 in the money off that low. Yesterday we took about 10 when we started to rip higher, but right now let's see if AMD continues to get beyond one right now, breaking higher and higher and higher. I'm going to get, there we go. We just take another fill on Tesla. So I just punched out some at 323 there. So, you know, it sucks to have missed that level that we wanted, but maybe we do come back in and we'll get an 80 fill instead of a 60 fill there on Tesla. That's $1 and change in the money. This is $1.80. We've taken about, you know, that was 127. Those are 129.50s. That's 250. Pulls back in. That's another $1.90 right there. So let's go 250 plus $1.90. We've taken about $5 or so in total on advanced micro devices. So yeah, man, I mean, it's really just all good as we continue to watch out for some of these names and continue to trade our book. We trade our book, we trade our plan, and we trade it aggressively. That's how we trade. That's how I trade. And so far, so good, including Big Bear AI right now, right back to the highs again. Here comes Tesla. There goes AMD. It's all working now, and we're pretty proud of the stuff that we've been showing you here today. So let's throw it over to Neil, and he's going to tell you about something.
Yes, sir. We get a behind-the-scenes look at Trade the Pool. The dashboard tracks your progress in real time, live stats, profit, and more. You can break down every trade, see your entry, exit, and how it played out on the chart. Check the certificates page for your full summary, achievements, and payouts. In this clip, that's Michael T's already earned over $75,000 in total payouts. Trade the Pool gives you the tools and the capital to go further. Ready to level up? Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code that you see on the screen there. Quickly before we go to, I know we're going to go to Adair in a quick little second, but just got into IBIT on the dip. I said, I am not chasing this move when it broke the trend back into the 60 level. I didn't really care about that on IBIT. I wanted to play back into 105, which bounced before. So I'm getting to the long in front of that. It's 105 on Bitcoin. Obviously on IBIT, it's kind of randomly like 59.70 or so. So we're back into the dip on that. Let's go to Adara at the screen, at the desk.
NVAX popping and dropping here. Novavax, apparently the FDA here, I'm actually reading the memo. They just posted a review memo for one of the company's vaccines. Looks like apparently it was well received here. They said in their opinion, the application should be approved. So good look here for NVAX. 35% short float for this one, guys. Back to you.
Makes sense.
All righty. Yeah, let's just continue to watch out what we're doing here. Yeah, so Big Bear AI. You know, there's the 415 break. We had that early. Nice move to the upside right there. Tesla's falling, but not super crazy here. I mean, sure, it's $1. I mean, it's $1 in the money. We're trying to bid 80s, so if we can get that, then great. And then we empty. There it is. Yes, man. Yes. All right, and we're lighter. I punched out last time. I was a little bit nervous on AMD, and it wasn't the right call. But we've gotten it all out, man. Like that 130, we didn't take the 130 break thinking that it was a little bit too much there, but yeah, still trying to go there again and again and again. So we'll take some more out there on AMD, and then just watch out for some of these trades that we have in on today. So I don't know, BMRA, I saw someone talk about that. Again, I'm like more in chill mode again here. There would BMRA. There's no volume. Come on. All right.
Oklow's really. Oklow's doing a ton of volume. That shows up on your volume scanners. You're going to see that one popping up for sure. OKLO, but it's not really breaking out. Still, V-shaped recovery is extremely bullish, and it just put in. Sometimes we say this, and we're actually just saying that this morning as we were in early. Zoom out. If you're looking for where to dip, sometimes just respect prior day levels. OKLO bounces right off of yesterday's low. And if this can do the old V-shaped breakout, as I said, I think that's incredibly bullish. I just heard in my ear that Jimmy's going, GameStop is going again, sometimes affectionately referred to as Jimmy, but it is not through yesterday's high yet. I think yet is going to be the key. This is a nice relief rally in GameStop. Any way you look at it, it's stair-stepping up from the lows. A breakout here at 23.50 looks really good. Yeah, that yesterday's high actually coincides with where it dumped at the open on the 12th. So that 23.5 looks really good for a breakout trade. Just a quick little update. I like VWAP. I think VWAP might be wrong on one of my charts here on IBIT. Oh, no, it's okay. It's correct. All right, this is now correct. So if we get into the volume weighted average price, Bitcoin's been weak. Let's go with the trend break into VWAP, and if we can get that, then we look for the breakout trade later on IBIT. I did just take some at 59.9, then we'll take some out after it breaks the $60 level. But I'm liking this GameStop. It's been a super strong name recently. 23.5 is not yesterday's high, but it's the first even dollar number once you get past that. So I think this has got a lot of room to rally, even back into this 24 even to 24.30 candle that you saw back on the 12th I was referencing. I'm going to get a stop order back through this breakout, and maybe there'll be some news in crypto that can make it fly even further. Adara?
I want to mention here too, CRM, a little pop here, gave up pretty much all of that move, sharp move to the upside here anyway. Salesforce, according to Bloomberg, increasing the price for many of its products. So potential product increase here on watch for CRM pushing higher. We did have some crypto news earlier. It wasn't hugely market moving, but worth talking about again. Coinbase was on watch here earlier today. Now, in case you missed it, reportedly, they're looking to get U.S. approval to offer blockchain-based stocks. So COIN potentially with some more stock offerings on watch, especially related to blockchain. Let's take a look here at BTC itself, which is still kind of waffling here within this area around that 105,000. We did make a slightly lower high in the daily chart around that 110,000 level. I wouldn't say quite yet that we've made a lower high as of yesterday, but we did struggle with 110,000. In fact, according to this chart here on TradingView, it looks like we didn't even get to 109,000 yesterday. So let's see if we're able to reclaim 110,000. We've made higher lows here since that bounce at 100,000, which looks like a potentially promising look. Ethereum, let's take a look at this one, down about 3% here, below 2,600. XRP down 2%. Solana 4% to the downside. Doge, Cardano both down about 3.5%. So bit of a sell-off today across the world in crypto, looking a bit distinctly different from what the market's doing right now. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, the market's like bull flagging actually when you look at the NASDAQ, and I'll get there in a quick little second, but trend in, trend out is one of the things I like. If you break a trend to get short, like in run the second time, then I want to play that trend in both ways. So acknowledge it did just close breaking the trend line. Whenever that happens, I put my stop at the prior high was where my stop was anyways. But once what it did just here, break the low, I move the stop into this prior bar. So it breaks about 555, I get out. This also gives me a chance to hold past the close. The low of the day here on run. I'm now just trailing it. I want to be out if it breaks this 555, allowing me a chance to maybe jump back in. And if I still like the trade at 580, 590, we can go short another time here. Just remember, as I was saying earlier, like First Solar was holding above the volume weighted average price and trending back into the upside. And that's one of the leaders of the group. It's now breaking down. So if this is going to lose VWAP, I want to give a chance for run to lose the low of the day there as it does continue to work down. Trying to reload some IBIT on the way back into the volume weighted average price, pick up some at 580. I'm stopping out underneath the it's about 572-ish or so. We got our stop out underneath that. Still nothing, no break on GameStop, and still no pullback into the volume weighted average price yet on Micron. But it is headed down there. It's already dropped half the way. Just another push down, and I think this one gets into VWAP here as the chips have been on an absolute rally. And I see in the chat like a lot of names in here, people talking about oil. We have not looked at oil at all today, but one name within the space that usually is pretty heavily talked about here and looking pretty strong, XOM. I know Randy's former. I'm a CVX guy. I like Chevron a little bit better, but hold clean of the 200-period moving average. I think that's a good, nice little base for XOM. And the reason I say that over the one that I'm in, I could talk my own book. I mean, I own shares of CVX, not XOM. When this eventually decides it wants to load up here, is it's distinctly different. It's underneath its 200 period moving average. So XOM to me is the one that's relatively strong, at least in the short term. Good look for XOM if you happen to have bought that dip yesterday when the market rallied.
All right, yeah, just looking around. Thank you for watching again here today, guys. Hit the like and the subscribe. Get this really moving around here for us. Yeah, so we're getting lighter on everything. AMD again at its days high. So we're just doing it. We did cover, I have about 20%. So on the AMD trade, I have about 10% left. I don't have very much left. We got a lot out there at 130. I mean, our long is 128 and change. Looks like 130 might be the top. So I'm going to be happy with having less than 10% left. I have 8% left on this trade. So if you guys were wondering about that, you can always ask us how much we have left on any of our positions, of course. BBAI, 25% left on Big Bear AI. Looking to see if it wants to moon a little bit here. It's already mooned. I mean, we're happy with what it's doing right now, but we'd like it to get back up to there, 434 and change. So I do have an offer at 29s. That's my next area. And then we'll wait to see about a break a little bit higher than that. This Tesla trade, we got a whole bunch out there at 323. So, you know, hoping that we can get some more out there near that 323 area. But I don't, you know, my next bid on Tesla is 322.50. So I'm not trying to scalp out of anything right now. Again, I know I say it because I think it's important you guys know, like, it's been a pretty good day. I don't have any losing trades on, and it's been so far so good. Green day, and that could turn around, right? If Tesla does break, we're waiting for 326 at some point to break. If it does, that's what we're waiting for. But if you wanted to scan that QR code right there, come on, let's go, Tesla. You get your first month for free with eSignal. So we're waiving fees, trade smarter, not harder, upgrade to an elite experience with your analyze, capitalize, and strategize with eSignal. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights. I use their scanners every single day. I use the charting. There's the back testing. There's the ability to connect to 50 plus brokers. You can chart 500 or at least quote 500 symbols at once. So if that's not impressive, then I don't know what is. So join today, scan that QR, get involved with eSignal, first month free. And again, every single market that you're looking for, they most likely have data for. So it's an entitlement-based program. You're not just sitting there like, you know, I wish I could see this or that. You tell them what you want. It's all fee associated, right? So you let them know and they'll try their best to help you out with all of that. So make sure you do message eSignal, ASAP. Okay, look, man, I'm going to get some more out. I'm bidding ahead. There we go. I just bid, I was going to say I'm bidding 26s ahead of 25. We take another fill right there on Tesla. I'm at the highest spot I've been at all day here right now. And just been doing well with what we've been talking about. So let's just keep the momentum going. We looked at a lot of different names here, but Palantir, I guess, gets up to the 200 period. Something to talk about there. You mentioned Oklo. Here's SMR again. Nice move to start the day to the downside. Finds a base at 41.50. Maybe not a base, but a bottom. And look where that bottom was, man. Yesterday's close. So it comes right into yesterday's levels and then bounces a little bit. So SMR making a move right now off of yesterday. So 43.50 or so here, looking like a decent short.
Before we go to Derek.
Yeah, that's okay. We're not going to have to go right away. Just let's get down Tesla and let's watch out for AMD. Now underneath 130. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, before we go to Adair, Reddit has given back $12 in an almost straight line to the downside here. This is the opening range bottoms at 133. This is a kind of mean reversion trade that is, to me, worth taking a shot. As long as it's holding the open range bottom, check that, like 132.40 is the actual low. You can see it right in there. If it breaks this trend line, I'm going to look for the pullback into the volume weighted average price. So Reddit, which had been so incredibly strong, I mean, it's still up 6%, big time movement to the downside for RDDT. Let's go to Adara.
Keep an eye here on RKLB. This one, I'm not sure quite why we had this, I guess, capitulation candle here around 27, but last night after the close, we had an announcement, the company saying they're going to be launching 2 dedicated Electron missions for a confidential commercial customer. The first of these launches scheduled in 4 days, does have a 16% short float, so RKLB on watch today again, already giving up some of that move though. Back to you.
Rocket Labs. I know we were talking about some of the space names recently with some of our guests. Steve Talman was interested in a lot of those names. And of course, our good friend Astis was always moving around a bit. So as I said, Reddit is very close to breaking this trend. Once it does, I'm just going to look for the punch long. Sometimes it's, close in that bar. And then if there's a crazy move like $1 or $2 and I can't get the entry off of the prior bar break, I don't want to chase it $2, $3. It doesn't make sense. 135 to 140 is VWAP, so you want to get it within the first dollar of that move or almost not get it at all. All right, Micron is that's the other thing worth looking at that I'm not into yet. It is now breaking down with the market back into VWAP. This is the first time since the open that this is threatening to get into the volume weighted average price. So 122 almost exactly is the volume weighted average price. That makes it a little bit easy to sit around and wait for it to get down there. I'm actually just going to get an order. I'll get an order out there pretty much exactly at even because I don't want to miss the entry into Reddit here. And let me just redraw that trend line so you can see visually. I got a question about drawing trend lines. It's not a science. It's more of like a draw a line of best fit and make sure it has as many contacts as possible. That's the thing. If it's not really connecting with the majority of your candles, then to me, your trend line doesn't really matter that much. But there's your close above the trend line and then breaking the prior bar high almost instantaneously here on Reddit. The low gives it about $1. VWAP's all the way up about, I said $5. It's pretty much almost that exactly. And then exit, I'm looking about 136.5. That's right into this resistance on Reddit. So if it breaks the prior bar candle, that's always my out when you're going against the grain. I should say.
All right, so there we go. Early position there on Reddit. Good look there as it fallen back in. We want to look at, like Neil said, as many names as possible if they're lining up, right? Affirm keeps on popping up for no reason. Texas Instruments keeps popping up. Nothing going on there. I apologize. What I'm actually doing is checking out some of these alerts that are popping up here on eSignal. Mara, let me have a quick look to see what's going on there with Mara. See, Apple's flashing right now as well. So Mara right there trying to break through $15. AAPL, a good little level here for Apple must be in play, 197.50. Yeah, breaking right there the 200 period moving average. So a moving average cross happening right now on Apple. We wanted Apple up here at 198.50. It almost came in. We should have got 198. There today. So, but we don't have Apple. Neil had it earlier, but I'm not on it right now. We did get out of more AMD at these levels, 129.50, and then Big Bear's doing its own thing, and then maybe Tesla pulls back again. I don't know. Tesla is remaining pretty strong up here. I only want to reshort here. If we can get up to 325, I'll reshort it. Otherwise, let's hold this one and see if we can make something special. 322.50 for Tesla. With 20 minutes left, let's go over and talk to Adara.
Also, just to let you guys know, here's some news coming through. German Chancellor Merz telling apparently a broadcaster that he and the EU here are expecting to deal with the U.S. with regards to tariff before the end of the summer. So it looks like they're expecting, hopefully by August, some kind of tariff resolution, according to Chancellor Merz of Germany. Let's talk here about these sectors. Health technology, really red here. We know not only are these pharma tariffs on watch, Trump saying once again that he's expecting these to come into effect very soon, but also we have some reports that the Trump administration is going to be cracking down on pharma ads on TV. Consumer services red, consumer durables red, consumer non-durables also red here. Communication sharply to the downside. TMUS here, T-Mobile, pretty red here. This one, in case you missed it, SoftBank selling about $4.9 billion worth of the company's shares, also apparently at a lower price than around where they were trading. So interesting note there. Energy minerals green as the geopolitical tensions continue to unfold. And then we have tech services, actually not super directional today, unless you're looking at some of these semiconductors. AMD and Micron, both to the upside. Intel also up about 1%. Technology services a little bit more mixed here. Oracle green after selling off a little bit yesterday. Microsoft actually red as, apparently a bit of a dispute with OpenAI is unfolding. And then Adobe sharply to the downside, down about 3% plus on earnings day 3. Back to you.
Yeah, Adobe was one a lot of people in the chat were interested in yesterday. and we didn't quite get around to looking at it. It's not it's not a heavily day traded stock, sometimes due to the price. Just able to hold on was Reddit at the $0.50 there. It pulls right back in, doesn't break that $0.50. I think if you're using stops on Reddit, just a quick note, it's got about a 15 to 20 cent spread. Our stop orders throw effectively market orders out there, but there was a comment, it was something yesterday that got said, and I meant to make a comment about it. If you're crossing on a stock at a bare minimum in terms of a limit order, if a stock has a spread of 10 to 15 cents, you want to make sure that you're crossing more than that, not just to that number, because you don't want to miss. Getting into position, if you miss it, that means you're just not in position. But getting out of position in a loser, you don't want to miss that fill. Now, we effectively use market orders. Our stop orders that are automatic, if it breaks this low, it fires an order literally as far as I think you're allowed to cross. Sometimes it's like a few percentage points. So this is effectively a market order if I get out. But I'm willing to miss an entry point. If you see me miss a breakout trade, you can live to fight another day because you didn't get an entry. But you don't want to miss an exit point. So I find if you're not using market orders here, use the most aggressive limit order as possible because you're just trying to get out of position. Anyways, I just want to throw that out there. It didn't actually stop out underneath the $0.50, but had it, our orders, I forget the exact amount that order crosses to, but effectively, it's as much as the market's going to allow you. So I'm going to zoom back in and show you the bottoming tail candle that just happened on Sunrun. Looks like we just held right at that 540 level. I have a trail now into 555. It does seem like it's trending towards breaking that low, so I'm just going to let it fly. If it breaks the low of the day, we'll just see how far it can go. If we never see VWAP again, fantastic. If we do, then I'm out if it breaks that 555. And Micron's starting to get down into VWAP. It's close. Almost there, almost there. Just stay on target. Strong trend up in most of the chip names here. Not everything, because Nvidia's not doing anything. But now pulling back into the volume-weighted average price is Micron. Let's see if we can't get involved, if it can show me some kind of bounce.
Okay, yeah, AMD did go into VWAP, but I didn't take it this time. We took it last time, didn't take it this time. I'm going to try the 200 period with a short shelf life. So if that can happen, we're going to be doing that as well. All right, so that's that. What's going on with SMCI? SMCI, again, another decent name here. I believe Brian, who should be joining me tonight, he was talking a little bit about SMCI, I believe, last week. Again, another name that's pretty bar-coded. I chose Marvell to go into the long term, or into, I mean, I can hold it for as long as I want, but it was into the TFSA, trying to maybe get out of some of that if it gets up to $75, $76. I think the same thing for SMCI. Trying to base out right now. This looks like a great long, honestly, if we can hold this 50 period, which we've been doing. Anything into $40 looks pretty good to me, upside there of 20% into 48. So I think SMCI working out. But today, downside, the market's been like, I mean, whatever, man. I mean, I know I talk about these trades maybe a little bit too much, but whatever. We've had some good ones here. I'm looking for the do something. There it is right now. So waiting to have this market really do something right now. I mean, we opened up with a big candle to the upside, and that's where we are right now. So here's the first candle. Here's where we are right now. Since then, we've made it back into the lows of the day, into the highs, and made new highs of the day, and then fall right back into VWAP again. So I think the rhetoric of trying to go long a little bit makes some sense there early. The only stock that we did take an L on, sorry, my bad, was Palantir, and it was right there for 20 cents. That was in and out. Again, trying to play long. We know that Palantir can have that. Yesterday, we took $3 or $4, so to lose 15 cents today, okay. So far, so good on that one. Neil's on Reddit. I'm on Tesla, which is finally against us. So right now, not against us P&L-wise. It is against me now, but we've already taken profit. I have about 15 to 20% left. You guys know what we're talking about, loading this thing back up again. It's going to have to get near 326. So now that's come down. So now 325.50 here for Tesla. It's actually looking to build a base, which it's doing now at 323s. So we have a bunch of outs right here. They're looking good to me right now, but we're going to climb up a little bit, then use 326 as our out. So if we can break above that 326 area, then we're going to get out, looking to get some more short at 325.50. So hopefully that'll come in, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. But that's something that we're looking at for sure right there. Big Bear AI, this is going to be PL2 right now today, as it's a face slapper there. Big Bear AI has never really gone against me, and right now back into that positive trade. Again, I'm waiting at 29. I might as well just take a 27 if we can get it. Nice move up there. We were just at 22, 23. And then again, you know, you open your eyes, close your eyes, and you get a nice little PL win. Looking at what was the cause of it, it's Big Bear AI. There's the move right back there to the upside. We still have 25% of this. There we go. All right, so we just got filled there. So nice out there on Big Bear AI. So part out there at 27. So let's just keep on doing that. AMD, not really a fail on the reload. Let me take out a piece here at 41 on advanced micro devices. Did we just miss that? Hopefully we did not. One more push there. There it is. Oh, we got it. So nice move there on AMD. Now we'll just wait to see if Tesla wants to fade out. But hey, man, there's 127. There's 128.50. There's boom goes the dynamite. It's been a big week, and it's only Tuesday so far on AMD. We'll see if there's any more work to be done there. We did not reload, and we probably should have, again, on Tesla. Waiting for a higher, man, 325.50 for TSLA. Hopefully that one will come in, but that's what I'm waiting for. And then, again, we talked about Digital Turbine apps.
It broke.
Oh, AAPS, isn't it? Oh, it's
APPS.
AAPPS. Okay.
Right? Yes.
Yep, that's right. APPS. So there it goes, breaking the day's high of 715. Looks like it wants to go longer. And now, I guess, instead of using that high, which we were saying as you're out, you would have just got stopped out of that one. Yeah, maybe now if you're long, you just use this as you're out. But apps, Digital Turbine going one way, not like the others. And right now, happy to say it because of that Big Bear AI. Once again, we're hovering around the highest we've been at all day there. So nice move back up in the market. Hopefully that Reddit will work out. Sunrun, Reddit, BBAI, AMD, and Tesla. Remember though, if you're following me, it's all about the sticky note because we have so far AMD, Tesla, and Big Bear AI. Top three names here for me, all on the board. So let's go over to Dara, talk to her.
We're going to take a look here at CERO. That's Cero Therapeutics, a name that we might see a little bit on the midday. This is a small cap runner up more than 200%. They received FDA orphan drug designation on Monday for the treatment of acute myeloid leukemia. Just keep an eye here on CERO, about a 12%, just under 12% short float for this one. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adair. I know a few people in the chat mentioning that name as well. Mike P. DeRider saying they just got out of CRO. I actually, just a reminder, because when you said app is breaking out there, Digital Turbine is breaking out, I still have the break long for GME at 23.5. It just hasn't happened yet. Consolidative top, looks like it wants to go, not really getting any juice on it yet, but it just tagged 47s and pulled back in it. So decent chance that you're getting a trend into that break, and then eventually we get the long. Assuming it makes a break. If it never makes a break, then I don't get it at GameStop, and I'll evaluate VWAP if we ever get a shot at the volume-weighted average price. Speaking of which, Micron now closing above the volume-weighted average price. So there's your bounce. Here's your dip back in. I'm not going to wait for 22s. I'll just sit on the quarter level, see if we can't grab it. Stop already in. When I saw it make that bounce here, I threw a stop underneath 122. And now we'll try to catch the way back. I didn't want it on the way up. See that candle chasing it all the way up, 50, 60 cents? I'd rather risk it a little bit closer to the vest here at this time of day because this isn't the optimal. It's not the optimal time for the entry. Well, it's not. It's the optimal time for a VWAP bounce, but it's not the optimal time to be essentially all in because it hasn't broken this downward trend that you have seeing here. And it's not that trend is everything, but if I'm in off of VWAP, at the end of the day, I'm risking less than I would risk on what I think is a bigger opportunity. Like Reddit doesn't work, but you have to, and Sean says this, I say it a different way. I don't care what Reddit does relative to Tesla if I was in Tesla, Apple if I was in Apple. This trade is a very specific, I know exactly what my risk to reward is. I'm in here, I'm out here. I take first profit here at about $1.20. I take second profit there at about $4.50. So that means my average out if it goes to VWAP is about $2.80 to $3. And so that my risk in there of $1, I'm trying to get 2 to 2.5 to 1. So that's what I'm looking for on this particular trade. That trade is that trade. So I'm going to take a shot on this kind of a mean reversion. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But that's my risk to reward, knowing specifically what I'm looking for. I'm not holding it past that stop. You don't see me average into these. It's a very binary style trade. And that's what I like. I love binary trades because then it just keeps you disciplined. And overall, from what I've found, if you're trying to be a consistent trader, then you want to make sure in that stock, in that trade, was my risk to reward good? If answer yes, fine, do it again. But I'm not going to sit here trying to turn a trade in Reddit into something similar on, say, like Sunrun's not Reddit or Apple's not Reddit. Neither one of those trades were trend reversions where the stock had just dropped $12 like we just had. And I do believe, okay, looks like we are ready. We have our good friend, Mr. Mendel. Jeff, locked and loaded, ready to go. Jeff Mendel, good friend from OTC Markets, where things I hear are going to the moon, especially because now we're on board with it as well.
That is correct. Yes, guys. Good to see you. Good to see our friends up at Select Vantage and Day Trade the World and everything on board Moon, seeing some volume come in, those names, right? I mean, the best part is it's like you guys are talking about all the names like right now, like Apple, Tesla, right? Nvidia, AMD that are trading overnight on Moon. So, for those of you that don't know, Moon is trading 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. New York time, and all listed securities. We've been up for a couple of months now, and it's like I said, every week we have new participants in there. We have more people trading, looking for liquidity, and it's if you don't have access to it now and you are interested in trading during that time period, definitely ask your broker if they have access or for access to it, and it's great to grow with you guys.
And we appreciate it so much. I put the page up there, OTC Markets, the info page, if you want to be able to grab it. And I'll throw it in the chat as well for everybody to be able to see. And I'm going to highlight something, anyways, that I've found that's pretty valuable, Jeff. And this is talking to anybody, whether you trade overall, I have to add my entitlements for Moon, but just from a charting standpoint, you can always look at the aftermarket, whether it's through OTC or Blue Ocean, and sometimes find key price levels in there. Looking at Alibaba, I can see like when you see 117.5 in the overnight, and a lot of times you'll look at those price levels and see how key they can be. Like you have a resistance level in the aftermarket, and then it holds up as resistance during the day, and you're able to sort of trade off of that. So, Jeff, there's all kinds of opportunities out there, not just in the trading aspect, but just being able to see where the liquidity is in the market, sometimes in real time. A seller overnight could turn into a seller intraday, as just an example there with Alibaba. But in particular, what names have stood out to you in the early going? Obviously, we have a lot of news going on overnight on an everyday basis. The Chinese names are going to stand out. I know we keep talking about them, but has anything stood out to you just in terms of U.S. names in volume so far for Moon?
So, to kind of keep it, a little bit more general, we've definitely seen, some names that are involved in, oil, right? So things that are attached to the price of oil, right? And not just ETFs, and so just think of some of those in general, especially over the past few days. And then, I mentioned them already, Nvidia, Tesla, SPY. A lot of the leveraged ETFs seem to be trading a decent amount as well too. And so, it's a pretty big mix. A lot of it is very news driven. Just for the reason why I said the oil stocks, right? And then a name that keeps popping up is Robinhood. We see trades going off in that every night. And so I think it's just kind of very specific to what's going on in the world. And the nice part about it is, though, it's like you said it right. People are just waiting for their spots to hit as well too, and that's the nice thing about it, being able to log on and jump into something, and if it happens to be trading at a level that it hasn't during the daytime, or at least hasn't during the daytime yet, that gives you the ability to go out there and do it.
100%, a great look there, and Robinhood's another fantastic example. You hit them while they are absolutely hot. And speaking of hot, I know Sean is looking at something which is very important that you want to see for OTC in general.
Yeah, what's up, Jeff? How's it going over there?
Hey, man, what's up?
Just chilling.
What are we looking at? Or we're looking at BYD today? Or
yeah, I was trying to look. Well, right now the market I was going over to most active here, and then for some reason, I don't know if my page is cached or something like that, but I can't click on this little trades thing here. But I did want to highlight to everybody that if you do go over to OTC markets, market activity, current market, you do get a nice, oh, here we go. All right. You do get a nice look of what's been trading today, Fannie Mae. It actually hasn't been too hot right now, OTC, but I want to remind everybody as we go, Nintendo, some of the ADRs that we may be looking at, you highlighted, I highlighted it last week, MTPLF, still near the top of this, 10-cent as well. As we worry about, some overseas strife, sort of, Nintendo, 10-cent there in China. So these are some names that could be looked at, especially 10-cent, as we get ready for, possible China deal. Yeah, I just wanted to show FNMA again. A big name as we wait for Bill Ackman to drop another post about this. But just look at the momentum to the upside again, right? So I just don't want traders to feel like when you look at some of these levels, they will look a bit different, and some of these OTC names will trade slower. But if this is your style, man, trade 5, 10, 15,000 shares, something like that, because you can get a few pennies on these. And also, if you're trading here at Real Trading, Jeff, we do have a rebate structure. So we have the maker-taker rebate as well. So if you are looking to get some rebates, you can sit at 20, sit at 19, and market make these names. Is that something that you see with order flow in names like FNMA, FMCC, and others?
Well, you highlighted the maker-taker pricing model, right? And so if that's a fee structure that you have with your broker, right, and they pass that back along, you get a rebate for adding that liquidity to the bid, to the offer. And so I think we were highlighting OTCN, right? Yep. And so if you check out OTCN and FNMA, right, it's part of the inside quote there. And so, the nice thing about that is you don't just, you aren't limited to just taking liquidity to crossing the spread. You can passively sit at your price points. You can work an order throughout the day. You can even send in midpoints as well too. Okay. You can send in reserve orders. So if you want to do larger size, but you don't think it's appropriate to be fully out loud on it, you can send in that reserve, right? And so you can display, for example, if you have a 5,000 share order and you only want to display 1,000 of it at a time, you can put that out there and say, hey, display 1,000 shares of this 5,000 share order. You can peg it to the bid. You can peg it to the offer, right? The tools that OTCN gives you are just as if you were trading in a NASDAQ name directly on an exchange. And so, you say that, Fannie Mae, this stock, it's up almost 3% today.
I know, it's crazy.
FNMA, right? And so, in a stock that's trading around $10, that's a very big move for someone that likes to trade with bigger size. So no matter what you're looking to do there, the platform kind of allows you to trade like you're accustomed to, in those listed names that you guys are always talking about.
Well, that's what I wanted to highlight, too, about bringing up the OTC. And we understand that some brokers won't have the maker-taker rebate, but for real trading, as you had mentioned, some different traders may be interested in that. And it's lightning fast execution if you hit the OTCN, right? So just like a lit gateway, we really do appreciate all of that. And then another name that we sometimes talk about, and Jeff, I don't know if yours is at the shop or what, but here's Rolls Royce. This has been a good name to look at as well. A little slower today, but when it picks up, especially when we have auto tariff news and things like that, Rolls-Royce, something to look at. So it's Jeff Mendel. Let everybody know where you're located, Jeff.
New York.
That's right,
and
baby.
I'm not at the golf course today. I was yesterday, though.
Of course.
Why is that?
Of course he was.
You know where my ass was yesterday? Right here. And I'll be here tomorrow as well. But Juneteenth,
gotta make those deals.
Juneteenth, I guess. That's a good day to maybe hit the golf course there on Juneteenth.
Holiday coming up.
But we have a market-wide closure there. So what is Blue Moon on Juneteenth, actually?
I was about to ask. Yeah.
Moon. So Moon is actually closed Wednesday evening.
Okay.
Going into Thursday, but then it reopens at 8 p.m. on Thursday. Okay. Right. And so that's kind of the holiday schedule works for us. So great question. Obviously Juneteenth is a relatively new holiday for us here in the U.S. And so, the from a trading perspective, I think the U.S. might be the only major market that is closed on that day. And so, I don't know how you guys handle it, but I know Canada's open. I think, right?
Yeah.
And then
I think all of
major
Europe's
markets around the
open.
world. So, yeah, it's actually not a holiday for a lot of people in the trading world, which is you know, I mean, who knows? Maybe there's some interesting opportunities on that front. But OTC markets, yes, obviously, of course, we observe Juneteenth, and same thing goes for Moon, and yeah.
Great. Okay. Well, Jeff Mendel, thank you so much. Yeah, that's
Appreciate
why
it,
I wanted
Jeff.
to bring that up.
No, it's a
So-
perfect question. I was going to try to say the same thing before we got you out of
Yeah,
here.
exactly. So yeah, I don't often ask perfect questions, so that was not a bad
There
one.
you
go. Cowboys over under 500 this year. What do you think?
Oh God, it's got to be over.
I think
but
so,
that doesn't
right?
mean they're going to the playoffs.
Well, I didn't ask playoffs. Playoffs?
What
know,
you
we're
like?
not- we're not-
You thinking
It's gotta
9
be
and 8
over.
then?
I think it's going to be over. I think let's go with 9 wins. How about that? Because now you got what, 18 games? No,
You've
17
seen that?
games
You've
scheduled?
seen? You know the division you're in, right? Philly's okay. You guys aren't.
great.
You guys are not. You're not better than Washington. Okay.
Ouch.
No, but you're not. The Dallas Cowboys are not better than the Washington Commanders.
They're better than the Giants.
I mean,
Oof.
well, obviously they're better than the Giants. The Giants stink. But you're third in your division, so if you think that's 500 is doable, I think the Cowboys, if they have a 500 season, it's a fantastic one. I'm being dead honest. I think Pickens is a good get for you guys.
Yeah.
But why do you still need a running game? And
They'll get one.
Javonte Williams, you think that's the answer?
That's who they signed? I don't even know. Okay. All right, Jeff, we're going to let you go. It's 11:04 now. Thank you so much for coming through. We want to make sure that everybody checks out
thanks,
Moon
Jeff.
and the OTC market. And I think a great trading opportunity, especially on Juneteenth with
Big
the different
time, big
hours. So we want to thank you for coming on again. Always nice. And again, say hi to the family and good luck on the golf course whenever you're up there next. We just got to make sure when you come here that we go out one more time. So thank you, Jeff
Definitely.
Mendel.
Thank
We'll
you,
talk to you
guys.
soon. Take care.
We'll talk
That's
to you.
Jeff Mendel.
Bye.
From the OTC markets, a big friend of the show. I remember interviewing Jeff when it was kind of just, I think maybe I was only doing it. We used to sit over there
At the,
on a round table there, and we had him
still have that table.
come through, yeah, and that was a lot of fun. So Jeff's been doing this show for 6-7 years probably, however long it's been going on for. So, all right, that's a good one, man.
Good
It is
people.
now, I don't know, Joe starts something with us here, and he's like, wow, you now, we're going 30 seconds over. I mean, I'm going to.
We just gave you 5.
There's 5 minutes, Joe. So you are welcome, my guy. The people want the Bro Show, and it's on right now. So see you guys at 2 p.m.
Yeah, too.
My goodness.
Wow, hop. Punch that.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That right there is your boy Joey Options, and I am Sharif. Today I got my chat open, so we will be able to shout out everybody. Where are you guys at, man? Let's go. We got Darwin, Juan Padilla, we got Gorev, Cristobal, Lo-Fi, Soul, Pitchbull, and do not forget your boy Britt Brandon. We got as well some. Yeah, I wish I could read that. Mandarin can't read that. Bax, we got Acrylic, Mateus Lane, Mr. or whatever. Tisha Perkins, I see you, Tisha. Scott H, yes, I see you. Husa Halted, 1806, I see you. We got Adara, we got TX Trader. Mike D riding his way into the stream. We got Benton, come on, you gunners. PO, parole officer. Walter Bovin, basketball boy 44. Abhishek, I told you to stop following me after that ass whooping you got in school. Susie Fox, insurance mama. Marion, day trader cut. Hal Fine Art. We got Felipe Lopez and Bora. Shout out to the Black Caravan Lady. We got Anish. We got Rome 242. Mr. Sid Gudiari. Matthew Santa Cruz. Esvin Riviera, I'm just trying to say some new names, guys. Brother Grimshow. Who else we got here? Intelligent, J Haas, Ma, Bob the Dang Dog, Trump's Tariff Slump, TTS. Shout out to my man Gray Worm, I mean Gray Perm. Shout out to everybody who's watched Friday. Good morning.
Friday. Yeah, I mean, happy. Oh, yeah, I mean, it's Tuesday. The thing is, like, Sean and Neil say we owe them 5 minutes, but when you skip the "What's for Lunch" segment, that automatically eliminates whatever overtime we owe them. So there we go. We're equal now, and yeah, Sean, I think is going to owe me potentially a couple cold ones by the end of the evening. So we'll turn out, and I have Florida. He has Edmonton. But enough of that, guys. Let's get into what we're.
Oh, it was who the day before? Your boy
Florida.
Carney was tweeting. So they're up 3-1 now?
Yeah, they're up 3-2. No, they're up 3-2.
3-2.
And then the Thunder won last night as well, too. So, yeah, that's what we got going on, guys. Let's pull up the chart. We were trading AMD this morning. Took a nice little move on it. Traded 3 names today, and I'm actually currently, so I took 1 loss on AMD, 1 winner, beat both, outweighed all of those, and I took another small loss here on QUBT, and I think at one point I was 1 for 3 or something along those lines, and still green, and I'm currently sitting in some Tesla, looking like we're trying to catch a bounce, but I mean, this stock isn't that strong. Nvidia is kind of looking like it wants to break out, so I want to participate in this, because I've taken 3 attempts on Tesla. We'll break that down momentarily. So here we go. AMD working really well, but then you can see that Nvidia is starting to run into some key resistance zones. So I want to watch the stock and see how it reacts around that 145 strike, because it is continuously growing. Yesterday we seen 117,000 open contracts at that 145. Today, this morning, it was up to 119, 120. So you can see it slowly start to increase in size. So that's very, very interesting stuff. And one thing to note, the volume isn't stepping in for that potential breakout. So keep an eye out on that. Maybe a fade play on NVDA. But what we are sitting in right now, guys, is some Tesla. We'll pull this up here for you guys. So this was attempt number 1. We took a small loss. Attempt number 2, literally break even. And I'm going to get in on the low. I'm in on the lows right here on Tesla as it formed a higher low. So that's a positive sign. Let's see if we can get some strength stepping back up in this stock. Yesterday was a chop fest. Now I'm looking for the things to turn around here in Tesla. There is some size at 330. We mentioned this yesterday as well, too, so keep an eye on that. We reject this and we crack the lows. I'm out of Tesla, and I'm going to be really patient because I do want to hold on to this green day. One more stock that I want to point out that has potentially looks like it wants to continue with its strength, like AMD yesterday, and that is Amazon doing some big things. And I was watching some things on Amazon. I was either last night, and how they're really in the healthcare. They're really starting to step into the healthcare.
Remember him sold off a little bit because Amazon was getting into that?
Yeah,
thing,
yeah.
Right?
So there, I wrote it down. But there's this another. It's like U-Scale or something like that it's called. And yeah, so they work with doctors directly. So yeah, it's really big things going on with Amazon. We'll touch a little bit more on that. But it looks like it wants to break up here, guys. A nice hammer candle right below VWAP Street.
Pull up. All right, we're pulling up here on your friend Indo. All right, now Indo trades on the Amex network, bottoming tail candle into the 10 exponential moving average. I was game. So we bought bottom wick right now. We're trying to hold some here for a bigger move. It's a 525. My 3 favorite numbers put together. A high a day right now on INDO. I know, so sad. Anyway, I'm next beak wetter for me, 515. Then we're waiting at 18s. And then if we can clear that, then we can start talking about a high day fill. Took some good shares down here. Certainly not the biggest position ever, but enough, just to keep weaseling in some outs and wetting that beak, baby, as we move into the high side here. So defending generally 5. Now, it is an ugly topping tail into that 5 1/4, as I mentioned. But what kept me optimistic right now about the move higher on INDO was basically the very, very respectful wick into that 10 EMA. So if this is being traded by an algorithm, which it most likely is, to me, it kind of showed its hand a little bit by showing me it was waiting for that 10 exponential retracement before it triggered a buy. So we'll continue to watch here, positive on it so far, but definitely not clear as it's way too close for 5 here. For my comfort. Anyway, that's some information about it to give you some more. It's spready ticker. It's about 3 pennies. Currently, I've seen it as wide as 5. INDO. It is trading on the Amex network. Now, that has some implications. If this is to halt, we're unlikely to be able to see what the theoretical auction price, much like the New York stocks when they halt. So just some information on this one, 8.45 million share float, and about 5.8% of that 8.45 apparently is borrowed for short. So we shall see if that information is accurate or not. Let's see if we can get a squeeze. Here's that 511. We're waiting at 15s. It's showing me 12s now. All right, we're creeping up. We're doing that bid creep, as Adara likes to call it at times. Yeah, I'm trying, Adara. I appreciate the support. So we'll keep an eye here on INDO. I've got a lot of small cap gappers right now on the side chart that I do want to bring into your into your purview here. We're going to talk more about the side charts and what I've got on there when we get back from Adair at the big desk.
Just on Boeing, nice push to this one. I'm seeing reports apparently a civil aviation regulator said that surveillance conducted on Air India's Boeing 787 fleet did not reveal any major safety concerns. Again, I'm not seeing this confirmed. It's just kind of a report, but looks like civil aviation regulator, I'm assuming here in India. Yes, it was in India. So apparently now this is coming out. They reviewed, it said there was no safety issues. They also said, though, that they urged stronger coordination and adequate spares, I guess, for situations like this. They said, though, in general, no safety risks. So again, this coming out looks like this actually is official from what I can tell. Boeing here with the India Aviation Regulators who are giving them the all clear, as far as we can tell. Back to you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that, Adair. Really important news, and thank you for bringing that to our attention. Joseph, this one is zigging and zagging right now. I don't know how I feel about holding this one as I have to do the side chart review. So I'll give it to you for a second and see how this one resolves, and then we'll get back to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what you guys are going over here. Mike DeRider, what's going on? My brother Gorev, your long PLTR. Let's pull up PLTR to see what we got cooking up on that name. I mean, you want to stick to the strong stocks. You're in the right area with this one. So you're long off a hammer there on Palantir. Let's see what we got cooking up. I don't see anything here just yet, but we'll pull up something that we might be able to identify what you're talking about. You're saying hammer, what time frame? I'm curious to see. Let's zoom out and get down to this 1 minute. I'm not seeing any specific hammer unless you're long off of here then, Gorev. Then yeah, that could be a potentially good move. That was a really, really nice look right there, brother. But we can break down Tesla and hop into that 1 minute. There was a couple signals that I was looking at. So there's one right here on Tesla, but the volume obviously isn't there. And there's a couple more indecision. It was these two right here. I was like, ooh, okay, I happened to miss this train. That's okay. Kind of took off without me, but now I'm getting in at the lower ends of the range. So that's just going to increase my risk to reward. It's a choppy mess. I have a strong hunch that this thing isn't going to break out how I'm expecting it to, but we'll hold on until otherwise, right? I don't want to jump to conclusions just yet. You want to hold on to those positions, make it simple as possible. Where's your entry? Okay, cool. Where's your exit? Leave it at that. And then what's your profit targets? Leave it at that. Either one or two scenarios are going to come out to play, and that's why we're going to continuously sit in this trade until otherwise. Unless I go to a one-to-one, so if I hit a one-to-one risk to reward and then the stock comes back against me, I'll just hop out, break even. But you can see that the Qs are trading higher, and Tesla does not want to participate, another sign of weakness. But someone in the chat did point out Dell. Dell is trading really good today. All right, Dell. Well, so yeah, here it is. A big time breakout on Dell. And then look at this pull. Oop, that was a daily. Want to get to the 5 minute. So yeah, there we go. A nice 5 minute. You can see this breadth within this stock here. So boom, we're going on this nice run to the top side, and then look at our pullback volume. Stair step down, and then as soon as we attempt to take that second leg higher, the volume steps right back in. So that's some positive signs there on a strong stock. So keep your eyes out on Dell for any potential pullbacks there, guys. A really good look. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily. Oh, okay. So yeah, so there we are, punching through some key resistance zones. That's a big time breakout. Look for the volume, which it is supporting it. Now you want to see this level to hold, so maybe you can take an additional leg higher. So that's what I'm looking at. Dell, Tesla starting to pull back. I just mentioned that the market was rallying. Tesla not necessarily participating. Now when the market's pulling back, you see that weakness step back into Tesla. So for me, it's starting to head into the territory, hey, we're not in play right now. There's nothing specific, and then bang, we get a big spike to the downside, and I'm going to hop out of this trade here, guys.
All right, guys, there's a couple breaking out as we speak. Tisha bringing me both of them. Shout out to Tisha, man. She's killing it. RBNE breaking out. It's up 80%. Here comes $10. Now, there is a $10 high a day right now. RBNE. Taking out levels, baby. Keep your eye out on this one. It's up 81, 82%. Every time I look, it's a little bit higher. I don't have any other information on that other than what I've just given you. To 1017 high as it zigs and zags right now. Taking out levels, big boy aggression. This one was active right at the open, halted, it looks like, for 5 minutes. Can't really see. We'll check later. Lost VWAP. Then all hell broke loose to the high side. side. Hell is breaking loose to the high side. It's taking out all the levels. It's 10.5, Joseph. We just talking about 9.99. RBNE on one right now to the high side. Keep your eye out on this one. This could be halting quite soon. Big move up. So RBNE in focus. Also, Tisha bringing to my attention MEN, I believe, MENS. Sorry, MENS. That is an IPO today. I looked at it quickly. I believe it was halted. It is halted to the upside. 1650 initial public offering. Jiayong Biotech. It is a science-driven biotech company committed to developing commercialization. Okay, it's biotech, okay? Keep your eye out on that one. Adara will give us the information as soon as she has it. Thank you. I appreciate you, Adara. All right, here, we're looking at INDO. Here it goes, 515. I'm waiting at 15s. It's showing me 15s, but it's got 13s on the bid, so it's got a cross for me to get printed. I've layered my orders. Boom, there's one. Let's see if we can get another one. We'll pack our patience, and we'll send it to Adara for more information.
Give you guys some more information here. Again, this is Jiayong Biotech. I think one of the most interesting things here, 750 is what I was seeing as the IPO price. We opened at $15, so double what that expected open price was. It looks like here, I've never seen an offering amount this specific. Apparently they offered just over $20 million here and 50 cents. So very specific offering. Then you also have, I guess, shares here, 2.66 million shares offered. So again, 2.66 million shares offered, offering amount just over $20 million. MENS halted. Nice look. This is the 3-minute chart, so we've only really traded within one 3-minute candle for MENS. I'm not seeing any other IPOs for today to be aware of, though we do have some coming through tomorrow. Back to you.
That, Adara, thank you very much. Always giving us the goods and the information we need. I appreciate you, Adara. I'm trying to get it. And we just, yes, got another print. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
All right, there it is. There's a 515. There's a 520. Now we're waiting for the high day break. That's 25, 525. Expect some selling on the high day. It just got into 525. It obviously sold out as people, or sold out. It sold aggressively there as people were taking profits, obviously, to be expected at the high of the day. It's a double top now at 5.25 on your friend Indo. I ain't talking about that Indo. You guys in the chat, you guys know who you are. So we're going to keep an eye out on that, Joseph. INDO. But RBNE is taking out. It is halted. RBNE and CERO are now both halted. Let me find a trading screen for these, man. I'm running out of room here, man. All right, so we're going to have to change EYEN to RBNE. On the NQ, it is. So the theoretical auction price right now on RBNE, 1077. The halt level, 1076. So we're 1 measly penny above that high. So keep your eye out. All these small cap gappers, man. There is a lot running. Your friend, your other friend, Bovin there, letting me know about apps. Thank you, Bovin. Appreciate you. My other set of eyes. I already had my eyes on APPS. Up and to the right it goes. Bull flag continuation, it looks like, with an upward tilt. 52% and going. A name that we know. It's a former convict. It's done time, as we mentioned before. So APPS, one that we very much know about in the world of small cap gapper, is going to get involved in this one. I'm thinking, Bovin, the money fills on this. I don't know how you feel. If we get a breakout, this may change my analysis. But the money fills feel like they are just a skosh below that 10 EMA. You kind of had that over here with this doji candle. You had that over here with the other doji. So I'm more inclined to want to base my entries on APPS right around that, in between the 10 and the 20, with leaning towards more the 10, so I can ensure the fill, Joseph. So that's what we'll keep an eye on. Last but not least, Joseph, HUSA. This is a monster. This one also trades on the Amex network. So INDO, HUSA, they're both Amex network names. So you're going to have that gateway or that exchange's permissions in order to trade them and to see the level 2 and everything that comes with that. But HUSA is a little spready for a name. Like you saw that, it just dipped down into 20. It was at 2066 seconds ago. So if you're into that kind of thing, you can handle the spread on small cap gappers. Have at it, baby. But it's definitely not my my preferred.
Cup of tea.
Yeah, I can do it. It's just. It's hard to manage risk.
Yeah.
It's just really hard to manage risk when you're trying to take scalps. Sorry, I got to interrupt. It's taking out all my levels. Go, Indo, go. Boom. move to the high side here, Joseph. We're taking out levels. 532 high a day right now on the Indo. All right, we're going to set up at 5s. We're almost showed 5s there for a second. We're going to set up at 40s. We're going to set up at 45s. Where's my money? Let's go. We're going to set up at 50s. No, we're going to set up at 49s, Joseph, because 50 psychological resistance. Let's see if we can get that print at 40. We're at 40 again. It's not printing. We need to cross. Packing my patience. Should probably calm the hell down. Yeah. Because last time I got excited, I got shut down.
Yeah, so. All right, Indo. Yeah, Indo going up in smoke there, guys. So a good look there from Sharif. Boom. And now I'm looking at to short this market. That Tesla trade did not work. But what I did want to point out is look at this. No, Juan Padilla, I'm not trading Tesla anymore. That's that simple. So yeah, look at Google here. Boom, 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 boom. Now starting to pull back. I'm looking to short this market. Apple looks like a potential short here as well, too. You can see that we're starting to consolidate. You grab the top end of this range and look for that move back into the lower end. Then there you go. You're getting a nice little move. But I'm also looking at NVDA for a potential breakdown on that one. I'll go over Tesla momentarily. I just was like, okay, that's it. Yesterday, I did get chopped up on it, and I'm glad I got out when I was supposed to right here. I'm like, yeah, see you later. Now, Tesla can do whatever it feels like. It's weak right now. And I mean, on the grand scheme of things, it is just pulling back. So we don't want to get too worried about that. Eventually, it will be back in play, but for my style or if it's your style, right? So we can zoom out and see what we've got going on from a daily perspective. But I'm going to get involved here in some NVDL there for this breakdown. So here we are, just going through the checklist. Is Tesla in a breakout territory? No. Did it open on top of the range? No. Did it gap up or down? Right? Down. So you got to keep an eye out on these things. Is there any high-level catalyst ranking this right now? Not necessarily. So just keep an eye out on that. This is a pullback here, guys. We're still quite some ways off of those all-time highs. Be patient. We might get a dip into these below this shelf and then into this trend line, and then that's when I would look for the continuation. So anything south of this is when I would look to start buying some Tesla if you're looking for that swing. So that's the game plan on Tesla. Looking for the breakdown here on NVDA as well. You can see that we're just continuously, it's this weird incline that we're on. And I'm going to suspect that at some point we're going to start to pull back because this is a big time move. This looks a little suspect to you. Does it not?
It is. Yeah. It does look a little sus. But what keeps my attention on that, I don't know how you feel about this, Joseph, the higher lows there seem to be
exactly. But the thing is, though, at what point are you going to just continuously grind like that without having a healthy pullback, right? Into some level, maybe like 137, or not even the lower 140s, 139-ish. But this right here is just like, it's an upwards consolidation, in my opinion, and it's like, okay, what are we going to do here? Either break down or head higher. So, yeah, be patient on that one. I think at some point we will break through these all-time highs, which is around 153, but I think that's just a game that we need to wait on it, and then we'll look to take advantage of that. So I'm short NVDL at VWAP here, guys, looking for this breakdown to the lower end of the range. I mentioned the same thing on Apple. So if you're a range trader and you're looking to sell the tops, buy the lows, then here you go. Apple's looking pretty good there for a potential move back into the volume weighted average price as the market is starting to come back in here as well too, guys. So yeah, we'll keep our eyes on NVDL. I think there's going to be opportunity for us to add, so I'm just going to be patient, wait for some pullbacks, and try to get in at some highs. I don't want to be selling the lows in this market just yet, because yesterday, for my style personally, breakout trader, you buy high, look to sell higher. What you want to do is when you're running into resistance zones, you want to see that volume start to step in, and then you can take that move through the break of the key resistance zones or support whatever way you're going, but you also need the volume to back it, and we're not necessarily getting that right now, okay? So just be patient, just range trading right now, starting to get these shorts in play, because I think the market is going to have some pullbacks here in the short term.
All right. I've got one out left here on INDO. I had it at the $0.50, and then it was at the $0.50, so I said, well, what's the point of that? So I moved it up into the high 60s. It's either I get printed at the high 60s or I get stopped out at 498 break even, but which one comes first? So everything in play. Let's let this one cook, see what comes of this one. All right, nothing really for me to do left now that I've only got one B quarter left. So INDO is going to be my, not INDO, sorry, RBNE is going to be my focus now. That one and APPS. But I've already mentioned where I want my money fills on APPS, and it's not giving it to me. It's got a 4-candle monster move. Shout out to Bovin. Great call out, Bovin. But I'm looking for somewhere in and around here, maybe at 7, between, like, let's just say, 7 to about 7:20, 7:15, something like that. That's on APPS. We'll see which one, if it comes and whether or not I enter the trade. Now, RBNE is halted to the downside. Let me just confirm that. Is it not? RBNE, I did not put in on the side chart, excuse me, or on the side watch list there. It is halted, 1024 halt right now on RBNE. Let's keep an eye out on this one. It definitely took out the previous halt level. So as I've mentioned, you know, these intraday halts act as intraday areas of support and resistance. And so this was the halt level. This is the 1 minute. So it halted, give or take, at 10.75. It is now halted at 10.25. It's in no man's land, in my opinion. In between the 10 and the 20, too much above the whole dollar for me to say, okay, whole dollar support. Quarter dollar, I don't use as support and resistance. It's a half in the whole. And the intraday, the halt level got taken. So what's my move here? Well, I'm watching for a 10 hold. That's my first move. 10 holds, then we can have a discussion. 10 doesn't hold, then I'm looking at VWAP, which is a little bit below $9. So you got the $9 psychological support, and then you have below that, about 18 pennies or so below that, you've got, what's it called? The volume weighted average price, excuse me. I thought something triggered there on my side chart, but it did not. We're going to Adair. She's got news.
And just be aware here, it looks like there could be some more potential escalation or U.S. involvement here in the situation in the Middle East. J.D. Vance just shared an X post that's been pretty heavily, circulated here, saying that Trump might decide that they need to take further action against the Iranian nuclear program, and whatever he does, that's his focus. So keep an eye here on the market. Looks like there could be, again, some ongoing geopolitical issues worth being aware of because they can and do move these markets, especially if you're looking at any oil-related plays. Back to you.
Yeah.
He left, I don't want to say unceremoniously, but he left in a hurry.
Did he?
Left Alberta yesterday. I left at about like midnight our time. Finished dinner with the boys, the G7 boys over there. He's not even going to get to meet your friend Zelensky. He's not going to get to meet...
That's his friend. That's his friend.
Yeah. Obviously, I'm just joking.
That's Zelensky.
Yeah, get it, Donald. He's not going to get to... What's his name? Modi, as well as MBS. They weren't there yesterday. They're coming today. And so he's taking off.
He's got a lot of things to work.
He's got a lot of things.
He's a busy man. So at least he showed face. Right? He showed face.
He showed up.
Came over to the Big Berta, but
Big Berta. I like that.
Yeah. So that's what we going. That's what we got going on. All right, let's go. Breakdown here. Breakdown Nvidia. It's another hot dog cannon. Yeah, we're gonna send it off to Adara. We got some more news. The market is slightly range bound here, guys. Let's see what we got going on. Microsoft. Sorry, that's what I wanted to talk about. We're gonna talk about Microsoft right when we get back from Adara.
So, guys, I suspect there will be more news-related interruptions today, as is understandable. Lots happening in the world. European Commissioner, President here of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, making some comments here. She's saying that she believes the trade talks between the EU and the U.S. are advancing. Apparently, they've agreed on a deadline of July 9th. July 9th is also the Liberation Day deadline as well, if you recall. So keep an eye here on the NASDAQ. Again, we do have apparently trade talks between the EU and the U.S. are advancing. They've agreed on that 9th of July deadline. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. All right, guys, I wanted to talk about Microsoft briefly here because the NVDA is continuously breaking down. This is exactly what we want to see. We're going to start piecing some up out as we get closer to the lower end of this range. All right, guys, so keep that in mind. But Microsoft putting in a nice, strong session. That and Google were one of the stronger of the mags here, guys. So there's Google putting in a high of 77.30 and then now starting to pull back slightly aggressive. But I mean, this run really, really strong. You can see the volume supporting it as well, too. So that's what you want to see in strong underlyings. I am short NVDA, so I do have to keep my eyes on some of the other big participants. Oh, okay. Now, never mind Microsoft. We're starting to take some out here on NVDA as we head towards the lower end of the range here, folks. Let's go. Breakdown. It's a siren. I don't have the hot dog. I need to get a little bit more. I need to update my animations here, Shreve, because I know you got a new update there with all your Donald ones that you got cooking on here. Sky was looking to hit it.
I need a next page thing. That's
you are fake news.
You are fake news. Hey,
there says get it.
Oh, channeling my inner Kevin O'Leary. Presidential right here.
Oh, I thought you were going to say cash flow.
The cash
you know what
flow,
that was, Joseph?
The presidential.
Don't be rude.
Don't be rude.
Don't be rude.
That's for you, Mark Susi,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I know how much you love Donald Trump, Mark.
So yeah. Channing the Prezi right here. It's looking good. You can check the borrowing costs, if any, on Nvidia. Okay, it's like 6% with Thinkorswim. Okay, very interesting. Sorry, Fabian, would you say something? Oh, he's talking to Sharif. All right, yeah. So there we go. We're taking some more out here on NVDL. I don't want to hold on too much against this because we are at the lower end of the range, and it does look like Apple wants to continue this bull flag type pattern and head back towards the top end of this range. So take that into consideration, guys. If Microsoft, Apple, and Google want to go parabolic, then best believe that the market might drag the market with it. So a rising tide can lift all boats, and see what's happening here. Never mind Tesla, but NVDA is my primary concern. I'm going to take a little bit more out at the lower end of the range and just play it safe. If there is some I'll leave some for a runner if we get that breakdown and we're going to continue that trend to the south side, then I think there's going to be plenty of opportunities in order for us to add there, all right? So just be patient. Going to take some more out here on NVDL at the lower end of the range, just in case we don't get the break through some of these key support levels. And I've been continuously talking about the size at 145 and how it's been growing throughout the week, leading into triple witching. All right, guys. So, keep that in mind. And there we go. We're taking some more off. I took off half of my remaining right there, just in case it does come back to my break even.
We're gonna give something a try, Joseph. Something that we were talking about this morning.
Ready?
We got somebody there waiting for us. Hey, chat. What did Meta report in their last earnings? Tell us.
It sounds like there's a lot of exciting market movement going on. You're keeping a close eye on NVDA and all the other big tech names.
Hey, chat, that's not what I'm asking. I'm talking about Meta. Tell me about their last earnings report.
Yeah, did she just shut the door on you?
I think she shut the door. We need a little bit of fixing here, but we're gonna have chat.
It's beta mode. It's beta mode.
We're just perfecting this. We're going
Hold
on.
We don't want to pull an Apple here, though, Sharif, and get it out too early.
Don't be comparing Fabian to Apple. He's over there.
I'm sorry, Fabian. Sorry, Fabian. Sorry, buddy.
All right, we're going to get that fixed up, guys. Don't worry about it. This is beta mode. We want maybe, a third non-human host of the show. What better person to have than the weird voice of ChatGPT? No, seriously, though. We want this so we can actually make real-time inquiries for information, so that we can keep everything kosher in terms of information. I think it's kind of a cool effect as well. So we'll keep you guys apprised of that as the best production team around gets that taken care of. All right, let's look at what we've got on right now. RBNE open. It did not give up 10. It held 10 like a glove. Okay, so the low of this candle is in fact 994, essentially holding 10. The range on this is prohibitively high, wide, 1115 high there, 994 low. So I don't really know how this cookie crumbles, but I want to see if it holds 10 on another attempt. Here it is again, RBNE trying to make a move down into $10. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. I'm very interested. If it loses not just $10, but the 10 exponential moving average, the next area where I mentioned, I'm looking at $9. That is essentially where the volume weighted average price is, in addition to being the psychological area of support. So my focus right now on RBNE, since I'm basically exhausted almost all my shares on INDO, it either prints 569 or I get stopped out on the break of 498. So that's my look. Bovin, APPS, 3-candle pullback on the 5. I'm going to be waiting in between the 10 and the 20 exponential moving averages on the 5-minute chart here for my money fill. Now, it may or may not give it to me. If it doesn't give it to me, fine. Then I don't get the trade. But I will insist on the money fill here. I'm going to go ahead and wait at 720, maybe 7 high teens. That's where I perceive the money fills to be. So, yeah, that's my look there. Joseph, tell them more.
Hey, yeah, there we go. We cut the fill here on NVDL, guys, at a new low of the day. So, again, Happy with taking off half of my remaining position and then leaving about 33% for a runner, just in case we were stuck in that range-bound type price action, all right? So I am catching fills lower now, but just playing it relatively safe in this market. And there you go. You see that aggressive bounce there and the strength stepping on the tape. So there we go. It is not safe out here. Apparently, Stevenson, it's tough out here. There's no question. And it's warm, because you know how people get when temperature starts to pick up. But Amazon. What are you going to do? I'm really curious on what this stock is going to do. Are you going to break out, drag the market higher? Consistent higher lows right there, Sharif. So that's a positive sign.
That's no good.
Yeah. I mean,
oh, you're going short. What am I saying? Of
no,
course,
I'm short Nvidia.
Yes.
I'm short Nvidia, but I'm thinking of a long here on Amazon. On the Zonian there. Yeah, so let's see what we got going on. I mean, this is a big time run, holding this trend line steady. This is exactly what we want to see here in a strong asset. So there we go, bang, bang, Amazon. We're, wham, bam, thank you.
Thank you, Amazon.
Man. 10.1% off of those all-time highs. So you're still getting this thing at a discount. Again, so I like some of these big names looking to get involved in them. I don't even want to take a look at Bitcoin today because I told you guys I was getting aggressive and that started yesterday and now it's selling. So it's either my orders are going to get triggered to the stop or we're going to start working up and then we're going to start really, really cooking and adding even more aggressively than what we are. Because I was talking with my good buddy Greg over there in Connecticut. I'm like, you know what, man?
Yeah, where's that guy been at, man?
He's doing his thing, man. He's just doing his thing,
that's
trading.
Cool.
Yeah. He likes to keep it quiet. You know what I mean?
Fair enough.
Small. But yeah, that's what we got going on. But yeah, we're swinging big. He's swinging big.
Hey.
Apple. There you go. So Apple got that bull flag breakout there, guys. Big time move in Apple, and guess what? The volume is supporting that, Sharif. You see
there's news. Joseph, I got to cover this.
There we cover it right there. Breakout volume. Big time move in Apple there, guys.
All right, here it is. Apple wins appeal to overturn $300 million verdict that came in at 11:13.
Bang.
That is 11:38 now. So I'm checking to see if I got this entry earlier. I did not. This is being reported by Reuters. Just scrolling down more on my blotter to make sure that this was not reported earlier. So looks like Apple has convinced a U.S. appeals court, I'll zoom in, to throw out a $300 million verdict. Doesn't seem like much for Apple, by a jury that found it infringed wireless standard essential patents owned by IP management company Optus Wireless Technology. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit on Monday sent Optus's case back to Texas for a new trial. So this is not a dismissing on the actual case itself. It's a case de novo being sent to be retried. So we're going to possibly get a very similar verdict. There's no way to say what it's going to be. The Federal Court of Appeal determined the jury instructions of the previous case were flawed. That is usually a case for appeal, as it is a question of law. So we'll keep an eye out on that. $300 million doesn't seem like it's a lot to move the needle there, Joseph. So nothing burger a little bit there.
It would move my needle. That's
Mine too, dog.
It would definitely.
You know what I mean.
Yeah. Obviously, you're just playing around. But yeah, there you go, guys. This is what we want to see with breakouts. If you have the ability to catch it, and I was talking about this earlier in the session, is that for me, being a breakout style trader, when you are buying the highs, you want to see it work relatively quick, because the longer that you chop around, each minute that passes by, your percentage of being successful slowly starts to decay. But now this is what we want to see. This is a A+ breakout here. Ran into bull flag pattern. Ran into resistance zones multiple times, couldn't crack support, but then as you punch through some key resistance zones, you see that volume step in extremely aggressively. And it's crazy that it did not budge the market, which is very, very interesting. So a big pop-up in Apple, not moving the market at all. So hovering around the lows. Following, I guess, stuck in turmoil somewhat here, right? Because we have Nvidia chopping around range bound. We have Apple that just established a new high. We got Google that's heading back towards the highs. Microsoft is relatively strong, and then Amazon's hanging around VWAP as well too. So a lot going on. We're starting to get a big time aggressive pullback here in NVDL and NVDA, I should say. So this is what I was referring to. I'm content with taking off what I had. Now I literally have about 10% less than of what my original position is. If it comes back to my break even, I've already taken the bulk off through those support zones. The volume didn't step in, and this underlying is range bound. So I have no issues with that. I'm out. That's it for the NVDL trade. A nice little short there. We're going to look for that next trade, guys. That wasn't the most aggressive size, but I did get to add a little bit in there, just holding on and adding to this green day, Sharif.
All right, keeping my eye still on, oh wow, on what's it called here, APPS, but I'm watching RBNE breakout. It's taking out 11 again, or it's at 11. It's about to take out $11. 1095, 1090. I was just looking here to see whether I'm going to get filled on APPS, and I think the dip trade that I currently have on is wrong, so I'm going to go take it out now as it's no longer valid. The 10 EMA is a dynamic level, so the current candle that we have, if it makes a new high above 746, I am going to go long, so I am going long here. There we go. So we're long. Let's give this a try. Whether or not we're punching in at highs or what the situation is, we'll have to wait and see, but this is the first 5-minute candle to make a new high on a strong name. So let's go ahead and wait a little bit higher now at 58s. It's already showing me 50s. Let's see if we can get by that 50 penny area. Seller of note at 50, taking out some sell orders here at the level. So there we go. We get the first profit taker on my friend APPS. We'll see how long it's my friend for. So we'll see if we can get the next beak wetter. I'm waiting a couple of pennies higher. It's showing me 53s. Where are we long? 48s. So we'll pack our patience on this one. It's a 61 high on APPS. INDO, I'm still holding that. I didn't get stopped out through the break of 5, and there it goes again into 520. So I'm going to pack my patience there. We're taking out my orders here on APPS. Good look. We just got into 58s. I'm waiting a little bit higher than that, so let's take some more profits here. APPS on the way up. There it is. It just took out my other order. Let's go ahead now and set up at 64, and then you know where we're going to wait after that. It shouldn't be even a question. So we're going to pack our patience. Now, here's the deal. The current candle low on APPS takes me to 738. That will be my stop. $7.38. So we're going to risk 10 pennies currently. Let me go ahead and throw that in there. So we're going to go 737. Then we'll go all the way down to 730 for the last remaining amount there. Going to cancel my prior stop. Make sure to clean your stops, guys, because I certainly have been guilty of that in the past. APPS, good look, but certainly not the rocket ship that RBNE is. Do I have RBNE on here? There we go. RBNE still off the high dates at 1209 HOD on RBNE. Let's see if it can take out that $12 area, but it's a fantastic hold generally off that 10 area. Now, it did breach it. You can see it dips all the way down back into about 950, but the closing prints, both on the closing and the opening prints, excuse me, on the 5-minute candles, both in and around that 10, basically at $10. So yeah, it's just hard to sometimes gauge that. You don't really know what the hell is going to close or not above that level.
Wow.
Go ahead, Joseph.
Yeah. Google right back towards that high a day. Amazon curling over, breaking through the volume weighted average price. So some really good looks here. Bounce, strong name, being led by the likes of Apple. And I haven't even looked at Tesla to see what it's up to. And let's take a look, and there you go. So yeah, continuing to sell, guys. So this is what I'm referring to. You see the market climbing higher. You see its fellow peers, the Mag 7, moving higher, and this name isn't participating. I'm not looking for any form of dip buys in this just yet, right? You want to be you want to be a little bit more patient. Allow these sellers to kind of step away and cool off, and then I think that's when you're going to be able to find a good opportunity in Tesla. But one thing to note here, guys, I was waiting for an ABCD pattern here on AAPL, hoping for a little bit deeper of a pullback, but it's saying, we're really strong. The volume supporting it once again, but I want to talk about a genuine move, right? So one thing to note, through the resistance zones, look at the strength in this 5-minute candle. There isn't a wick to be seen, and then here you go. Look at the volume print as well, too, guys. So that's as bullish and as genuine as a move that you can essentially get. There is no selling pressure on that print whatsoever. And then look at the candle following that here, all right? So you can see that we have another big time volume spike, but the volume, the result isn't as large as the effort. I'm not saying that's something to be cautious about, but just have it in the back of your mind. And when I refer to result and effort, what you want to refer to, what I'm pointing at exactly is look at the effort and then look at the result in the print, and then the effort being volume and then the result being how that candle exactly closes and opens. All right, so that's a really good look. I want to zoom in on the 1 minute time frame to see if it did display itself as a 1 minute ABC, but no, we didn't even get that pullback, just continuing to the top side. I think 200 may be in the works for Apple today, but Sharif, you know what we have to do.
What do we got to do,
We got to check and see what the options market is telling us. Is 200 going to be in the works? Or is there going to be a lot of overhead resistance? Now, let's go to take a little Newfoundland gander right here. All right, so 200.
That's a good one.
40. Have you ever been there?
No.
You never,
I know what gander is.
Yeah.
I watched that, what's it called, Come From Away? Where they land in Gander.
I never.
Remember 9/11? All the planes got diverted. They landed in Gander.
To Newfoundland there. Yeah. So interesting stuff, guys. We do have some size at 43. At 200 with 43,300 current open contracts, and then there's a little bit of congestion through 200 to 210. You can see we got 43,000, 49,000, and 62,000. Let's see how this stock reacts around those areas.
Well said, Joseph. All right. Still holding my position in both. What's my friend called? What are both my friend calls? Where's my print, Mr. APPS? It's showing me 63s. Still not taking out my prints. I'm waiting at 64s and then 69s. It got up to 63s, no print. That is the new high day, $7.63 on APPS. It's stair stepping up. It's incremental. It's not parabolic. So don't expect it to, break out like RBNE. I just don't think it's that kind of stock. What is the information on this? Let's give the deets on my friend APPS over here. So we got a bigger float, generally, about 94 million shares, just a little bit less than 94 million share float, 93.83, says Trade Ideas. But we have a healthy short float, guys, 7.85%. Of whatever 94 million shares, give or take, is board for short. Again, as I always say, that information could be up to 14 days old, as we don't get that information updated all the time and in real time. So we'll give you that caveat, and you can make of that information what you will. INDO still holding this, and this is a bit of a problem now on Indo. It's not breaking down through 5, but it's got a lot of consolidation at that $5 area. Now, the consolidation is not coming without its issues. The issues on INDO is the spread is opening up. And that's not really the good idea right now. It's 2 pennies right now. I've seen it as wide as 13, 15 at times. So it's a bit of a bamboozler. I'm keeping my eye on HUSA as well. So I'm more reluctant, I want to say, to trade this one. But if it sets up above, I want to say 1940, 1950, if it can close decisively above that level, I think I'm a buyer here for another move back into possibly 2220. It's got higher lows on the current candle, not necessarily higher highs. So we'll keep tabs on that. But it's the RBNE show. It's about to take out 12 again. It's a 1209 HOD. This current candle on the 5-minute chart on RBNE has a high of 1187, so just barely rejecting that $12 area. This thing is on that good stuff right now. Be careful with RBNE as quickly as it can give you profits, as quickly as it can take them away. Look how it's trading, the tape teleportation that's happening in real time as we speak. So RBNE in focus, INDO in focus, APPS and HUSA. Those are the ones I'm more inclined to want to trade, with HUSA being the bottom of that just because of the spread. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now. Wow, RBNE, man, this thing is on one. Joseph, geez Louise, this thing is strong, bro. So yeah, here we go. We're about to take out the high. We just touched 12 again. So I believe the current candle high, we opened up a new 5-minute candle. The high is exactly $12 on the current candle, but the high of the day is 1209. Be careful with that. APPS out of almost the entire position. Got a couple of 4 more beak wetters on this one, but it is right back into my level. And if it loses 740, that's the end of the trade. I won't be DCing into this. We're already taking the profits, and we're not going to give it back up. Joseph, what do you got?
Same thing here, guys. So we'll go through my trades here on the day. Now trading 4 names. This was our short on NVDL. That one feels good. A little monkey off the old back. So that's NVDL. We'll pull up the other semi-stock here. We were long one, short the other. Cool stuff, cool stuff. So a nice long here on AMD. And I mean, it grind higher. I had a target. Look how, that's the thing, right? I held the bulk of my position So what was it, 127.80, and I didn't partial until we were at 129. So over $1.30, I just held that, and then boom, 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 start to take some off, and I did get stopped out. My remainder 33% break even as it came to here, but then it eventually did grinding. And that's one thing that I'm actually working on is just getting back in on VWAP holds, because I know Neil's pretty good at that, and I've missed a couple opportunities over the past couple days of just like, okay, yeah, you get the initial move, but then the pullbacks are a little deeper than expecting. But if the strength is there, then look to participate once again and hop back into that trade. So that's something that I'm going to be working on, especially in this, I think, in this bull market that we're experiencing. So there's a good opportunity for those things. Amazon is the one today, guys. Big time moving here, Sharif. You can see that we're moving back towards the high of the day. Gorev, Los Polios, Skull, Mike DeRider, Tyler versus Stevenson, my guy Tony, Diggity, Scott Thomason. Look at this beautiful signal that we've seen right here on Amazon. Massively strong opening drive. You can see this 5-minute orb, you crack it, and then you get a nice over a point move there on Amazon, but then you get this hammer right below the volume weighted average price. That's where Gaurav and I are looking for indecision. In and around VWAP at extreme highs and in extreme lows. It's unfortunate that we didn't take advantage of this trade, but I think there's going to be plenty of opportunities on today's session. So really good look there on Amazon, Sharif.
All right, we are going to Adair.
Just to let you guys know here, it turns out from what I'm seeing, it looks like there's actually going to be someone still representing Donald Trump and the U.S. administration at the G7 summit, even though Trump himself did leave last night. That individual is Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. We know he's been really involved as well in these trade talks. Keep an eye. I'm just seeing this coming through. Apparently, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent serving as Trump's stand-in at the G7. So definitely, I guess, potential avenues for some trade deals or conversations to be had. Back to you.
Much for that, Adara. All right, keeping my eye on INDO because it's right back up into 531, 535, the area high. It's a 550 high today, guys. So keep your eye on this one. I want to see if it can take out some levels right now. So we'll pack our patience there. I'm also involved in my friend HUSA. We're long at 89s. It's showing me 90. I don't really know how I feel about this trade. It's having trouble taking out 90, so I'm going to flatten out break even over here on HUSA. I'm just lucky to get out of trouble on that one. I did dollar cost average quite aggressively at 19.5. And I'm happy I got out of this one because it feels like it's a false breakout. And as I watch it just drop off that level, makes me feel a little bit better. Now, if it ends up going, it ends up going. But I feel like I got into this one a little too haphazardly. HUSA is the one I'm talking about. What I was looking for ideally there was a 19.5 break. By the time I punched in, I was literally at $20. So that was not the move for me. So, just happy to get out of Dodge and go unscathed on that one. Lost exactly 3 pennies per share on that last one. So I'm okay with that. Apps were out of that one. Indo is the only one I've got involved in. I'm still involved in, excuse me. And the spread on this one is just getting wider and wider and wider there. Now, what else do we got on here? CGTL, one that I've spoken very little about, but one that has quite a calm and respectable pattern. And this is a holdover from yesterday. It was very strong yesterday in the earlier time slots, and then it became quite consolidative during the afternoon session. Today, it feels a bit more directional with higher highs and higher lows. Seems to be holding off that 10. Just as I say that, it loses the 10 and drops it to the 20, thankfully not involved in that.
Those are good times.
Those are good times, right? But they're worse when you're involved in them, right?
Yeah.
205, 204. Joseph generally is the volume weighted average price. Let's see if this one holds up at the 20. It didn't hold up at the 20 here, so I'm less inclined to want to base anything off the 20 unless it proves itself to me. So going to keep an eye on that. I see you, Tisha. You're talking about RBNE. This is just nuts for me on RBNE. It's a little above 11. Now it's looking to lose 11. It just prints the high of the day at 12.46. Loses $1.50, and quicker than you can say you're a loser, RBNE. Quicker than that, it dropped down quite aggressively. Now it does have a prior candle defend of $11. So if you are to punch in, say 11 right here, you just give this a couple of shekels below 11. Just make sure you are using good stop placement, and stops that will trigger, ideally, right? Because you have to give them a good spread. Otherwise, you can just find yourself on the backside of no liquidity.
Ooh.
Yeah, you don't want that, Joseph.
Ooh, no, you don't want that. Mike Peter Ryder putting in his most favorite thing, Trader TV #1. At least I see that at least 10, 15 times a day. If there was a reward for the most motivating people, it would go to you and John Van Sawyers, our guy John Van Sawyers. You are the new John Van Sawyers there, because he says nothing but nice things. He's always like, great job, Adara, great job, Ramin. Even though he doesn't even see Ramin half the time, he's telling her great job. So that's just speaks of the type of person.
Yeah, bring in Ram. There
Where
she
is
is.
she?
Okay.
Oh, you see the hand there?
Ram, give him a glimpse of what you're working on.
What are you working on there?
What you got over there, Ram?
Nothing. She got nothing going on there. It's all secrets. She don't want to. We can't release it. This isn't Apple Intelligence. We don't release.
Whoa. All right, now we gotta segue into
Adara. I heard Adara said we're gonna segue into this.
We're gonna segue into this. So, Joe. Adara.
Hi.
Go ahead.
There's just a lot of Apple Intelligence dissing, and I think they're I get it. They released it too early, but they didn't do it again. And this is over a year ago now. I think, I think the dead one gets some deserved heat, but maybe at this time it's time to let this apple just rot in the compost and stop bringing it up.
Shut the door, Adara. Boom.
She's like, no, Joe, I'm not having any of it.
Nah, man, she's absolutely right, bro. 100%. And I told you yesterday.
Yeah, we talked about it. They lowered the bar. I think that was the right play to do, especially what happened with AI.
Everything you're saying is accurate. But I think that, like you and I talked about yesterday, this is really a China story. It's not as much an Apple Intelligence story. It's going to really come down to how the tariff deal between China and U.S. turns out. Because whether they want to build in India or not, dude, the fact of the matter is the majority of the components are coming from China. They cannot decouple from China. It's not feasible. Now, guys, I updated. This is the 13 Pro Max. And I updated to iOS 26 yesterday. Now, to be fair, it is beta, right? It's the beta version, so expected to have glitches. But, bro, this thing met me with glitches at 5:30 a.m. this morning. It was already glitchy. And I got to tell you, on top of that, I know it's an older model and everything, so it's not, I don't anticipate it to be, super smooth, but it's kind of choppy at times, which for Apple is right? What is this, Android?
Yeah.
Right, you know what I mean?
What is this, Android?
Sorry, guys. I have
this out here.
I have Fabian. I just don't want Fabian to kill me, bro.
Fabian and watch out, Obi too. Obi too.
Yeah, Obi. He's already -1 over here for
the chair. I see how.
No, but seriously though, guys, it is quite glitchy. For example, we have this app that allows us into the building. It uses SSID. And the app that
I like the background though. Oh, can you do the 3D aspect?
Yeah, so it does everything, right?
Okay.
So the SSID and stuff that was previously working is no longer working. So there's a lot of stuff. And I gotta tell you, this glass thing, it's okay. I mean, I know we gotta go to Derek. Can we go to this camera over here, Assassino, so I can show the people? No, that. Yeah, there we go. So you can kind of see like the whole glass effect there. I mean, to me, it's
the thing is, not. I was learning how to do that on PowerPoint. Like it's not. It's like it's a simple effect.
It's not that impressive.
It's nothing dressed. But are we going to Adara?
Yeah, I think we got to go.
Okay, we're going to Adara. But the question is, why did they do this? Not why.
I don't hate it. It's just not mind blowing.
But like, why? What is it leading into potentially?
iOS 13, bro. 2013. They haven't updated the iOS. We're gonna go to Adara for happening now, and then Neil's got his lesson of the day.
Here's the very range-bound market as traders continue to assess what's happening in the Middle East. And Donald Trump opined here on Truth Social, saying that the U.S. now has, quote, complete and total control of the skies over Iran, talking about how they have American-made equipment, and ending the post with, quote, nobody does it better than the good old USA. So Donald Trump here on Truth, that came out about 5 minutes ago, just so you guys know. Certainly this situation is on watch, of course, because it can have implications for the market and the world. Also, it's worth noting here, Goldman Sachs apparently saying that they believe autonomous cars could slash insurance costs by 50%. That's according to Fortune magazine. Unclear what the timeline on that would be. Let's talk about some of these other stocks here and individual movers. Apps, your APPS digital turbine. We know Shree was involved in that one, but it's not the only earnings day one play. There's also Ladar, which is sinking pretty aggressively here. LEN on a bit of a mixed earnings report. Palantir as well. This one actually initially looked like it was holding it pretty well, but dropping pretty hard off of its day high and making a lower high if you zoom out a little bit here after OpenAI won a $200 million Department of Defense contract. We know that's very much Palantir's move. Now it looks like OpenAI is stepping on their toes. Keep an eye here on PLTR. LEN. And before we send you back to the guys, we're going to send you over to Neil and his lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
Thank you very much, Dara. You never want to be a one-hit wonder unless you're Rick Astley, right? Like sometimes a one-hit wonder is able to. And the funny thing about it is, like, it's not really. He actually had 2 hits, and if it comes back later as a meme, then you get a little bit more fame. But that's not the norm. And as a trader, you want to make sure that you can do more than just have a couple of good days in a row. You're trying to build, whether it's a side income or whether you're fortunate enough, and I say fortunate enough to be a full-time trader, that's not an easy thing to do to get your primary income from trading. It's very difficult. And one of the things that allows you to do that is to have consistent profitability over longer time frames. So I'm going to show you that. I want to talk about the difference between trade, like how you can be up over a month, over a quarter, over a year, as opposed to being up on a day. And I'm going to start with, I think, the best example that I can show here today of it, because in IBIT, and I know Joe was talking about like continuation trades. I probably should have been continuation short on IBIT, but I'm not. But here's what I want to show you. We only really had I actually only had a couple of entries in IBIT yesterday to the long side, right? So on the way up, I got 2 longs on IBIT. I had 4 longs on the way down here on IBIT. So downward trend, not good on IBIT with twice as many entries as I had yesterday in an upward trend. So over the 2 days, you're like, oh man, well if you traded it twice as much and it trended down as much as it trended up, you should be down, right? No, up. Why? Because losses small. Losses never extended past that prior bar, which is my rule. Keep them inside of the pocket. You'll hear me say that a lot. Whereas when you get the win and you say you get a dip buy, yeah, you can take some at a target, but then hold the rest for the bigger move. And that's why you'll see me try to hold till that next gap. Because if you do that, then you allow your risk to reward to work. If you take out 70% of the trade inside of your risk to reward, and then you don't have anything left for the bigger move, then all of a sudden when you're taking those hits, they are going to end up too relatively big against your winning trade. And the other way to think about the consistency in trading, or what I say, not taking out those big losers relative to your wins, is have a sense of perspective. Now, ultimately, I'd love to be able to show you a win here, but that's not what learning is about. I'm not here to toot my own horn. Now, obviously, we were talking about the mean reversion in Reddit, and that this was going, like, I like that setup. And if you look at a 15-minute, okay, fine, Reddit made the move that I wanted, but I didn't get the trade that I wanted because I follow my rule. There's my entry. It broke down underneath that prior bar where my stop was. It actually almost stopped me out here and missed by like 2 cents, and then stopped me out a little bit later. And if you look in at this, there was a moment in here on Reddit where I could have scalped it for 50 cents. Certainly. Now, what am I giving it here in terms of risk? I'm giving it over $1 worth of risk. But if I'm scalping out 50 cents when risking $1.25 and I'm taking a bunch of outs in here, well, that doesn't really work if that continues to trend down. Like, ultimately, if you look at this trade, I could have held it $2, $3 against me, scalped out here for small wins, scalped out there for small wins, and then averaged an out of about $1 to $1.50 after holding it $2.50 against me. That would be a green trade, as in my P&L would be up. However, does that actually make any sense? Not really, because I have to ask myself, if I do that trading strategy 7 times, let's say, just call it like 3-4 times, let's call it 2 or 3 times a week or so, 7 or 8 times over in a month, what's it going to give me in the long term? And in the long term, I know that if I do that strategy, where I'm too aggressive getting it out here and then trying to hold it for a wide stop, I know that that's going to lose me money over time. So you've got to be willing to adhere to your plan every now and then, where you take the break, it doesn't really go. You just listen to your strategy, make sure that I'm only taking up profit for big wins and adhering to my stop. You've got to be able to take that L so that if you do get a big mean reversion, I'll use the example kind of if I had been looking for a short revert, like you could have taken something along that line, or maybe you break this trend line in here, you get this short. The same mean reversion that you take back into VWAP, where you're giving it a chance to work big, and it's not always going to be there. If you start skewing your risk to reward in an effort to just be green on the trade, you're going to find yourself in a world of hurt, because what happens is when you're wrong, you're going to have the full boat. When you're right, you're going to have not enough on board to be able to hold for that bigger move, and your risk to reward is skewed. And that's incredibly difficult to be positive over the long run, any kind of a long haul with that strategy. Now, the other thing that you've got to be able to do when you're consistent, and I say this all the time, and Joe was talking about this earlier, don't let the stock off the hook. Like if you have a strategy, and I'm just going to use VWAP as an example here. Like if the strategy is, okay, I wanted run at 625, throw that out the window. Once it breaks down, what's the entry for the short? It's VWAP, 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 VWAP. Well, then you want to make sure you're trading it off of that level. I'll actually give myself a fail on Sunrun despite the fact that I'm up on it. Why is this stock a fail for me? It should be obvious because it's a trend down. Well, how many touches of VWAP are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How many times did I get into the short? 1, 2, 3. So am I up on the stock? Yes. Do I consider it a success? Absolutely not. There were 7 entries and I have 3. We're day trading here. You know, it's one thing to say, okay, but I held to get a big move on one of them. That's great, but I also missed a reload, and you could be up twice as much if you get that reload. I could be up 3 times as much if I'm scalping this off of that VWAP entry. So you've got to be able to understand, I'm not ranking Sunrun against Apple or AMD today. I'm ranking Sunrun against Sunrun. A trade is a trade. How you did on it is your decision making within that trade, not relative to some other thing which had a completely different setup. Like AMD didn't give me 7 possible entries. Sunrun gave me 7 possible entries. So did I make enough on it? No, because I missed 4 of them. And that's how I have to look at things. And I'm actually happier, just to give you an example. Sunrun, fine, I'm up on it today. But I'm happier with my execution on Reddit, which gave me 1 entry. I adhered to my stop. I wasn't willing to scalp out and compromise the risk to reward, looking for that bigger move. I traded it how I should have, which means I followed my plan. And at the end of the day, that's what matters. Follow your execution plan, everybody, so you can be consistently profitable over a longer period of time. Because ultimately, that's what you're looking for. You're looking to string positive days. The longer I've been in this game, the more interested I am in having a good positive month and positive quarter over positive day. You want to have that long-term outlook because that's where consistency is bred from, not that back and forth every single 2 seconds or so. Yeah, of course, when you're trading, you're going to be a little bit active and you're thinking about it in the moment, but you want to make sure your strategies are winning over the long term. And that starts with executions that are focused on that mentality. Good luck, everybody. That's your lesson of the day.
That doesn't get you goosebumps. I don't know what will.
Yeah, golden nuggets as always coming from Neil. Another big time breakout here, guys. Ooh. Seeing this time in the likes of Nvidia. Oh, whoa! Something happened in the market
just dropped
here. Apple
big.
just tanked. There's some volatility spike that just hit the market. This is gonna be. I'm really curious to see what's going on. Yeah. The Qs are chopping around. Yep. Adara's on it, so we're gonna be going over to her at any moment. As soon as she finds that out, then we're gonna send it to her. But there we go. As soon as I get it in my ear, we're going to Adara. NVDA volume supporting it. Let's see what she's got for us.
So unclear if this is the reason, but one thing, this actually came in a little bit, like probably a minute before the drop. Israeli military saying that they've launched, that there have been missiles launched from Iran towards Israel. So Israeli military saying apparently, I guess some missiles have been launched towards Israel. I'm not seeing anything else to explain this drop, but it is market-wide. I can confirm that for sure. You can see it in this look here in the market. Also, apparently, according to Reuters, the U.S. military is moving fighter jets to the Middle East and expanding deployment of warplanes to bolster defenses amid the Israel and Iran conflict. Apparently, that's U.S. officials telling this to Reuters. We know there was concern as to whether or not the U.S. would be involved. Looks like they are getting involved right now. Back to you.
Yeah, it's your boy Donald was CNN was just kind of quoting one of the things our friend Donald said there. He's like, we control the skies over Iran now. We control it.
Yeah, I don't.
It's like, Donald, I thought you didn't want to get involved, brother.
Yeah.
And now he controls it, Joseph. He's in control now.
Honestly, Sharif, I don't like this war.
No, I don't like it at all, bro.
Nothing good comes from it. Children, especially when the kids and just innocent people get involved.
It's ugly, but what are you gonna do?
It's ugly, man. We got to find a way to just everyone be peaceful. The world currency.
No, nobody's gonna be peaceful.
Yeah, no, I mean it's tough, man. But you gotta just.
Kanye East, you're right, bro. Peace through strength. I mean, that's the old adage, Kanye, right?
Yeah,
like peace through strength, mutual assured destruction, all the old stuff that, we were taught growing up. It still doesn't make the loss of life any better, bro. I mean, it really doesn't. But that's just the way it is. Tisha, GALT, say less. Tisha, it's already up on my scanner at the top there with my top chart there on beside the scanner. Big move here, Joseph, for your friend Galt. Let's go, Mr. Galt. Load up. Okay, well, Mr. Galt's taking his time to load up. There it is, 266 high. Are we going to halt here? Nope, not yet. 266 high, GALT, big boy breakout. The volume is decent on it, about 4.5 million shares here traded on, a $2.5 name, $163 million market cap. Let's give the float and the short float. Okay, great. This is one that I definitely want to involve myself in. About a 20% short float on a float of 44 1/3 million shares, reports trade ideas. That's a fantastic look for me. GALT has earned its way onto the side chart. It's about who we're going to take off now. It's really hard to decide. SOGP is going to lose it. GALT. We're going to put that on the side there. Thank you, Tisha, for that ugly topping till candle, though. However, Joseph, manifesting right now on the 5-minute, 266 high. It's losing the bid. It lost the $0.50. I'm a buyer here at 232. Okay. If it holds the 10, which it has been all morning, look at all those wicks and all those closing prints holding that green line. I'm a buyer there. I'm just going to put the odds in my favor, and I feel that this does put the odds in my favor. Let's put GALT and change. There we go. So I'm going to go ahead and put a dip trade now at two high 30s. Okay, we're going to wait at 2 high 30s. We're going to go 38s or whatever, something like that. Let's see if we can get something around there. It's on the breakout right now, so it may not pull back. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one, guys. GALT, thank you, Tisha Perkins, for pointing that one out. While Neil was dropping said lesson, I did scalp a little bit here off 12.5 into about 13 on RBNE, but it makes it look like a paper-handed trade. I didn't want to deal with this one while I was in the bathroom. That's kind of what we do when Adara does happening now and Neil does his lesson of the day. It did pop into about 1388. Ram. Leave me alone, man. I'm giving the people background information there. Ram. All right. Nobody wants to know that, Neil said. So anyway, I'm holding over here for a possible dip trade on my friend GALT. Joseph, give him what you're looking at, my man.
I'm looking at NVDA here, guys, for any form of indecision, maybe a continuation of this move. One thing to note is that the market isn't really participating. Look at the Qs, and this is what typically happens. We've seen this last week in the likes of CPI. The market just moves sideways until it finds a definitive direction. So, yeah, there we go. This is what I'm seeing here. If we do decide to break out, then if we go pair bulk, then I'm just going to wait for any form of indecision at the lows and then look for a move back to a reversion or revert back to the mean. So that's what I'm looking at right now. I think NVDA is going to tell us a lot here if we can continue or we head back into the range. So a couple range-bound names, the overall market slightly range-bound, and then you can see that NVDA has been just trading. What's the low here? 144.05, and then we have a 145.18 high. So within $1.13. Yeah, $1.13. We're trading within that range. So just be a little bit more patient, guys. That volume is supporting it, so you could get that grind higher to maybe these pre-market lows, but you can see the consistent defense at 145. It's consistent. You get that breakthrough. Yesterday we seen that massive volume spike step in on NVDA, and then what happened shortly after?
What?
It comes back down.
Oh, your boy panned up.
Yeah, your boy panned up. I mean, this is what we're getting at, right? So 146.18. Look at this. Wow, Gorev, look at this signal.
Got it, Gorev.
Supply zone, punch through it. It says, we got the amount of shares we can continuously defend this level so that all our contracts, whoever's writing those 145s, is no longer offside. So yeah, that's a good look there. I mean, it is continuously increasing, and I referred to that, but it could not hold 145 and then break out further. So that's when you're not going to get that gamma squeeze type effect. So you just continuously reject. Another 145 bounce right there. I think Obi would really like this one. Another 145 rejection right there. You head into 145 again and you break it down, and then you can see we head into 145 again, and then now we're starting to pull back and head back into the middle of the range here, guys. So those high levels of open interest coming into play once again. And that's why I decided to short it.
I tried to punch in on GALT at 55s. It was literally at the level. Now it's at 70. So I missed that one. It wasn't even that spready, man. I don't know how I didn't get filled, but I didn't get filled. That, needless to say, I didn't get filled on my 10 EMA retracement. That obviously has gone unfilled. It's a 270 high now. Now I'm looking for the micro pullbacks right now on my friend GALT. So let's see how this does. I'm thinking, since we're a little bit off the high, I can get in a small position here, dollar cost average into that 240 at the most, and then, we'll have to stop out there. But this one is up and to the right. I'd like something near the 10 EMA. It's not giving me the 10 EMA, despite the fact that it had been all day, and, that is a bit of an issue now. Look at it, just keeps going. I'm going to punch in. Let's just see. Well, again, it's not letting me in. That's ridiculous. I offset by 3 pennies. It's still not letting me. It's just too strong. All right, that's fine. That's 3 entries now. I couldn't get in.
That one.
Pardon me?
You punched that one?
Yeah. It's too quick and too strong, and I offset 3 pennies, so it should have been filling there. And it has nothing to do with the exchange. It's obviously very strong and being aggressively bought up right now. This is taking out all the levels. 575. Here we go. Wow. Would have been 20 pennies in the money. That feels like crap. You don't want to punch in at highs like this unless you get a micro pullback. So I'll continue to watch here. I don't have to get in right now. If it goes, it goes. That's the nature of the beast. I'm keeping my eye simultaneously on INDO. It looks like it might be double topping at 5.5. It rejected initially 5.5 at maybe a quarter after 11, and it just did it again. So that is a bit of an issue for me in terms of continuity, because I've got my profit taker at 69s. So we'll see if that even comes into play. But right now, Joseph, we're rejecting at 75 on GALT. Keep an eye on this one.
Good look there, guys. Ready for this? Level up your trading game with Prop XP, up to 1 to 200 leverage and static drawdown. Scroll the site. Pick your challenge at propxp.com. Trade directly on our platform. Sign up, try it for free, and start your trading journey now. Enjoy rapid payouts and real human support, no bots. Rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot, trusted by traders worldwide. Right now, get 50% off with code TraderTV. Links in the description. Be the trader, get funded. Join PropXP today. PropXP, your edge starts here. Visit propxp.com. Guys.
All right.
Yeah, good there. So I like the cues at these highs. We have a defined risk profile, so you don't want to go right at the top of the resistance zone, just slightly above it here. So there you go. So that's going to run into yesterday, a base, some resistance there from yesterday that's acting as support, now current resistance. So that's a positive sign. You want to give it a little bit more room just in case you do get that fake out, a nice liquidity grab through some of these resistance zones, and then the slow curl over back to the lower end of the range. So that's what yes, Whisperway, yes, sir. So that's the game plan here on the cues. See if we can get that short to come into play. Going to start relatively small, but a choppy mess. Range trading, sell the highs, buy back at the lows, buy the lows, sell back at the highs, and you've seen that in the likes of the Nvidia trade today. That worked out relatively well for us. So that's what we're going to get going on. Start really small here on the TQs. Also just want to protect a lot of the gains here today. So we're in now looking for the lower end of the range. As soon as we get into that area, that's when you want to start to take profit. Thesis starts to work out. add a little bit to the position, get out near and around the volume weighted average price. But again, if it does decide to squeeze, we're giving ourselves a little bit of room here just in case we get that liquidity grab, and then we head a little bit lower. So you can see that being displayed right now. I'll pull it up momentarily on the TQs. As I punch in, it obviously wants to take a little squeeze.
Right?
But,
Always, bro.
It's how it goes. Name of the game. So there we go. We're in it right there, guys, looking for the lower end of the range, possibly VWAP in the works as well, too.
All right, guys. Keeping my eye on INDO. It lost the 10. And again, I'm keeping my eye on this one because I feel like if I want to add, I don't have that many. I only have one out left. And the idea here is to basically ride the trend. So if we're going to continue to hold the 20 exponential, like I've mentioned before, sometimes, you know, the money fills seem to be between the 10 and the 20. And that's what I'm seeing here on INDO. And it's seen a few times. This hammer candle over here was absolute money in between the 10 and the 20. This doji candle here is absolute money as well, provided that it makes a new high. And that new high comes above 535. The previous candle high is 534. So we'll keep tabs on that one. But INDO could be kaputs for this one because it could be a double top at 550. So I'm keeping my eye on that. Entry level position here on GALT. It's going to have to hold prior bar low. Prior bar low, I put my stop in the mid 40s. I'm long at 58s. Let's see if this one wants to end up holding and then move back for yet another attempt at that 2 3/4 break. So keeping my eye there. But EYEN, one that I had essentially on my watch all day and did basically absolutely nothing the entire show, and now seems to be breaking out on volume, about 500,000 shares a pop, $5 high day, 490 right now, and it lost VWAP, it lost the 10, it lost the 20. There was really nothing to pick it up off. You really didn't have a very clear support level, but it's breaking out now, and it's not that wide of a spread. I think it's a couple of pennies at the most, so keep your eye on this one. This could be a very good one. The ticker is EYEN, and it's up 68%, looking to go more. So certainly one of those ones that a lot of traders could have their eye on. Likewise, CGTL, another one that we talked about today, which has been a holdover from yesterday. It just pulled into VWAP, which is a little bit above that $2 area. I want to say 205 and change with a 223 high. It's certainly no RBEN or HUSA, but certainly giving you a good areas of possible technical support off which to pick it up. So I'm keeping my eye here on GALT as well as INDO. Those are the ones I'm involved in right now. GALT is going to have to continue to hold prior bar low. Otherwise, we're getting out. My man Bovin was telling me to get back into APPS. And this one seems like a double bottoming off the 20 EMA. Last, it's still below that 763 high. So, we're not really making a revival of the uptrend quite yet. I need to see higher highs and higher lows for that to be in play, Joseph. So I'm going to keep my eye on that. What do you got?
Good look there. So yeah, again, shorting the top end of the range here on the TQ, slowly starting to work for us. Potential add, wait for that pullback here, and then we can add into this position. We can see the weakness displayed there on the tape as we flush green, but then boom, instant defense. One thing I want to note, guys, I mention it all the time. We're trading the TQs, right? So what do we have to do? We have to keep our eye on some of the other big names, the heavier weighted names. What's Microsoft doing? Well, Microsoft just put in a new high a day. What's Amazon doing? Amazon's heading towards that high a day, but Apple is starting to pull back. Google's still hovering around the highs as well too. Tesla rejecting the volume weighted average price, and Nvidia pulling back from that breakout that we seen not too long ago. All right, so just keep an eye on this. If Microsoft and Amazon decide that they want to rip, you can most definitely see the TQs start potentially break out, but you also want to see the volumes being supported. But if Apple's breaking down, that's a positive sign for me as well as Tesla.
All right, Joseph, PropX, baby. Level up, trade the pool, excuse me. Trade the pool, guys. We got a behind-the-scenes look at Trade the Pool. The dashboard tracks your progress in real time. It gives you live stats, live profit, and more. You can break down every trade, guys. You get to see your entry, your exits, how well it played out, I should say, on the chart. Check the certificate pages for your full summary. You get your achievements there as well as your payouts. In this clip, that's Michael T. He's already earned over $75,000 in total profits, guys. Trade the Pool gives you the tools and the capital to go further. So if you're ready to level up, visit tradethepool.com or scan that QR code on your screen, baby. Shout out to the great folks at Trade the Pool, Joseph.
Wait, my guy made $750,000 there. I see it on there. It's 735,000.
The one I just read 75. Yeah, but like I wasn't looking at the video because I was doing the read. But yeah, that's interesting there, man.
That's some big time. Oh, there we go. There you go. We got to go back to the lower end of that there.
Okay. What do you got there?
I don't know.
What's he got?
Looking at what they're looking at here.
Ah, okay.
Ooh, 8,000 right there. Okay. 13. All right.
RBNE is taking out all the levels, guys. Sorry, I got interrupted.
Yeah.
RBNE 1398 high a day. This one's on that good stuff right now. $14 area of resistance coming up. The spread is decent for a name that's this volatile. And no, I don't want to say it's expensive. $13, obviously not expensive, but it's a decent, a decently. I don't know, something that you can handle. Like it's not like a 30-penny spread at the widest. It's 7, 8 pennies at the widest it goes. But you're gonna have to pick it up off the 10 because it's been very respectful of the 10. Otherwise, you're looking at some risk over here where this one can basically start dropping right back down into that volume weighted average price at 10 1/3. So it's a 13.95 high right now. Let's see if it continues to move into the 13.98 high. It's taking out levels, so watch out for 14. Here comes 14. There's a few hundred lots waiting at 14, but I'll submit to you that that's really not that much. Look for something a little bit bigger than that to prevent us from ascending. Here we go. We just touched 14 again. So it looks like there's a hidden seller here at the $14 area. Every time we move up, there is a bit of a rejection. Now, if we do clear 14, what I'll be looking for is a micro pullback momentarily below 14 and then a move up continuing. There, we took it out. Let's see if we can get that micro pullback now into the single digits. So let's wait to see what this does at 14. Does it clear it with any aggression? It does. So it's clearing it into about 15. Let's go ahead and wait for a bit of a micro pullback into the single digits. We're not going to get it. It's absolutely rocketing to the upside. That's 14.49 high now. This one's really going. Be careful with this one. It can turn on you at any moment, guys. 14.49 high of the day.
All right, guys. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NISE-listed Oragenics OGEN is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Yeah, well, that's a club that I'm unfortunately a part of there, so I might have to get in talks with Oragenics there, Sharif. So, I mean, yeah, there it is. Concussion stuff, not fun. TQs, let's play. Yeah, it is what it is, man. That's what happens when you play. Actually, I wasn't even playing sports. I was working out. But anyways, TQs, guys, are starting to get that breakdown. This is what I want to see. Let's head back to the lower end of the range. We are forming those higher lows. Got to keep an eye out for that. 75.05, potential target. Then we're going to take some off at 75 and then 74.95. Adara, what do you got for us?
Seeing on X here, I don't have a lot of context for this headline, but apparently the Supreme Court is potentially going to be hearing a challenge to Trump's global tariffs. Apparently, small businesses, or the group representing small businesses, has filed a tariff petition at the High Court. So keep an eye here in this market. Looks like these tariffs could potentially be argued in court. Also, Trump just shared this post on Truth Social with regards to Iran, unconditional surrender, all caps, exclamation point. So still lots on watch here. Be very careful in these markets, and I guess generally in the world right now, lots of tension still, for lack of a better term. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. All right, while Joseph was doing the read, we scalped a little bit here on RBNE, long at 14, all the way up into about the third of a dollar, and then we scalped. We're all out of this one, so let's keep an eye for those micro pullbacks as we talked. It's still zigging and zagging with 14. There's really no decided take of that $14.5 level. That is the high, but it's really that $14 level that we're having trouble holding, and here it is, losing it again, dipping down into the low 80s. There's a buyer at 80 here, preventing this one from bleeding any further. Let's see if that buyer gets exhausted on a second attempt on that 1380 area. Here we go. We're at 81s, 84s. Okay, so not quite breaking down below that area. I'm talking about RBNE, big mover on the day, 153% and change. Keeping my eye out on that. Certainly don't mind getting involved again with this one, but it's got to set up in the right way. I'm also keeping my eye on INDO, back into the high of the day. We got 98s on this one. It's at 550. This will be the third rejection at the $5.5 area if we can't take it. That's originally where I had my out, at 550. And then I said, look, what is really the point, right? Why not just save a piece for the dream? So we're setting up here at 69. We're still unable to shake whatever seller has been there at the $0.50 for a hot minute. So going to pack my patience on this one and see what comes of it. Now, I'm also keeping my eye on GALT. Got stopped out of this one. So this one's my first loser. No, HUSA is still a loser as well, full disclosure, even though we made some back on that. So GALT, still a loser for me. We're going to keep an eye out on this one. It's still trading in the right range. I like how it's defending that 10 exponential, but it's got a 4-candle lower high retracement. So let's see if this one is able to make the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. If it does, great. It's got a couple of good signals here that could be signaling another attempt to the high side. 3 bottoming tail candles in a row on the 5. So keep your eye out on that one. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to set up for the break on this one. If we can print anything above like 56 or 57, I think I'll keep my eye on this one for a break of 75 pennies. Let's go ahead and set up on this one again. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, I like the fact that it's still trading above the 10 EMA. I'll defend this into the 10 EMA. I think I didn't give this one enough room because I punched in a little bit high, but it's still holding the 10 EMA. It has been holding the 10 EMA, I think, for the last 3 candles in a row that have been close to the 10 EMA. So that's what I'm thinking about right now on GALT. Just trying to get my timing right on this one. It is quite the bamboozler. RBNE coming right back into that 10 EMA, of which it's been very respectful as well. So $13, the dip buy right now. Do we pick it up? I'm going to pick it up.
Okay.
Let's see what it does. We got right into 09s. Let's see if we can take out 15s or so. There we go. We get 15s. We'll set up at 20s, and we'll also set up at 25s. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm here in the TQ, still posted up at 75.05. Didn't grab my order just yet, guys, so we're going to hold on to this one to see if we can get this move. If the big names want to start to climb lower, then I think we'll be sitting in a good position. But MSFT, Microsoft, as Obi and them would like to call it, Softy, putting in a new high a day there, guys, 478.08, and continuing to climb a big-time day in Microsoft here, guys. So a strong rally. It did give up most of that move from yesterday, but now starting to recover off of some of these bases. So a really good look in Microsoft, and it's dragging the Qs up with it. So we got to be cautious. If the market does want to get a bounce, then we have to be prepared to get out of this if it does break the highs. But similar type patterns here on Microsoft that we're seeing displayed in NVDA as well too. For me, I don't like the looks of this. That's could I be totally wrong? But I want to see some more healthier pullbacks as we punch through that all-time high there, guys, and establish a new one. Again, that pattern is, I don't think it ever ends well when it kind of just goes parabolic like that. So we'll keep an eye out on this. We want to see some form of a healthy pullback, but that's a big time move that we're seeing here from that earnings report on Microsoft. Once they beat on cloud, the street's like buy, 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 and then here you go. You see this name after about a year and a half of consolidation, breaking through those specific levels, and then now continuing to climb. So maybe that accumulation was large enough to distribute higher and higher and higher, but at some point I do believe that we're going to get a pullback, and I think that's a good time and a good opportunity to take advantage. And just you can see the similarities excuse me, in the likes of NVDA as well too, guys. So just keep that in mind. We got the Qs back towards the high, so that's not too good of a look. Just missed that fill right there for 33% of the position, but Alphabet's starting to climb higher as well too, Sharif. So we got to keep an eye on these Mag 7, because if they go, then I think the Qs can go along with it too.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely agree with that. Keeping my eye still on RBNE. It's holding 13. It held the 10 very well, but the 10 is far below 13. It's about 1260 or so, but there is a buyer at 13 who's getting exhausted over here. You can see those shares getting eaten up, so we'll take that out there, and we'll set up exactly at the 10. That's exactly where I'm going to set up, so we'll take break even on that last little amount. But this one is really going now. Here we go with GALT. Looks like it's making another attempt to the high side over here. Let's give this one the old college try. Oops, flipped the wrong one there. Excuse me. There we go. So now we're set up GALT at 60s again, clearing out highs. Can it continue to go? Is this a false breakout, or can we make yet another attempt at 275? It's having trouble clearing 60s. So it held the 10 really well. GALT is the one I'm talking about right now, with a 275 high, showing 260. Holding the 10 exponential quite well. Let's pack our patience with this one. I'm going to take it out if it loses that 240 level. So we'll go ahead and set up at 239, and we'll set up just like that. So now let's set up some profit takers as well to see if we can get a move possibly to the upside here and take some prints as it zigs and zags with that level. So I'm keeping my eye here on GALT, holding the 10 exponential, but not exactly rocketing up either. So place my stop on that one. Let's set back up here on RBNE because it's holding up at the 10 again. So this is the area where I'd like to hold it. Let's see if we can hold that 40 penny area. So I'm going to just put my stop. Boom. Nice. Right back up to 80s we go. We just got in on RBNE at 65. It gives me 85s right away. So let's go ahead up and set up at 90 as well. So this one's zigging and zagging right now. RBNE trying to hold the 10 exponential moving average. Here we go. Right back up into high 80, seller at 88. We'll extract some profits there as well on this one. Now I'm going to set up far higher than 13. Let's go 13.25. See if we can get something up there. And I'm going to move my stop now to break even. So we got 65s now on RBNE. So it'll have to hold 59. Otherwise, we're out. And let's cancel the previous area stop as well. So RBNE, we'll cancel that one and let this one do its thing, 21. Let's go back now to GALT. Yeah, man, this one's a bamboozler, holding the 10, but not exactly rocketing up. So I'm going to pack my patience here on RBNE. I have a bigger position on RBNE than I have on all the rest, and this one is breaking down into the 10. Not a good look. It's going to have to hold VWAP. Otherwise, this one's going to put me negatory on the day. We'll have to see if this one holds up at this level or what the situation is. But this one, a bamboozler central, Joseph. 3 bottoming tail candles, makes a new candle to make a new high, and then all of a sudden it drops off. Can't seem to hold the bid. Keep an eye on this one.
Good look there, Sharif. CoreWeave, I know a lot of people are talking about CoreWeave, so we're going to pull that up right now and see what it's going. Wow, okay. 172, big time breakout here on CoreWeave, Sharif.
Oh my God.
Yeah, this is not looking good for the team's put there, my guy. But we got plenty of time on this one. Ooh, put in a new high
how
too
much
as
we're out
well.
of money on this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're about $1,000 out of money on this one.
Just buy another one.
Oh, I mean, it's sim. I don't give a...
Yeah, exactly. So you can average into that nicely. So there you go. CoreWeave's 172.83. Consolidation didn't break down, decides to take a leg higher. So that is a big-time look on CoreWeave, guys. So way to call that one out. We see what we got going on from a daily standpoint. We zoom in, see what we have intraday, volume supporting it. So now we've seen this in 3 stocks. We've seen it in the like of Apple this morning, Nvidia, and then now CoreWeave continuing that big-time move, volume supporting it, genuine breakout. This is exactly what we want to see displayed as we punch through some key resistance zones. Let's pull up the options chain to see what we got going on with CoreWeave, if there's any high levels of open interest. Dara's got something for us. Talk to me.
Keep an eye here on GOOGL. Apparently, TechCrunch, I saw, it looks like they reported this about 8 minutes ago, said that Waymo, which is of course owned by Google here, or Alphabet, said that they're expanding their robotaxi service area by a total of 80 square miles in Los Angeles, the San Francisco Bay Area, and Silicon Valley. So Waymo apparently expanding its service here. GOOGL owning the company. Great look here for Google on the day. We're near day's highs. Back to you.
Ooh, really good. Today, really good look there, Darren. You can see, as Sharif just mentioned, relatively strong guy. So not too long ago, not too long ago, it did put in a new high a day, just a minute or two. So really strong look in the likes of Microsoft and in Google here, guys. So got to keep an eye out. You're shorting the Qs. You want to watch these big participants. There's no questioning that whatsoever. Is Microsoft going to stop? Can't stop, won't stop. Yeah, exactly. So here we go. Another putting in a new high a day here, and new right here is Microsoft. Sitting in a healthy, I think, second place now, I believe, there for largest market capitalization. So there we go. Microsoft doing its thing. Is the volume there? Not necessarily, but we'll take it relative to what we're seeing there. But if you want to talk about quality breakouts, let's run through them. We'll go back to CoreWeave momentarily. There you go. Big time breakout on CoreWeave. NVDA move wasn't sustained, but you've seen the volume step in here on the 5-minute. So look for that continuation, especially if these bases are being held. And then we had the Apple breakout as well too there, guys. So a big time move, now reverting that majority of it. So in some of these big tech names, you're getting these genuine breakouts, but they're starting to, the selling pressure steps right back in, and you move back into the middle of these ranges. So very interesting stuff here, Sharif.
Absolutely agree with that, Joseph. All right, on RBNE, we got long at the $0.50. We took it out at the $0.25. Happy with this trade. I didn't have the full position into the highs, but good execution at that 12.5. That's basically holding the 10 exponential, but it's GALT that's tanking now. So we got 47s. I've got a dip trade at 35 to defend the volume weighted average price. It's going to have to hold up here. Topping tail into 275. Here we go. Show me 37s. I've got my dip trade literally at 35s. We're going to stop out if it loses that 30 penny area. Let's see how this one does. I'd like to get the best possible entry price for this, and I see VWAP as a good area. So let's pack our patience. I'm just not going to even bother waiting for it here. I don't think it makes much of a difference between there and there. So let's go ahead now and set up the right way. We're going to set up below that 225. All right, so let's go ahead just like that. How many shares do we have on? All right, so we got that many, so let's set that up like that. All right, so here we go, GALT. Let's see if it holds up at the volume weighted average price or what its situation is going to be. Let's set up with some profit takers possibly into that $0.50. GALT strong on the day, but giving up the ghost, man. It is dropping aggressively here, so it's going to have to hold up. Otherwise, we've got no qualms with this one. Now, keep my eye on INDO as well. I still have one more out on this one, and this one can't seem to shake that $0.50. That's the bad news. Can't seem to break above that 550. But when you look at it upon further inspection, it's still putting in the higher lows. So what does that mean? That means I see a possible flat top breakout in the making, with that obvious area of 550 being the flat top. Now, it's going to have to maintain its higher low situation. Otherwise, I want no smoke with this one. So that is the look right now. What's going on over there, Joseph?
Yeah, the market's breaking down. We did catch that fill at 75.05 here, guys, heading back in towards the volume-weighted average price. So there you go, 74.95. Katina Man short Tesla. He's crushing that one, so good look there. It's definitely one of the weaker names today, Katina Man. It can't break and hold VWAP. It keeps rejecting it. So those VWAP sells, Neil gave you that his lesson of the day. Multiple attempts at that VWAP short on his stock. And there you go. You're seeing it displayed in the likes of Tesla as well. Ooh. So big time move. I was referring to the market being range bound today, and that's coming in full effect here, guys. So selling the tops and just working on my short game as well too. No golf pun there or anything. I don't personally golf. Do you golf, Sharif?
I don't. Okay, I live in front of a golf course too, and I could not care any less.
Okay, all right, cool. All right. I mean, hey, all my buddies love golfing. But anyways, back to these markets, guys. Back towards the lower end of the range. Is this enough of accumulation phase for us to break through some key support levels and then head towards the low of the day and even potentially some pre-market lows? Let's be patient. These choppy sessions usually come before something potentially big. I do believe we're going to get a pause tomorrow. So again, nothing that would not really. Yeah, you think?
Imagine he cut.
I seen
gives into the dawn.
I seen a couple people in the chat say hike.
Eh?
A couple of people in the chat said hike. Yeah. But I think we're coming. Yeah. I think we're going to get the pause. So nothing that we don't really already know. I'm pretty sure Adara's gave us that information already, like 99%.
Adara, what do you handicap that at?
Yeah, it's already 9.
I'm asking Adara is not the market. I can just pull up the FOMC tool if I want.
What does the handicap mean? I don't play golf.
On my screen. Go ahead.
I don't play golf. I don't know what handicap means, but I'm willing to give you my answer if you tell me what it means.
Yeah, like what do you think it's going to be? Rather than what the FOMC tool is pricing in. Okay. We know what that is. Yeah, we can just pull it up.
I think it's probably very likely that they keep rates the same. J-Pow is a very intense, boulder of a man. He did not back down when protesters came. That's how we got the iconic close the door. This is a man that stands by his word. I think that, he seems to have a good command over the Fed. We've only had one time where there was a dissent in the decision. So I think right now it does seem like
and he doesn't want to look like he's giving in to Donald either. The guy keeps calling him too late. Imagine he actually cuts when everybody's saying that he won't cut. All of a sudden he's Donald's puppet.
And for what it's worth, Sharif, I want to say really quickly before I shut the door, so give Michelle Bowman, who was Trump's pick for the vice chair of supervision. We know he's a fan of hers. He weirdly called her Mickey in a Truth post. Anyways, you would maybe view her as maybe sympathetic to his cause, but she's the only Fed member that wasn't for the 50 basis point cut in September. So even as one potential holdout, doesn't really look like a holdout. So interesting. I don't know my take on that. Back to you.
Thank you, Adair. What do you think? You think cut, hold?
Pause. Yeah, I'm in the pause.
Pause.
Yeah, I'm in the pause.
Game.
Yeah. Like you said, like you mentioned, I don't think that he wants to give in to Donald, and it just makes the Fed look like more of a political entity if he does decide to cut.
Dude, the Fed, I guess, like technically, obviously, it's not a political entity. They're supposed to be. The market's dropping here. And it's supposed to be basically this independent body, hence why people are appointed, not elected, this, that, and the other. But let's be real, bro. Hold on. He didn't raise rates for how long after he was supposed to raise rates, and then he didn't cut rates for how long? You know what I'm saying?
Well,
so he wanted to ensure that he got the extension of his term with your former buddy there, Sleepy. And once he got his term extended, and all of a sudden the rate hike started coming in. Yeah. So are we so naive to think that this is not a political body? That's just the way I look at it. Go ahead, Adair.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Just be aware here. Apparently, Israel has launched a cyber attack against Iran. Iranian technical teams are apparently working to restore the affected services. We got that just as the market dropped again here. I want to mention as well, though, CrowdStrike, a cybersecurity play, actually spiking into days highs, almost at $500, guys, just above 490. So interesting note here. Unclear if that's the reason for this move, but either way, that this push here in cybersecurity, specifically CrowdStrike, could be on watch as we continue to assess this cyber attack. Also, in about 13 minutes, we're going to get an auction because we've had quite a few of these lately. The auction that we get at 1 p.m. Eastern, so again, just a few minutes here, is going to be the 5-year tips bid to cover auction. We will let you guys know that 5-year tips auction when we get more data. Back to you.
I can't. Mark Susi, bro, you're starting to become one of my favorite guys in the chat. I disagree with you on almost everything, but it's just the way you put it. It's so funny. You're a comical guy. I love your input. Keep doing you, man. Shout out to Mark Susi. You're always making me laugh. Big Spile has entered the chat. Can I read it?
I didn't read it.
You didn't vet it yet. Okay. All right. Jay Powell will announce he's stepping down before he changes rates up or down. Big T is not to be blamed for changing direct. I love how you're calling them Big T. I like that one. Shout out to my man there, Big Spile Burdette. But I got something to say to you, Big Spile.
Ooh, whoa.
You are fake news. You are fake news.
Ooh.
Fake news. No, I'm playing. Shout out to Big Spile, man. Always coming in with the heat. I appreciate you, Big Spile. Yeah, man, bring in the comments in the chat, whether you agree with Joseph and I or not, whether you see it completely the opposite way. As long as you're respectful, we will read out your comment. We will give you your accolades. We're not going to poop on your opinion just because it differs from ours, but be respectful, baby.
Oh, I didn't even look at the ball. You see the percentage on the ball? Look, this is the inflation prints right there.
Oh.
5.6. 2.9.
I never noticed that. That's a good one.
Here we go.
I like that.
Here we go. We caught a fill, guys, here on the TQs on that dump. Cybersecurity attack. Israel to Iran. Very interesting stuff. Massive move down. You've seen the volume break through some key support levels. And then now we're starting to form that triple top, double top style price action here on the overall market. So you can see 1, 2, 3, and multiple touches right here, heading into 74.80 as potential support. But with that volume stepping in, I think we're going to see some more downside here, Sharif.
Yes, sir. All right, guys, we're taking some prints here on GALT. It's nothing to write home about right now, but we're going to set up some. Go ahead, Joseph.
Yeah, let's go ahead,
Joseph.
Yeah, the market just took a big time flush down here, guys.
Get it, Joe.
The strength on the tape, the weakness, boom, boom. Look at these flushes. This is just me going back in time, right? This is why we want to focus on what the time and sales is telling us that at certain time, if you can get lost in the sauce with the tape, but there's specific and key areas where you want to focus on it, and you see that displayed right here, guys. Some big time flushes to the downside. $5 super chat from Steven Stewart. Hope you two are having an amazing day. Best of luck. No, I hope you're having an amazing day, and best of luck to you, my friend. Keep killing it. I hope you are putting on a successful, regardless, even if you've added money to your P&L, hit it. All right, what are you going to hit?
I'm really rich.
That is amazing. No. I didn't know I had that one.
No way.
I'm very rich. Nobody's as rich as me.
I'm really rich, he says. Did you hear that one where it's like, What's the difference between a wet raccoon and Donald Trump's hair?
Oh boy, I have heard this one, but remind me
A
of
wet
it.
raccoon doesn't have a billion.
Yeah. That was in his roast, right? That was the roast.
A wet raccoon doesn't have a billion. Wow, the market is big time tanking.
Oh boy.
I only have one more out here.
Boy.
In the TQs, we're gonna wait for 74.60 once again. Weakness is displayed. Adair, what do you have?
Get it, Dara.
Different things here. They're both related to the U.S. and Iran. So Axios reporting that Trump and his national security team are going to be meeting at 1 p.m. I guess that would be like 10 minutes from now. We also have Chancellor Merz of Germany, who has been opining quite a lot lately, or I guess in the last like 20 minutes, about the U.S. and Iran, has said that the U.S. decision depends on whether Iran negotiates and that the U.S. will be deciding whether or not to join the conflict today. So unclear why the Chancellor of Germany is aware of this, but regardless, he is saying that apparently the U.S. is going to decide on whether or not to join the conflict in Iran with Israel today. Back to you.
Dara, for that. Always appreciate it. You know, obviously, we're going to have to bring you the geopolitical news because it has a lot to do with these markets,
Absolutely.
like it or not, and that's the way it is.
Exactly. We got to cover that stuff. We won't get too deep into that, but we will cover. And I say, sure. He's like, maybe we will. Maybe
I like
we will.
controversy.
Yeah,
Joseph.
hey, we like a little controversy. And the market is heading to the downside, 74.59 and change here, guys. A big time move. On the sell side, I said if you're range trading, this is why you want to get in at those highs and then start selling towards those lows. But we got that volume spike that we were looking for to break through some key support levels. And then now you can see what are you in?
No. I'm happy though. I got shares on this one. That's why.
Let's go. So I'm going to take my last out here, guys, on the TQs. Boom. There might be a potential ad at the boom. Oh, what song is that?
That's like
boom.
Oh no, an earworm, Joseph. Why?
Around in that.
No. No, hold on. No, not boom, boom, boom. You're thinking of the Venga Boys. We're not talking about that.
I'm talking about the
This is an R&B song. R&B song.
Turn around and let me
see that big go bum bum bum.
Yes,
Joseph.
We just need to
chat. Please, B2K. B2K. There we go. Thank you.
Boom.
That was gonna drive me crazy if I didn't know what that was.
We're gonna bum here on the TQs as we're out. So yeah, boom. See you later. That one's done. The shorts working out better than the longs today, guys. You can see that. We traded NVDL. What's everyone saying?
Sorry, guys.
Yeah. We apologize. We're gonna snap back into reality here.
We're having a good time, dog. This is great.
But yeah, there we go. NVDL short right there, guys. We add eventually gets out break even as it rips, and then the TQQs right there, a little short that we cooked up as we break through, selling the high, the range. That's why I got in, right? I was like, okay, you can see that we have multiple attempts in that specific range. Let me get involved here. If it does decide that it wants to squeeze, so be it. I believe I put myself on the right side of the trade, and then that's what. Is that who sings it?
I love that song,
no,
Big File.
It's Diddy, though.
Yeah. Dude, can I say to you, a lot of the songs that have Diddy as a feature on them, it's just like, I hear his voice come on. Okay, number one, I get a little cringe when his voice comes on now. That's number one. Number two, you could see the degradation in his voice. He slurs.
You're telling me
man. Like when I was listening to some of the old P. Diddy and the Fam kind of thing from like the late 90s, early 2000s, he doesn't slur at all. And then you obviously, because of whatever he was doing over there, the vocals just were.
Sharif,
it's bad, Joseph.
Speaking of
Joseph, I got to talk here. We're breaking out bigly right now on GALT. We're taking out all my orders. All right, now we got shares on this one as well, so let's set up some more. We're taking out all the highs right now. The local area high, 64. We're at 66. I've set up, exactly where 69. We got 38s on this one, baby. I took a much larger position than the ones we originally got into, double the previous position. So we're positive back on this one. Very happy with this GALT. What really kept me kind of optimistic about it was the fact that it was still holding all the key levels. I was poor in my entry on this one. So very happy with how this one is turning out. Let's take out some more shares over here, and then basically we'll wait a little bit for that high daybreak. Sorry to interrupt you, Joseph.
No.
Just wanted to kind of get that in there because it's breaking out right now. GALT, big boy move to the high side. It's still, you know, not the number one gapper. It's up 75%, give or take. What do you got?
Well, I'm looking for what I showed you this morning, considering we were talking about narcotics abuse. Yeah. But you know who isn't?
Shout out to Big Smile.
You know,
Diddy's vocals got claw. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, I don't want to hear that. But yeah, it's not bad.
Who apparently isn't abusing narcotics, Sharif, is our good guy, Elon Musk over here.
Oh, show everybody.
There we go.
You gotta zoom in on that. Can you zoom in?
I can't zoom in on that there.
And hold down control, and then roll the.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. Ooh.
Yeah, it's there
we go. So negative. He's not doing any ecstasy there, guys. Nor is he.
The first thing I said to Joseph was, "Tell me which masking agent he took."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? No, I'm playing. Of course, we're kidding.
This is legit. I mean, there we go. There he is. And what is the caption on this? LOL. So, I mean, the guy's clean as a whistle right there, apparently, Sharif. So shout out to Elon Musk.
What are you saying over there, Fabian? We can't hear you.
What did he say?
Yeah. I don't want to repeat it, but yeah, it's funny.
The K word?
Like, okay, so he's made this point before. He's had to go and take drug tests before because the board makes it, right? The Tesla board.
After Joe Rogan, the Joe Rogan experience,
right.
He got a bunch.
And like it was, I guess because marijuana still at the time was Schedule 3 or 1 or whatever the higher one was.
Yeah.
And so I get all of that. But where was Joe? He broadcast out of Texas, right?
I have no idea.
Pretty sure he's out of Texas, and definitely weed's not legal for recreational purposes in Texas.
He might be lost. He might be in Vegas, to be honest with you. Let's
Rogan? I'm pretty sure he lives in Austin, homie.
Does he live in Austin?
I'm pretty sure he lives in Austin.
Let's ask Bing.
Shout out to Big Spile. Thank you for the super chat, Big Spile. Appreciate that, my man. He also said earlier some other stuff that I don't want to read out, but yeah. Shout out to Big Spile.
He lives in Austin, Texas.
That's what I was kind of confused about, because remember he was telling Elon, he's like, oh, this is legal, right? And Elon's sitting there smoking weed on the pod, but they were in Austin. So is it? I don't know.
Is it? I don't know.
I don't know. Do they even have medicinal?
In Dallas, I've seen a couple.
So they do.
So there was one. Okay, so this is how it worked. So it's kind of started off how it was here. You need a card, so you go do that. You do that BS phone call with the doctor. You get the card, right? But then there's one store that was like, you didn't need any of that.
But was that a legit store, or were they just selling
It seemed legit, but it seemed legit. Yeah, but you know how it was here in the city. You would get them pop up.
But the police
they were closed.
Purposely was not enforcing that at the time, because your boy Justin came out and said we're going to legalize it, but he dragged his feet for 3 years. Got elected in 15, then legalized it in 18. And so then what he's talking about was we had umpteen amount of marijuana shops opening up, selling weed illegally, basically, but the cops were just like, right? And then they'd shut down maybe one every now and again just to show that they were doing their work. But for all intents and purposes, it was being sold in the city en masse. Right, and so
big time.
Yeah, right.
Okay, the Qs are really breaking down here, guys. So you can pull up this chart. We're all out of it at 74, but then we take an additional leg lower. That's okay. We'll take it. We'll take the money and run just in case there is any form of bounce. But I don't see that coming into this market just yet. So at extremes, we will find some indecision. We will look for some indecision. But the thing is, no negative catalyst. That rebound may not be as strong and as aggressive as we might anticipate there, Sharif.
All right, I'm really happy with this trade over here on GALT. We're all done this trade. Got in right at that 2 1/3, and we scalped up all the way 2 2/3. It's zigging and zagging right now. It's kind of an indecision. It's got a topping till candle on the 5, and now it's putting a hammer candle. So it's an inverse hammer candle previous right here. This is the candle that kind of pushed me out. When it closed like this, I was kind of on the lookout for the break of the 10, and that's why I flattened out there. So GALT seems to be finding support off key levels, but not exactly your best breakout trade here, at least not for now. So keeping my eye on GALT. I'm still holding here INDO. Look, the longer INDO holds in this way and hangs around more at round 5.5, the more likely I'm going to be to add into this position. I have basically nothing left on INDO, which is why I've been so lackadaisical about taking out the last little bit. I'm waiting at 69s, but the longer I see higher lows and that 550 flat top, the more convinced I'm going to be that we will get a flat top break. But when, I have no idea. But I want to build my position likely with the money fills either between the 10 and the 20, or even, as this candle shows over here, below the 20, in between the 20 and the volume weighted average price. So INDO, good look on the day, no question about it. RBNE as well, kind of gave up the ghost there with the top being tail into 14.49. It drops all the way down to about 11 2/3. Alas, it's back up to 12.5, 12 2/3, but still putting in lower highs. So you can kind of see that trend there. We're putting in lower high, lower high, lower high. Let's see if we can get some higher highs going on over here. Roland Joe, let's go INDO. I know it's an Indonesian company. Shout out to my man there. I'm pretty sure it's energy related. It's a former convict before in small cap, Gapper World, meaning it's a former runner. So I'm pretty sure, you know, we've seen this one trade multiple times before. It's a bamboozler, though, so be careful with it. Last but not least, before we go to Adara, I know we got to go to Adara. I'm keeping my eye here on EYEN, okay? So this one did bubkiss for the majority of the show, was very consolidative, did nothing, and then got a huge volume spike at around 12:15. It dips down. Sure, it doesn't keep going, but it holds the 10 like a glove. If we can take out 5.25 again, EYEN is in focus here, up a respectable Adara, 68%.
Let's talk here about the market. Here's the market dropping. An Axios reporter posted on X that apparently 2 Israeli officials told them that the Prime Minister of Israel, Netanyahu, and the Israeli defense establishment continue to believe Donald Trump is likely going to be entering the war in the coming days to bomb Iran's apparently underground enrichment facilities. So it looks like the chances of the U.S. entering into this war are becoming increasingly high. Just keep an eye on that here. Also, I want to mention we do have the 5-year TIPS auction. Apparently, the yield before the auction is at 1.66%. Previous 1.7%. Let's see what the actual auction has to bring us. I don't have the results of the auction yet, but again, before the auction, 1.66% yield. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. As always, appreciate that. Guys, I just want to remind you guys that we have a new way to vote. Let's load that bad boy up over here. Let's just see if it's still working today. So let's see if we get submissions. So we don't have to, Fabian, I don't have to hit start poll yet, but it's not populating the submissions, brother. That's the thing. So we do have 224. Let's see if we go like that. Hey, refresh. I just literally, should I use it in Chrome? Because I'm using it in Edge. So let's take, yeah. Yeah, my bad. I know, I took a page out of Joe's book there. Sorry, him and Copilot. All right, let's try it in Chrome, Fabian. Let's see what we get here. All right, let's wait till this. Okay, we have a delay, so I'm just going to give this one some time to populate. I see you guys are already entering the tickers in the chat. Shout out to my man there who wrote Tesla, GME. Cristobal wants to look at weed, option trader, Nvidia, excuse me. Yeah, it's still taking its sweet time. I don't know what's going. You know what's up. All right, Fabian's taking care of it. Let me know when to restart it, brother, and then I will get that back on there. So in case you don't know what the hell we're talking about and why I'm putting this black screen up there with some tickers, we have a new way to vote for the afternoon rundown. Just trying to get the glitches out of the way, guys. This is a brand new program that Fabian wrote. Thankful for him. All right, let's have a look. He says it's ready to go.
Yeah, I love when the chat.
Restart it, Fabian? Sorry. Okay, so let's hold and see what we get over here. Do we get the pot? Now we're getting it, as you can see. So, all right, guys. So I saw you guys putting your tickers now. Throw them in now. 2 New York Cents wants to look at CoreWeave. Who else? We've got Big Spile. He wants to look at PYLE. Carter wants QBTS. Amma Hamada, Zim. Who else, man? Razeb wants Tesla. Anil wants cash. That's not a ticker, brother, that we're going to look at. Anish, you got to put the $, my man, before the ticker. So make sure you're putting that $. It's like Twitter, all right, or X, whatever the hell they're calling it. Put the $, before the 4, 3, or 5-letter ticker. It doesn't make a difference. It picks up on all of them. It's generating not bad right now, right? Not too bad.
Did you notice the color?
I did.
So that's based on today's performance.
I love that. So if it's red on your screen, that means it's down on the day. If it's green on your screen, it's up on the day.
And if it's white,
and if it's white,
means it's not really a ticker.
Oh,
which makes sense.
yeah.
right?
Well,
And
yeah.
then
That's another one on the right there. We gotta
So you
use
see
like a
what
word
someone wrote?
filter over here.
You see
Yeah,
what someone-
you did, eh? The chat's a liability, bro.
Yo,
That
yeah,
gotta
honestly,
apply.
there was a funny word in the top corner.
Yeah, there's another funny word over here too. Yeah.
There's a lot.
Oh,
You guys are very
God.
creative.
They're very creative, baby, and you just give them the opportunity. They go buck
How do we-
wild.
Oh, are you gonna work on phasing that out there, Fabian? Just the non-tickers? The
Yeah,
things
I'm
that
trying to figure
fake-
out like,
yeah.
what causes it.
Yo, don't tell the Chilean nightmare how to do his job.
Yeah,
bro.
sorry, man.
All right, we're good, man. We're 250. Should we start the poll? Let's start the poll. All right, we're doing it live. We're going to start the poll. So now you guys have submitted. Now we're going to have a face-off between the two most voted names. What are those? Let's find out. It's BBAI and UNH. Which one are you guys going to vote for? Hit one.
No. How is UNH up there again? I didn't see it once on there.
Dara says, get it, UNH.
there's
Look,
no
bro, you're asking
way.
the wrong guy here, man. I'm just doing my job. Start the voting. Big Bear AI, 1, UNH 2. Go. Let's see how this does now. So again, 1 equals BBAI, 2 equals UNH. Let the chat know exactly what you guys want, and we'll put one of those bad boys on there. The Katina man had a banger on BBAI. I don't know if Adara's traded UNH on the day, but you know there's a good chance she does because she loves these spready tickers. So get your votes in now. We've already got almost 50 votes so far. Shout out to the chat, man. You guys are doing an absolute banger job. I wanted to mention, guys, over here that we got into a new high of day on my very good friend here, INDO. Where is it at? It goes into 560, so takes out that 550 high of day. The Katina man smashing keys. I love it. All right, so 560 HOD now. I'm waiting at 69. INDO continuing to give up the goods here. Joseph, what I say to you when this thing tanked? Thank God, I got out of that. Your friend GALT just took a turn for the worse, my man. We got up all the way into 575, and that was as good as it was going to get. It lost VWAP, the 10, the 20, everything. It's all the way down now. It's breaking down, so this one is of no longer of interest to me. I'm talking about GALT breaking down bigly, as this guy would like to say.
I'm really rich.
I'm really rich?
I'm really rich.
Oh, turn it up. Let me hear it.
I love this one, bro.
Really?
I'm very rich. No one's richer than me.
Yeah.
Only I can have money.
Yeah, he has the most money in the world. I thought I thought the funniest thing he ever said, he was like, we don't need Canada's trees. Just grow bigger and better trees. Like,
They got redwoods.
Yeah, they got that.
They got redwoods, man. Have you seen redwoods?
I've never seen those ones there. Have you seen them?
Monsters. Yeah, absolutely.
California, the
sometimes
redwoods?
Yeah, absolutely. And they're number one. They're extremely high and very wide.
Yeah, very wide.
Insane.
They're hold on, they're like really, really old.
They're very old. They're like some people were saying like some of these redwoods were around when Jesus was walking the earth, bro. That's not a small feet.
Yeah, wow,
2,000 plus
but
years.
That's the thing, man. I don't know how I couldn't sleep at night cutting that stuff down and doing that stuff.
No,
you know
and
what I
you have
mean?
to know, like, to get it
Right?
that big, it's going to be another couple of thousand years.
Right.
Like,
So yeah, I mean, just life's just gone to build something. But anyway, that's what's up. Thanks.
Man,
DJ.
Canada's got plenty of, look, let's just call a spade a spade.
I was gonna farm.
Okay?
Farming,
Canada's
for sure.
got big boy minerals.
Yeah.
Big boy minerals.
Yeah.
With the only problem we haven't been quick to the extraction.
Yeah.
Now we're getting that done. We got it on the provincial level, getting it done. Your boy Carney at the federal level wants to do it with the provinces. So it's just a matter of time. The problem is, it's time. China's the only one with actual minerals available now, ready to go. Canada will be, though. And let's call another spade a spade. We are a way better friend and always will be to America than China will be. We have the proximity. We got similar cultures, similar political systems. So the fact of the matter is, Canada is going to be an absolute monster going into the next 20 years. We just got to get our economics right. I was telling my old man yesterday on the call. I was like, Dad, this is going to be a huge economic boom from this country if we can get it right. Yeah. I really do feel that. We wasted 10 years.
Yeah, I feel that way as well, too, Sharif. I agree with you wholeheartedly. So, yeah. Okay, there we go, guys. I'm looking at Tesla for potential bounce. Do we catch falling knives here? It's a tough call, but you got to take the swings, right, just to see if they come into play or not. Tesla, nice bottoming signals. Now we have to wait for an additional pullback. Don't want to chase it all the way up here. You know what? Maybe we'll start small. We'll just start small here to see if we can get this move back up higher. But I mean, I was just talking about how weak the market is. slightly catching a falling, but I think we can get a bounce here in TSLL. So you can see where I'm involved. Nice hammer print at the lows. You're seeing it across the board on multiple names here. Google printed a 5-minute hammer right at the volume weighted average price. Apple now starting to see some buying pressure step in on the 5-minute time frame as well too. So you're starting to form some indecision prints. And then on the 1-minute and the 5-minute on Tesla, we're starting to see that displayed. So when it's across the board, that can add a little bit more conviction within your trade. But you can see I'm in at 13s. Now I have to risk to 02s. So that's about a 12-cent risk right there. If it starts to work, then I think we're going to be sitting okay. Obviously, we'll be okay. And then we'll look for opportunities to add into that position. But yeah, just going to hold steady. This is counter trend, so we might not get that extended move that we're necessarily looking for, or that move back towards the volume weighted average price. You've seen that Tesla has rejected it throughout the session. So this is where we open up here. Boom, reject VWAP, reject it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rejections right there. And then it rejects it another time right there. So you can see leg 1, leg 2 to the downside. And now we're starting to get that bounce. Look for it to run into some possible resistance zones. I think 1235 could be a potential target. We just need to be patient to see if the market wants to rebound overall, all right? So we'll start relatively small, starts working out, and we see what we like, then we can add into this position. So that's what we got going on. The Q's bouncing back as well. Nvidia holding up relatively well. So it's good to see the market slightly recovering. I was just looking at Bitcoin. It's really, really weak today, guys. So that kind of sucks because I have added into this position. So that's the 1 minute. I'm going to pull up the actual underlying asset here momentarily just to break it down. And what I think we're experiencing was a false breakout, which isn't the best because we've seen Bitcoin go into month-long consolidations, make a move, and then essentially not do too much after that. So let's pull up Bitcoin on. And sorry for the lackluster and the pause and silence as I'm pulling this up here for you guys so we can just see everything from a daily standpoint. All right, so why was I adding into this position? Why was I looking for the break of the high? Well, it was specifically off of this candle, all right? So what we had here is a nice strong trend. It cracks it to the downside. You get that volume and volatility spike, but then you immediately recover the following days. And then we pull back once again, a nice 2-day pullback, hammer candle, and then boom. Once I add right here on this hammer candle, you get that pop up, but now we're starting to head south. I mentioned, I was talking to multiple friends of mine. It breaks this neckline. I'm at a dodge because I think there's going to be some more potential downside, and then there's going to be more opportunities to add, to get back into Bitcoin. So yeah, double top type price action. It's not holding the previous all-time highs. Not a good look here in Bitcoin.
But I hear an AMD, nice little pop. Xbox, which of course is a Microsoft-owned entity here, or company here, they've announced that they've established a strategic multi-year partnership with AMD to co-engineer silicon across a whole bunch of devices. So keep an eye here, an AMD Xbox partnership on watch. Also, just to mention here quickly, we talked about the TIPS auction there, the 5-year TIPS auction. Before the auction, the high yield was 1.66%. After the auction, 1.65%. So super uneventful, just letting you guys know, giving a bit of an update there. Back to you.
For that. All right, out of my INDO trade, I took it out at 68. I was waiting for 69s, but I packed my patience long enough. It looks like it went to 73, but before it did, I had flattened out my trade. So I'm quite happy with how this one ended up going. INDO to the high side over here. Now, I'm going to keep my eye on another former runner that we were talking about earlier, HUSA's kind of been in, this consolidative state. It seems to have support at around 18.5, give or take 18.33 last time I looked, but it is within a bit of a range here. It looks like it's a $21 range at the high with about a $19 range at the low. That is obviously subject to wicks both high and low. So just keeping my eye there. I'm not sure what you're upset about, Florida Trader, bro. I didn't say anything bad about America. My sister's American, so lay off me, bro. All right? Before you get yourself banned. All right, so here we go. Keep your eye on HUSA, looking for that $21 break and take above that level. The high of the day, though, on HUSA is 22.20. And that was a double top. We put that super early 11.20, 11.25 candle. Since that time, though, as you can see, we've been putting on lower highs, right? So we got to that 22.20. That was the best we could do. Over here, 21.50, the best we could do. Now, the best we can do is basically a little bit below 20.50. So it's a lower high, lower high, lower high. However, when we look at the lows, we also have higher lows. Case in point, 17.50, double bottom. 1850 double bottom. So we're getting something called a compression pattern, aka a pennant, right? Why do we know it's a pennant? Because what's it preceded by? It's preceded by a big boy uptrend starting right around 930. So I perceive this to be a bull pennant. When this ends up breaking out to the high side, as the textbooks say it should, your guess is as good as mine. What you can try to do to try to put things or the odds on your side, pick it up towards the low end of the range. That way, two things. Number one, if it breaks out, you have the best price possible. Number two, if it loses the area support, you have a really good price, so you're not losing as much. So what I'm going to be looking to do here on your boy HUSA is I'm going to try to pick it around 18 3/4, 19, give or take, in that area. Let's see if it ends up giving me that area right now. Looks like it's breaking back up into $21, but I've seen this story before where it breaks up into 21.5 only to retrace. Now, that's all the positive stuff about HUSA. What's the negative? The spread is prohibitive. It's like 30, 40 pennies at times. So obviously it's a very tough one to manage risk on, especially if you're trying to get in big size at key levels, right? So you're going to have to think about that and make sure you are taking that into consideration when you're punching into this position, and as well as how much size you should be taking. If you can't manage risk effectively on this, you need to have that in your mind. So keeping my eye on that. What do you got, Joseph?
Yeah, I'm just sitting in this Tesla. I did add a little bit to this position. Well, a little bit. I actually just doubled it up right here. So yeah. Yeah, let's see if we can get this move back towards. Yeah, I have no idea what that means either, Sharif. So you can say AC Slater to him.
I have no idea what the hell that means.
I mean,
it's kind of funny.
Yeah, it is. It is funny. But I mean, yeah, whatever. It's each their own, man. Yeah, so let's go. Let's see if we can get this bounce in Tesla. The precision entry is right here. We noticed it a little too late, but I want to see a nice recovery. I believe it's going to be more of a grind. Maybe we're done selling on the day. Maybe we're not. Well, only time will tell, guys. What are we down exactly on Tesla? About 3% here. So a negative 3% day on Tesla, starting to pull back again. So got to be patient. Wait and see if we can get any move back towards VWAP. I think it's going to take some time. If it does curl back over, I think we have another add opportunity. But if it cracks this low here, then I'll just hop out of this trade because there's just multiple signs of weakness. So I'm glad that Katina Man has shorted this one because it's most definitely a short, especially what we're seeing displayed from the previous two daily candles right there. And the market looks like it wants to take an additional leg lower. The rebound in the Qs was slightly stronger than what we've seen here in the SPY. The SPY, nice breath. Now heading in towards some pre-market range, and the low of the day right at 599.13. And when I talked to you guys about what I was seeing on the likes of Microsoft and Nvidia, want to see more of a healthy pullback, the market will find something in order to do so if it believes it. So yeah, there we go. Get this bounce back to VWAP. What are the tech stocks doing? Be patient. You can see that we started to break down after that news. Cyber attack, more missiles in the air, not positive. Follow the volume. If you're looking for those bounces, don't look for that complete recovery of the stock unless something positive comes back into this market. So micro pullbacks towards the volume-weighted average price. And if you're lucky, you do get VWAP in total.
All right, DJ 2 a.m. wants me to look at Sunrun. This is a name I know Neil was involved in earlier. I didn't really have a look at any of the technicals on this. Let's have a look right now. This is the 5-minute on Sunrun. You can kind of see the selling off coming in yesterday in the aftermarket once we got word that the Senate was going to go ahead with the cancellation of some of those, what are they called? New energy projects, let's call them that. It was trading at around 9.5. I think it closed out at 9 2/3 yesterday, but how much has it dropped, dude? Off the closing print to where we're at right now. Yeah, we're about 40% in the red right now on Sunrun. Look, it's an ugly story. What can I say about this? There seems to be a bit of support here at 5.5. You can kind of see that. It wicked a little bit below 5.5 at times, but you weren't really able to close anything of note below that level. Up we go. We're kind of putting in some higher highs and higher lows. I don't know what you're looking for, DJ. Let me know. Are you looking to short? You looking to go long off this? Or are you looking for just a general analysis about solar? Because today is certainly not a good day for any of those names. So Sunrun, bleeding as usual, or as the other solar names are as well. So down below $6. Looks like the high of the day, 611. I don't know, not much else I can tell you about this one. It's been kind of ugly with all these names. What's TAN up to right now? Let's find out what the solar ETF is up to. So from the closing print yesterday on TAN to the current price action, yeah, we're only down about 9.5%. So the ETF certainly outperforming Sunrun. I can go into the reason why we're down. I'm going to do the news in about 5 minutes or so. But yeah, keep the questions coming, guys. Before I do the before I do the chat, I like that. Have the power. Absolutely. Say less. You do not need to convince me for this one, baby. There he is. Goosebumps. I wouldn't mind seeing like Skeletor's head come out flying. You know what I mean?
They're doing the live action.
Are they?
Right? Yeah.
Where are they doing it?
I'm not too sure.
Oh, that wouldn't be a bad look there. Anything you want to cover, Joseph, before we do the?
I'm still sitting in this Tesla trade, guys, via TSLA. We'll be patient on that one. Before we do hop into it, let's take a look at some of these top performing sectors here, Sharif, before we hop into your news.
Sure.
All right, so here we go. Let's see what we got going on from a top performing standpoint.
Thank you,
Canada,
Cindy.
From U.S. Neighbor, 15 minutes south of the border. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Get it,
Cindy.
Cindy.
Thank you very much.
I like the dogs in your profile picture too, Cindy. Very nice, very nice.
Yeah, very nice. I can't see that on that one, but yeah, we love dogs. All right, energy sector up about 1.4% today, guys. Everything else is in the red. Real estate in second place here, only down about 0.2 there, and then you can see technology down about 0.3, Sharif. And then we'll go from the third last to last. Utilities down about 0.8 there. Healthcare down over 1 1/10, and then consumer discretionary roughly the same thing. So only one green sector today.
Dang, which one?
XLE.
XLE. All right, guys, did you hear about this beef? Your boy Altman and your boy Nadella.
Yeah.
Maybe falling out a little bit.
Yeah, I think that started a while ago as well.
You can kind of tell that was going to happen.
Yeah, that was definitely,
right?
yeah, exactly.
Two big behemoths like that with, they're competitors now. Let's just be honest about it. So OpenAI is reportedly exploring accusations of anti-competitive behaviors and anti-competitive practices against, yes, their funding organization, Microsoft, which could trigger a federal antitrust review and a public campaign against the company. The move comes as OpenAI seeks to reduce, obviously, Microsoft's influence over its AI roadmap, especially about how computing access and product control is done. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. The key friction point between the two companies is the transition that OpenAI is trying to make right now into a public corp or a public benefit corporation, whether it ends up staying private or is going to be traded on the public markets. Still don't know. Microsoft may oppose them becoming a for-profit company because it's going to have an impact on their equity stakes. Talks reportedly focus on how much equity Microsoft would receive in the new structure given its $13 billion plus investment. And so the infrastructure here is basically because they're not independent. OpenAI is using Microsoft Azure's cloud and has raised concerns about the dependence that they have on Microsoft. And OpenAI has been trying to kind of respond to this by opening up their own data center out in Texas to lessen, obviously, the reliance that they have on Softie. So some of the strategic stakes here at play for Microsoft is now it's being viewed as a rival. So Microsoft and OpenAI, we'll have to see how much this rivalry goes, but the rivalry has intensified as Microsoft aims to embed generative AIs. Like, you try talking for 3 hours, bro. Across consumer platforms, competing obviously with Google, with OpenAI. We know Claude is out there, Anthropic. There's a whole bunch of them. It's a race basically right now between all these Gen AI models. So Microsoft, OpenAI, some stuff happening there. Let's go on to solar because we were just talking about the Sunrun and TAN ETF. So the Senate's version of Trump's big, beautiful bill would fully phase out both solar and wind tax credits by 2028, but it does, much to a lot of people's chagrin, keep the incentives on for nuclear, hydropower, and geothermal. So some people saying, you know, you're preferring one energy space over the other. That gives preferential treatment for some companies over others. There is that argument. That is a marked departure from Biden's Inflation Reduction Act, which heavily supported these renewables like solar and wind. That is looking at being phased out. Raymond James analyst Ed Mills notes that this version is way less damaging than the one that's already passed the House of Representatives, but obviously still poses a material headwind for clean energy names. I guess maybe the market was thinking that the Senate wasn't going to look at the cuts for renewables in the same way that the House was. It looks like they're wrong here because they're going to continue with it. So the Republicans aim to pass the bill before July 4th. Donald Trump has been kind of pushing Republicans in the Senate to get that done. But the final version probably will need some sort of compromise between both the House and the Senate. So a lot of market analysts are saying, likely there's not going to be a big, beautiful bill on the president's desk to sign until late July. Obviously, that is all speculation. We don't really know. So can you keep an eye on that? Anything you want to add before we go on?
Yeah, Tesla's starting to break down here, guys. The market is rallying, somewhat rallying back, so you're getting that pullback. Apple is hovering around these lows, but we're starting to see some more indecision prints here, guys, right around those lows. So you can see the buying pressure start to step in at specific areas. So you can see this was the previous low a day, and then now as we head towards that specific level, look at the buying pressure step in on the 5-minute time frame. Let's see if we can get a bounce here in Tesla and it join its peers, because it's a nice move that we got in the Qs to the top side.
That's good. All right. SoftBank selling a lot of its T-Mobile U.S. shares. They raised about $4.8 billion in doing so. They sold a block of their shares, about 21.5 million shares at $224 each, which was about a 3% discount given yesterday's close. It closed about almost $231 yesterday. So the guided range that they gave was 224 to 228. The deal was executed via a term sheet reviewed by Reuters. The ownership impact here, despite the sale, SoftBank will remain the second largest shareholder of T-Mobile US after Dutch Telecom. Prior to the trade, SoftBank actually held about 7.52%, or about 85 1/3 million shares, and the approximate value of that based on Monday's close was about $22.75 billion. The proceeds could signal ongoing SoftBank efforts to monetize its assets and shore up liquidity. The idea here is obviously they're on the hook for a lot of investment with the Stargate or whatever investment that they were announced there in the Oval Office. Some of the shares that they gained, though, of T-Mobile, I'm talking about SoftBank, they actually acquired in the Sprint T-Mobile merger back in 2023. So apparently they picked up about $7.6 billion worth of shares at no cost as part of the conditions tied to Sprint. I'm not sure if that had to do with anti-competitive or ownership restrictions. I'm not really sure why they were able to get that $7.6 billion, but I'm sure a quick AI LLM search would probably answer that question for you. Those shares are likely contributed to the pool used for this sale. So if they got, $7.6 billion worth of free shares, selling 20, how much did they sell here? About how much money did it come to? 22.76. Okay.
What do you want me to ask, Bing? Copilot there?
Be like, why did SoftBank get $7.6 billion worth of T-Mobile shares in the Sprint T-Mobile merger? Yeah, find out that. I'm just going to go on. Then let me know when you find out. Nvidia looking at, obviously moving up. What is Nvidia? Yeah, we're up 0.2. So Barclays hiking Nvidia's price target today up to 200 from $170 and maintaining that overweight rating. The bullish revision follows, I'm just going to finish this. And then
go ahead.
The bullish revision follows a post-Q1 supply chain check, indicating obviously strong near-term upside potential, Joseph. I will pause here for a second. What was the answer to that?
So SoftBank received $7.6 million in T-Mobile shares as a part of the Sprint and T-Mobile merger due to the conditions set in their agreement. The merger completed on April, I don't know if that's correct, allowed SoftBank to retain a 24% stake in the newly combined company.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Later in 2023.
Later in 2023, SoftBank was granted additional T-Mobile shares worth $7.5 $1.59 billion at no extra cost after certain conditions were met.
Can you find out what those conditions were?
Yeah. I want to dive deeper. Yes. What were those conditions?
Yeah, beauty. All right, the revenue outlook as well for Nvidia upgraded. Barclays sees about a $2 billion upside to the July quarter revenue versus what the street was expecting. The firm revised its basically its data center revenue, the compute segment revenue known as data center for Nvidia. That's their biggest moneymaker. They're upgrading that from about 35.6 billion is what they were expecting on the quarter up to 37. So not a bad look there. And they're basically saying, you know, the Blackwell supply reached about the production that is about 30,000 wafers they've made a month in June. That's below the previous 40,000 estimate. But despite the lower estimate there, they say the utilization rates are really strong and they're scaling faster than they anticipated. So even though they got a bit of a slow start there, they're making back up. Barclays notes that really it's agentic AI. The main story, I would say, for AI in 2025 so far is really what's driving the stronger than expected demand, at least in the second half of 25. Joseph, what did it say?
So SoftBank received 48,800,000 T-Mobile shares worth about $7.6 billion at no additional cost after meeting a contingent consideration condition set in the merger agreement. The condition required that the 45-day volume-weighted average price of T-Mobile stock be at least $150.
They based it on VWAP?
That's crazy, right? That's insane. At any time between the second anniversary of the merger closing on December 31st, 2025, after T-Mobile declared a 65-cent per share dividend in September of 2023, the threshold price was adjusted to $149.35.
Very interesting, man. Very interesting there. I didn't know that. I based it on VWAP. Yeah. All right, guys. Mounting headwinds face Tesla, warns Wells Fargo, and that's why they downgraded Tesla today. They reiterated, I shouldn't say they downgraded, they reiterated their underweight rating, but they did drop that price target down to $120. They say, look, full year deliveries are expected to fall 21% year over year. They expect Q2 to be flat versus Q1. To basically to hit the street's estimate of 411,000, which is what the street was expecting for deliveries. June would require a 50% month-over-month surge from what they delivered in May, which the firm says is highly unlikely. Wells Fargo's Q2 delivery forecast, just so you guys have an idea, 343,000, which is about 17% less than the consensus. So Wells Fargo doesn't think a whole lot right now of Tesla's EV business, but we know why people buy this stock. It's not exclusively for EVs. We know what's coming. The analysts expect before we go on, Katina Man, what's going on over there, bro? What's going on over there, Katina Man? The Katina Man's short the TQs and he's jamming up a storm over there. He's getting amped up and he's going to be on in about half an hour. So if you guys know what's good for you, keep your eye out on the chat for the Katina Man's levels. He's been posting them in there. Let's talk about some of the analysts at Wells Fargo think about Tesla. So they expect free cash flow, to turn negative for the first time ever since 2018, basically forecasting a 1.9 billion free cash flow burn. They cite declining margins as well as soft deliveries, pricing pressure also an issue, and these ZEV credit contributions, which make up a lot of their profit. We know about that. The 2025 CapEx guidance as well remains elevated. They're looking at spending over $11 billion, which is also contributing to the free cash flow concerns. So these are all the different reasons why Wells Fargo not very bullish on Tesla. They also say, Joseph, that the Model Y demand appears to be slowing even with that refresh with the Juniper, and we don't still have that Model 2 or Model Q, the more affordable version of
that we've been waiting for.
Yeah. And the Robotaxi and Optimus, they're not very impressed with that. They say little tangible progress has been seen, hurting investor sentiment. And you heard your friend Mitch this morning on the morning show. He said there's rumors floating around out there that the Robotaxi launch, at least in reality, on the streets of Austin, some issues coming.
Yeah. I mentioned that I was talking to my boy in the works. He's working on the infrastructure there, so it would be interesting to hear more from what he's got going on. But I mean, it's nothing new from Tesla, from Elon, right? You know what I mean? Sometimes slightly over-promising, under-delivering, right?
Almost always, right?
You know what I mean? Dave, we don't want to go down that road, but again, there's the Model 2 we've been waiting on. I don't even know. I don't think they talk about the Roadster anymore. anymore. I don't even think that's going to come into play. So yeah, a lot going on. I mean, big hopes, high hopes for Mr. Elon himself. I think some things will start to slowly come together, but not at the pace that we were expecting it to.
I got high hopes. Ooh, that's
yeah, exactly. That's it. Exactly.
All right.
That's it. There we go.
What's happened, Katina Man?
Got some big pun in here.
The Katina Man's got big pun playing in the headset right now. Oh, man, that brings back memories, bro. Well, RIP, obviously, Adara. He hasn't been with us for a while now. Very long time. Shout out to his friend, Fat Joe. They used to roll together. What was the Terror Squad?
The
Terror Squad.
Oh, when you were doing your breakdancing, you used to be a Terror Squad.
Yes,
you were
of
a Terror
course.
Squad.
They weren't really the breakdancing. A lot of the breakdancing music at practice was 80s hip. Early hip hop, you know, like Run DMC and stuff like that.
Fair enough.
Let's talk a little bit about OpenAI.
Let's go. Tesla.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Tesla, we'll talk about OpenAI.
Yeah, do your thing.
Tesla is starting to move here, guys. Add into that position, inability to crack those lows. Where's that next level that we're going to look for? That's going to be around 321-ish or 320.40. Maybe we'll look for some rejection. But Tesla starting to work out. You've seen that big volume spike. It might have been a liquidity grab there on the Qs, but now forming a hammer candle, pulling back, bouncing off some pre-market levels as well too. So a good look on Tesla. Let this cook up. Wait for those specific levels. 1230 is going to be our primary target, and then we'll assess the situation from there.
You don't want to be a player anymore?
I don't want to be a player.
You just want to crush a lot?
Yeah.
Dara.
Is that a big pun?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Your friend Donald just truth
say?
or whatever. We know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding.
Oh.
Huh?
This one is pretty, it gets pretty graphic. You might not want to read it out loud.
Okay, thank you for that, Adara. I do appreciate
it. Pretty bad at
Thank you for warning me about that. Yeah. Wow, yeah. That's an interesting text.
Can I read it? Let me read it.
You got to download True Social.
Buddy, I'm not
You're not going to download True Social?
No, there's no way.
True Social is like one of the only apps I give, what's it called, permissions now, notification permissions, because of your friend Donald over there. All right, while Joseph's reading that, let's talk a little bit about OpenAI here, securing a $200 million Pentagon deal for national security. $200 million one-year contract, guys. Department of Defense, supposed to be for frontier AI capabilities, whatever the hell that means. Now, I'll talk about what it means in a second. It's OpenAI's first official listing with the Pentagon, focused on AI for warfighting and enterprise missions. It builds on OpenAI's collaboration, which was obviously with Anduril, which secured its own $100 million contract back in December. The deal is part of a new division in OpenAI. It's called OpenAI for Government, and it includes a chatbot for ChatGPT government platform. The initiative will enable government bodies to access custom models, roadmaps, support tools, tailored really for national security use cases. So that it'll assist in things like healthcare access, data streamlining, as well as proactive cybersecurity solutions. Obviously, that's going to become a big thing going into the future. If it's not already, it is. So we'll keep tabs on that. Anything you want to add, Joseph, before I go on?
Yeah, we're going to talk about Intel because that stock is disregarded to everything that's going on. But first, we got to take care of something. New traders, listen up. No. We mean first month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Everything instant. Lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check that link in the description. Intel, thank you Alexandre Emerald. Thanks for pointing that out. Intel's on its own I'm not even going to say it's on its own path here today. Not even worrying about what's going on in these overall markets. A big time breakout. You get this pullback here, lots of indecision, and then boom, breaks through the volume weighted average price and essentially doesn't look back. So a really good look there on Intel. Thank you for pointing that. Let's go Tesla.
Get it, Joe.
Yes, Sharif. This is what we're talking about. So we ran into those key levels that we're looking at. We have my chart up there. We added to the position as well. We're going to slowly take some off here, guys. I'll take 33% there. Boom. We got a nice move on Tesla, gaining back some of the losses that we had earlier in the day on it. So I mentioned earlier on Tesla, we were looking for those longs, had to be patient. That volatility came into the market, We sold off aggressively, and then now we're getting that move back towards the volume-weighted average price in Tesla. And Intel putting in a new high a day there, 2144. I know Neil and Katina Man are liking this one, so a big-time move in Intel, but unfortunately, from a daily perspective, still not doing too much there. So yeah, it is what it is. And that truth by our guy over there, Donald, very interesting as well. So yeah, shout out to Mr. Donald Trump. Okay, so a big time indecision on the 1 minute here on Tesla. I have to take some more off. Listening to what the price action is telling us, this can close as an inverted hammer, and there it is. We do get that close. We trade below this candle, open up below it, then I'm out. But I'll be patient. Wait for it. Maybe we can get a test of the highs, but once it breaks down, I have to take some more off, which I'm about to do right now.
All right, guys.
There we go.
Let's talk. Oh, there is Studio 58 work being done. Shout out to Robbie
50.
Rob. Sorry, Studio 8. My bad. I was thinking of Studio 57 or whatever it was called. Shout out to Rob. That's Rob in the orange there. That's Mark in the blue. That blue in the background there with the patch on the white. Those were the windows that we took out. So that's already been filled in with drywall. On top of that drywall, I can't tell you what's going to go there, but it's going to be enormous and very, very futuristic. So super pumped for what's happening here, guys. The boys been doing a hell of a job back there, man. Make sure to catch that with a Studio 8, hopefully coming sooner rather than later. Let's go on to Apple. Apple faces iCloud antitrust lawsuit as the legal clouds start forming. No pun intended. You'll understand why in a second. Sorry, Adira. A U.S. district judge in San Jose ruled that Apple must face a proposed class action lawsuit over allegations it illegally monopolized digital storage through its iCloud services. So the plaintiffs argue here that Apple violated antitrust law by forcing users of the iPhone to use iCloud and exclusively iCloud for essential data, not for everything, just the essential data like your settings and your device configurations. You got to upload that. You can't really upload that anywhere else because you don't have access to system files. Right? So the new allegations are being brought here. So this is an old case, but apparently there were new facts that surfaced, which is why the judge allowed the class action case to go on this time. These include limits to third-party storage options for certain types of files required to restore a device and not just media files. So the consumer impact here is that, a plaintiff from Los Angeles. We saw this with Tesla, obviously, the guy who owned 8 shares. So one guy is paying $299 a month for iCloud. He helped file the case last year. The suit could represent a nationwide class action lawsuit of tens of millions of U.S. consumers who purchased iCloud storage. I'm not American, but I purchased iCloud storage and do every month, obviously. Apple's defense is as follows. They argue its restrictions ensure the high level of security that it needs, especially for critical system data, which obviously has very sensitive information. The company claims its designs is intended to safeguard user privacy, not restrict competition. The courts will have to decide who is in the right and who is in the wrong there. Anything you have to add before I go on to Meta?
Yeah, Gora pointed out a good thing. Yeah, we just got out at the right time. That's what I was looking for. You can see that indecision print, an inverted hammer candle at that high, and then sure enough, we rejected. So I hopped all out of this Tesla trade. So there you go. Entry 1, add to the position. Where can we get better? Add more here for that break, and then look to take some off. As soon as that candle is printed, you remove the majority of your position, leave some for a runner, just in case it does go in your favor, or if it does come back break even. So that worked out relatively well for Teslas. We just need to add a little bit more shares. And yeah, good pointing that out there as well too, Gora.
Good luck, Joseph.
Thank you.
All right, Meta expands their WhatsApp. We got this headline yesterday. Yep. We know they're going to monetize WhatsApp, Joseph. But Wells Fargo, now that they have the information, they're chiming in on how they feel about Meta. And they reiterated their overweight rating and their 664 price target on Meta, citing strong monetization potential. Why are you laughing? What do you do? Oh, why did they switch it to City TV? Yeah.
Why is
Can you switch it back, Ram, so that we can see when Donald does anything?
Family Feud on.
Got Family Feud on right now. Shout out to Steve Harvey, baby. Get him, Steve. Steve's got the best mustache in the business. I can't even compete,
Oh,
my boy.
yeah, I didn't even think of that there.
Yeah, man. Steve's the OG with that mustache, my boy. Yeah, can you guys see? Assassino, there we go. There you go. Neil's watching. Neil's hard at work. Keep working, Neil. I'm just... joking. All right. Sorry, bro. You were in the way. They were showing the screen and you were looking at it. I apologize, Neil. I apologize.
We need to bring back Jeopardy. Remember we did Jeopardy that day?
That was a good
day. Maybe we could do
well, I'm sorry, bro.
Maybe we could do a version of Family Feud, split the team in half, and then
that'd be good.
Boom.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. Actually, that's kind of cool. Say that again, Adara.
Nowadays, this was a time where we didn't have news every 2 seconds. If we did that game now, I would have to have all my account. I feel like at this point there's too much news to do games. I am so sad. You know what I mean? We're inundated with headlines every 2 seconds. I feel like every 2 seconds the game would be interrupted. But I do like the idea of a Family Feud.
Okay, Ram, hit OK. Circle button. There you go. And then you should be able to go down. There it is. Hit that. There we go. Thank you. Okay, let's keep going over here. So Wells Fargo continuing to like Meta, and they like the gross margins, guys. This is crazy. Meta has 82% gross margins, which is, I don't want to say normal, but it's a lot more normal for a non-physical product. Like we're talking about SaaS, software. Usually they have higher gross margins in the 70s and 80s. Meta obviously is more software with digital ad sales, so they really like that idea. And they also like the expansion into WhatsApp for digital ad sales. So the new ads on the WhatsApp update tab could deliver what they think could be $6 billion in incremental revenue. The monetization model aims to match Instagram's CPMs and ad load. So they're looking at basically taking a proven concept on Instagram and adding it to WhatsApp. We'll have to see how they do that. They say that ads won't interfere, though, with the private chats, and that Meta emphasizes a clean user experience separation. We'll have to see how that all works out. WhatsApp remains one of Meta's last major platforms, Joseph, that's been really untapped in the ad inventory. They've basically used ads on everything else. Listen to this. Total Meta revenue, baby, $170.36 billion with a 19% annual average growth rate. That is eye-watering right there,
crazy.
Man.
Those are crazy numbers.
Beautiful look, man.
Those are absolutely crazy numbers. I think it's still a buy for, I think, this stock.
It is. Yeah, it's 700 or not. It's a buy, Joseph.
It's a buy.
Big Spile, quickly. $5 super chat. Shout out to my man, Big Spile. We asked 100 people who is a person who does not pay up on bets. Answer is, I paid.
Yeah, I don't know what. I think he's taking jabs at me.
He's referring to Joe.
I don't know why.
Because, I will use the eidetic memory here. So Joe and Kyle had that Tesla bet. I forget exactly what the price was, 400 to 500. Anyways, Tesla clearly went down. Kyle was the winner, and I guess Joe never paid up on that.
You can pay me. I'll give it to Big Spile.
I will
bring
gladly,
the money over here. It'll find its way to
I will
Big Spile.
gladly pay up my bet. It was a friendly handshake bet. Adara, the fact that you remember this is absolutely
you run a risk here about ever challenging Adara's memory. That's a risk.
Listen, I'm not pleading guilty or anything along those lines. If there was a dollar amount, my guy would be paid instantly. I don't have Zelle. I don't have Venmo.
I told you.
All
just
right?
bring it over here.
Bring it over. Just get
I'll give it
and
to
you'll
Big
get it.
Spile.
We'll get it over there.
Don't worry about it. You can trust me.
So there's no way. I am a man who pays his debt. There is no questioning that. Spile, if you want me to send you some good quality Canadian beer, maybe I can do that, because we don't drink that 4.5% stuff or that 4%.
Use the word, Joe.
Garbage.
Use the word, Joe.
Garbage, a good Canadian beer here.
We're having a good
garbage.
Time. All right, guys, we're just having some fun. Obviously, we're not calling all American garbage, not all.
No, I'm saying their beer, not the. I will. Bud Light is hot trash, and so is Coors Light. So
you heard it from Joey Options, baby.
Here you go.
All right. See, Florida Trader, I'm not the one pooping right now. All right, let's get to the next one I'm playing. Pharma sector faces tariff shock as Donald Trump reiterates his intentions to tax or tariff, the industry. He wants them to build in America and to manufacture drugs in America. Let's talk a little bit about this. So the major global pharmaceutical stocks traded lower in the pre-market after Trump vowed to impose new tariffs on these pharmaceutical stocks. The pharmaceutical category had previously been shielded from these trade-related disruptions due to public health exceptions, but now he's kind of singing a bit of a different tune. That tune is he announced aboard Air Force One that he is starting the tariffs on pharma, and they are likely to be imminent, using his words. This marks a policy reversal from his earlier exclusion of pharma in the April tariff round, the Liberation Day, which was later rolled back, obviously. Trump's aim here, his focus, according to him, is to pressure these drug makers to bring manufacturing operations back to the U.S. I know that's something we suffered from in Canada when we didn't have our own production process. We couldn't make any of these, what are they called? The vaccines for COVID, et cetera. So we were completely reliant on foreign manufacturing, foreign development of drugs. And so I think COVID really exposed a lot of the supply chain weaknesses that we kind of didn't know that we had. And if we did, we kind of put them to the back of our mind, but they became front and center during COVID. And I think that that's probably why he's doing that. Maybe less jobs, more for national security. So that's kind of how I perceive that, Joseph. That is the end of the news. By no means, obviously, is that the only news plays on the day, but just the ones that I reviewed this morning. Sean Joseph. Hi, Sharif. Please check out this stock, BTRX. It has huge news, I'm assuming, and it's rocketing. Please take a look. I'm in at $1.65. Let's go. Say less, my man. We're going to do it right now. BTRX, the ticker. Let's load that up. Show yourself BTRX. I typed it wrong, obviously BTRX. I think you typed it wrong, my man. He wrote BTRX. There's no ticker BTRX. Do you have anything BTRX there?
No.
No, I'm not. So retype it, Sean Joseph. Let me know exactly what you're looking at there, brother, because I don't think that's the correct ticker there.
Yeah, wow. The market is really
Joseph,
moving lower here, guys. I think there was another news event.
Probably.
So there you go. Yeah. So we take an additional leg lower. Yeah, there we go. So Adara's got it for us, breaking through the pre-market low.
Oh, baby.
Short in this neck of the woods. Wow. And look at the aggression start to really pick up. Meg 7 tanking. Adara, what do you got for us?
A Wall Street Journal reporting that Israeli intelligence showed that Iran is working on a trigger useful for a nuclear bomb. So more nuclear talk here coming out of Iran. Again, as reported by the Wall Street Journal, this just came out. Market reacting pretty intensely to the downside here. Back to you.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
That's
not a good idea.
Here's what I'm getting here. Drops on Iran action, defense stock. No, that's earlier. Yeah, what do you make of all this, bro?
What do I make of it? To be honest with you, Sharif,
DRTX.
I'm sick of hearing it, to be honest with you, man. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice.
No, but like aside from all of us being sick of people dying and stuff like that, and markets being volatile, I guess maybe it's not a bad thing.
Well, I mean,
if you make money both ways.
If you're short,
how do you think this all ends?
It doesn't end good. If things continue to escalate, I don't think it's going to end good. So it's best that these guys get to the negotiation table, see what each party wants, and try to find somewhat of a a middle ground. But I don't think that's going to happen, especially when you start launching missiles at each other. You're probably past that stage. I don't think it's a good idea, especially from an Israel standpoint. Dual front war. We've seen how that went down before. In the likes of World War II, even though obviously we didn't see how that went down. But again, I just don't think it's a good idea. You understand what I mean? Market's tanking. I don't like to see any of this because you can see it reflected in the overall market. I just want to trade stocks that go up. I don't want things to go down on the behinds of individuals dying.
I respect that, man. All right. Sean Joseph, this is the ticker you're talking about. So it's BRTX. Thank you for submitting that again. So I guess the headline is that they announced a share repurchase program, announced Tuesday that the board of directors has authorized the repurchase of up to $2 million of its outstanding common stock from now until the June 16th, so a year. This share repurchase program reflects our confidence in the strength of our clinical development pipeline and the future outlook of our business. So it looks like a biotech company. Now let's look at the chart. Let's close that out. So up on the day, I believe, 9.14%. It's not a heavily liquid name. It's $1.77, and it's only traded 290,000 shares, so liquidity, obviously an issue there. But let's look at the daily, because I don't know if this is the proper day trade. So very consolidative, as you can see there. It looks like it does have support generally between $1.25 to $1.50. I would say more along the lines of $1.50 support, with the outlying wicks being those $1.25 touches. They look like they're intraday wicks, and most of them actually close above $1.33 to $1.50. So that's my initial observation. For support with resistance, the majority of the prints do reject $2. Again, you have these outlying areas here, like in June of last year, as well as February of this year, where you get big moves up above 2. Looks like that one hit 2 1/5. Zooming back out, so that was the daily. Let's go to the weekly. It's much like a lot of these charts. You know, they've had their best kind of trades behind them. It looks like this one did a 1 for 4,000 split back in October, that is, of 2021. And since that time, it's been kind of a little bit ziggy-zaggy here. So there isn't much to say in terms of technicals other than the support and resistance, because there's really no discernible trend. It's very sideways. I would say look for a decisive break and hold above that $3 area. As you can see, though, it's had these outsized days, Sean, where it makes these big moves, retraces, big moves, retraces. Look for a sustained uptrend or a sustained downtrend. I like your entry at $1.65. It's towards the lower end of the range. I would say to you, the money fills, though, probably at that $1.33 to $1.25. This is not financial advice. If I were trading this, I was long, I had a long bias on this, which it seems like you do. I'd be putting a resting order, a good till canceled order at that $1.33 to $1.25 so that I can have the money fills. That would be my move. Let me know how it works out. I hope you print up a storm, my man. Needless to say, Joseph.
Yeah, good luck. So we got a $2 super chat from Cindy B. Any thoughts of the MP materials? I got in under 30. I've had that pulled up for you. Good luck here. 1 minute, we're going to go to Adair momentarily. I know we got news 30 looking really good. You get that breakout. You're in at the right time. Volume being supporting that move. Start to trim. Maybe you can have some ad opportunities, but now just get into that trade management aspect, all right? So you're past risk management. Now it's trade management. Look where your profit targets are because you're in at a good price. Good luck, Cindy B. Adair, what do you got for us?
Looking at that BRTX, but yeah, you guys covered that Virusworks Therapeutics, so that was the deal. Their only catalyst I saw in it, for what it's worth, was the $2 million buyback program, but also I have a little bit more details on that Wall Street Journal story about Iran and the potential, I guess, for nuclear there. Wall Street Journal reported that, as I mentioned earlier, Israeli intelligence apparently showed that Iran is working on a trigger that could be useful for a nuclear bomb, but apparently U.S. disagrees with Israel's intelligence. So apparently they disagree as to how far Iran is away from nuclear research. Apparently Israeli intelligence did not signal to the U.S. that Tehran was building a nuclear bomb, and that apparently Trump views this threat as increasingly urgent. So that's coming from Wall Street Journal. Just to go over that report, we have a couple more details. So I thought, why not give you guys some more color? Back to you.
Sure. So I'll just basically give you my understanding. Pardon me?
I was going to say you can opine on it.
Yeah. My understanding is that the centrifuges that Iran is using to enrich uranium are at their most secure facility. Apparently, this is deep. I don't know if you know the terrain of Iran. They're very mountainous, kind of like Afghanistan. Yeah, because they're neighbors. Yep. So very mountainous terrain, and they built several underground or in-mountain nuclear facilities. And apparently, if you believe what the experts are saying, the Israelis don't have the bunker-busting bombs in their arsenal to be able to penetrate that. They need the Americans to do so. Now, we've seen the reluctance of the Americans to actually want to be involved in the offensive side. They have participated, again, if you believe the reports, in the defensive side, helping intercept some of the Scuds that Iran's been firing onto Israel in response. So, you know, it's kind of one where Israel has one opinion about the state of Iran's nuclear program, and the States seems to have a different one. They're not always in line with where Iran is and how the response should be.
What I got from an understanding of that, Sharif, is that Iran is still some ways away from even getting the nuclear onto a projectile. So apparently what they're doing is they can build it, but they still need to get it into a missile where they can launch it if they were going to go that route, which I highly suggest that they
Well, yeah, I mean, you'd be the first person to do that since World War II. I don't know if you want to be known for that, right?
I don't know if you want
But here's the deal. So again, you got to look what the different countries are saying. Israel said that they were like a week away from having weapons-grade uranium for 10 to 15 weapons. Whether you believe that or not, that's not the point. The point is, so you're going to have weapons-grade uranium, and you already have missiles reaching and landing in Israel.
Yeah.
Right? So then it poses the threat. Now, whether they execute on that threat or not, that's a different story. But the threat is there. And then when the threat is there, it balances the balance of power a little bit, because then you have the counterattack response. And so I don't think Israel wanted to be in that position. And so they took the preemptive action. Whether you agree with it or not, different story. I'm not opining on it either way. Just stating the facts as I have observed them, as I've heard them. You know, we really don't know exactly what is happening.
That's the last
You're going to have to
thing
be there.
That's the last thing you want to hear, because as soon as you hear a nuclear projectile, it sell absolutely everything that you own.
Yeah.
Sell it all. Sell it all. I don't want it to go down that route.
I can't hear myself. I don't know. You guys don't have to agree with me, and I really don't care if you agree with me or not. I'm going to state the facts as I see them. If you disagree, tell me why I'm wrong, rather than just attacking me as an individual, right? Or saying, can you hear yourself, or your propaganda. Tell me what I'm saying wrong. Tag me in the chat. Engage in the conversation. Be somebody who's contributing rather than somebody who's breaking down, right? Yeah. So, you know, do a little bit better, some of you guys in the chat. What do you got, Joseph?
Yeah, it doesn't matter who hit who first. To me, honestly, it's just all nonsense. Again, there's so much more things to worry about, I think, in life. Well, obviously, this is a big one, but you just take care of your family and friends, read books, go have fun and laugh. You don't need to be sending missiles and projectiles at each other. I don't know. Anyways, it's not my place to. We'll talk about
it.
But,
again, just stupid responses.
It's not even like pay any mind, because there's nothing we can do about it. Everybody's gonna have their opinion on it, like you said, Sharif. Whether exactly. Whether we agree or not. Heathen. Yeah, exactly. So it's just like, okay, guys, we can bring you the news. Adair's bringing you the news. We can talk about it a little bit, but everyone's gonna have their own opinion on it. So yeah, it is what it is, guys. I'd rather talk stocks, sports, fighting, etc. I don't want to talk about all that other stuff. So,
more chicken.
Speaking of,
I will eat more chicken and I'll flex on you, baby. Oh.
Yeah, read it. Yeah, Rivian Millionaire. That's what I say. Read books, man. Like, just go in there and read it. But let's see what Adair's got for us. I don't like all this bomb talk.
We're going to talk here about some stocks that could be potentially moving off of this. So here's RTX. RTX near day's highs. Really good look for this one. This is a defense play. We'll keep an eye on LMT as well. LMT hasn't necessarily been moving with the group, but nice push to the upside for LMT as well. Again, these defense plays are going to be on watch. I would say one notable exception is Palantir, which is often viewed as a defense play, but it's pushing lower because OpenAI actually won a $200 million contract with the Department of Defense. So now PLTR potentially a little bit threatened in that space. To the downside, a lot of these other defense plays pretty strong. You keep an eye on Boyle or UNG, USO as well if you're looking for some of these oil plays, because we know that sector can be on watch as well during these geopolitical tensions. Back to you.
Okay, so
Jameson,
again, if you guys come at me like that in the chat, you're going to lose your voice on this channel. It's really up to you. Do you want to have a voice on the channel? Because I can block you a lot faster than you can make a new Google account, baby. It takes nothing for me to do that. So choose your comments wisely. If you want to maintain your voice on the channel, choose your comments wisely. If you don't, you're gone. Simple as that. What are you looking at, Joseph?
MMA to the moon. Yeah, no, I'm looking at the market continuously tank here. NVDA is hovering around some key levels. Surprisingly, it's not participating in the sell-off here, guys. So that's a positive sign. If it does break down, watch out for some more potential movement to the south side. And there we go. We got some more news here.
What do we got?
There's definitely got some more news. There we go, Katina, man. Yeah, I'm not going to get too excited about this stuff, but Adair, what do you got for us?
Here is, sorry, we still have from my last throw here. We'll say pull up the market. Apparently, an Israeli army spokesperson is saying that they bombed 3 major sites in Iran a short while ago, quote unquote. Their planes are now flying over Isfahan, Iran. So I guess an Israeli army spokesperson saying that they are very much, I guess, involved or flying over Iran. Keep an eye on the market with that in mind, as I don't know where we're sending you, but we're sending you somewhere. Back to whoever.
Ooh, okay. We are overtime. It is 2:01. So we earned a little bit of the time.
Yeah,
because the boys gave us 5 minutes up the top there. But how much we got some in the bank? No. We got a little bit of
we got some money in the bank for sure. We got time in the
You got money in the bank, huh?
Got time.
Money and time in the bank.
Time in the bank.
There it is, baby.
Well, my time is only God willing, my friend. That whatever I have banked in that, He only knows.
There you go. Yeah,
there you go.
I know. I always told my old man. My old man's like, oh, I don't know if I'll be around. I'm like, don't be so arrogant. You don't know when God's going to call it. He's going to ring the bell.
You don't know when.
All right, guys, time to send you over to that way. You got Neil short MU. Sean, I don't know. It says you're not in any positions, brother. I think you're short in the triple Qs. He's $9 in the money. I'll let him hit the dollar club. See you later, boys. I'll see everybody at the green screen.
Ciao.
Yo, what's up, Sharif? Yeah, look, man, I've been sitting down here since 12:30 talking about this short. Here's the short in the TQs. There's the short again. Boom, boom, pow, right there. This is how we're trading. And then obviously we're still short on Tesla, which is now $7 and $8 in the money. So welcome to the Midday show. Thanks, Sharif and Joe, for that show. I just got back, so I didn't hear too much of that last little bit there, but it's a nice move down in as we do hear about Iran. And, you know, we've been hearing that since basically, well, I mean, that's Tesla, so that's not that. That's been since about here, man. We've been hearing since about 1 o'clock, I'd say 12:30, that the U.S., I could go back and look at that chat. I was like, get ready for U.S. to get involved here. And they're involved now. So we're going to wait to see what winds up happening there. Nice move down in the TQQs. And yeah, man, like I keep saying, man, traders going to trade. So stuff like that's not going to stop me. But nice short there. Apparently you have a short going on.
Well, the theme is, look, there were long. I was long Micron, and when everything started to fall apart. I was long Palantir when everything started to fall apart. Palantir, I was long off of its lows. Remember this morning I was like, if Palantir gets to 138.5, I'm going to go long in Palantir. I was long Palantir. It broke down. I didn't get into the short till it broke 138. I didn't even flip it at my zone. I actually missed the trade when it broke down past my level. I got out of the long. I just missed going into the short. And then I shorted it through 138. It just bounced off 36. I still maintain, and I get it, Palantir is a risk stock. It's pulling back in. It's a defense stock, and there's an OpenAI story that came out this morning where they got a defense contract. Late reaction for PLTR. It could also just be that it's at some of those highs. In addition, I was also short. It entered twice. Come on, charts, don't do me now. I was long in Micron when it broke down, got out, didn't get the short until, just like Palantir, didn't get short until it broke another 40 cents or 50 cents to the downside, and then have been shorting it ever since, first at 121.5, then again at 121. I'm looking for a 119 half low. There was one name that was distinctly different while all of this was going on, and it doesn't make any sense to me, and it didn't. Oh, word? Okay, well, Intel's not breaking out anymore. So there was a point when Intel was breaking out the top. I was shorted under VWAP, and then it broke VWAP. I'm like, okay, that's fine. And then it broke out the top. I took the breakout trade when it took out the highs. I don't think this is a VWAP long, by the way. I'm not going to sit on VWAP here. Then took that one to the long side. I don't know why this chip stock was strong. Relatively speaking, it doesn't necessarily matter. But just like everything else, it's starting to fall apart. So yeah, even if you were long something that was trending, my guess is by now you're either out or, yeah, I don't know. My guess is by now you're probably out because I was long in a bunch of stuff and not long anymore. If anything, kind of wish I had gotten actually, no, it was a pretty good out on Palantir. Yeah, maybe Palantir is bottoming out here. That 136 isn't nothing. Just go back a couple of days, and we had a strong lower high. A day before that, you had a lot of chop and consolidation around 136. It seemed like an obvious target area. I think Palantir might have made a little bit of a bottom. I don't want to go long. I'm just not sure I want to reload that one short. Market's still at the lows, and that's a hefty pullback already in PLTR. So I'll look somewhere else. Certainly, Marty and Micron, I might take a shot reloading that. Intel, if it starts to break down, it didn't make any sense why I was up in the first place. So might join that one to the south side in the afternoon. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun day. Ultimately, I think this is one where you had to flip for sure. Well, it depends on what you're doing. I mean, I flipped in the things I was long. I think you stay net short when you were looking for the shorts, but you cannot be too stubborn about things. Just because you like a support level, if it breaks, at a bare minimum, get out. At a bare minimum. And then if you can, try to get into the other direction. Patrick Riley saying Palantir is Skynet. I hope not, but kind of. That's kind of the idea, right? Is that it is kind of like Skynet.
Look, I mean, you talked about flipping it up. I mean, the top two P&L names here on the show are AMD long right here. So that's P&L number one. And then P&L number two is Big Bear AI long. So the two longs today are PL1, 2. So you can find longs. There's no doubt about that one. And then, after that, then obviously the TQs is going to be there. This is a huge move now. And then needless to say, Tesla, we still got a position on right here. Smaller position, but this short is now $8 in the money and printing lower. So, yeah, exactly. What's up, Naveen? Yes, exactly. The reason for the short is the war. Yep. For me on Tesla, I mean, like if you guys were looking for something, and I know during the midday they don't trade the same, and there's more talk, and it's up to you guys if you enjoy those trades or not. But you could see right here, I've been posting for all afternoon, shorting the Qs. You know, we started this short, that was 44 minutes ago. Here's the short on Tesla. We've been talking, here's the big, I mean, we put the big bear AI trade out right here 1 minute into the market, and they're all just follows what we've been talking about. We've been looking for Tesla short, so we have Tesla short. You know, it's like, some of the things on here, we're looking at BBI long, we have it long. We have AMD long off those levels. As soon as those levels are broke, oh yeah, and by the way, you know, swimming is great and everything like that, but look, it's already a big day. But that Apple 198, look what we wrote down here, Apple 198.50. All right, it's embarrassing that it goes to 198.50 and I don't have it, but I'm not here, so I'm not gonna leave an order out like I've done in the past. There's 198.50. Right there at 11:45, 198.43, bang, to the downside. Even when we're not here, we're cooking, but that's 198.50. I hope you guys had some of those trades. And again, like I said, on the midday, they've been trading some more active names. You probably saw those. Neil, I'm not sure how many symbols you've traded. I've only traded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I had Palantir long early. We got in and out of that pretty fast. Then we had the AMD trade, the Big Bear AI trade, this TQ trade, and this Tesla trade. So we're going to have one, we're going to go 4 and 1, and the only one hit is a 20-cent hit here on Palantir. And as I always say, Neil talks about it a little bit differently. He explained it in the first part of the day. It's very important to me that I don't have too many of my losers bigger than my winners. And right now, Palantir would be my, as far as a loser is concerned, I made more money on all the other 4 names. So like if I've lost $10 on this, I made 11 at least on all the other ones. So far so good there on Palantir. But yeah, I mean, we're going. Big Bear AI broke lower. We're just waiting for Sharif to get ready. And when he is, no, take your time. I'm just letting people know that we're going to get to that. Big Bear AI has made a move down. Yo, what's up, Fabian, my guy, over there.
What's the flashlight?
Maybe the flashlight will blind me and I won't be able to see these trades anymore. But for right now, man, we're pretty on fire.
Yeah, that was good.
There we go, man. It's going to be a good one. I got, what did he say?
Sparking out of.
Yeah, well, let's get it. We can get, I mean, let's get some spark to these trades, that's for sure. Right now, Micron short, TQs, and Tesla short. So I'm $9 in the money here, 2 positions. Let's just see what winds up happening. Day is still young here, 210 only.
Yeah, there's lots of time to still go in the market. We'll let Sharif get into position there. Just absolutely no rush. Don't even worry about it. Well, there was one name, I haven't traded it, but I think it's okay. It's trying to make a little bit of a look. We like Robinhood a little bit here, but I think this might be showing indications of a fail at that 75 level. It's hard to see. It's hard to see very, very cleanly, but every single time we've been above 75, like we've run away from the price. So like it breaks out cleanly above it, but it also fades out underneath it. So it's not like it's a brick wall that it can't get through. But the idea, and when we're talking about things like flipping, look, I didn't trade Robinhood. It wasn't really on the radar, except probably looking for a breakout long. But when you have a level like that, and when you lose the consolidation underneath, that's the idea where you want to look for those flips. If there's any break back into 75 today, if this market tries to V-shape it in the afternoon, I think Hood can be faded up there. Like what a difference a day makes in the afternoon, crypto and Hood and GameStop was doing it, Coinbase, like they were all absolutely flying. Coinbase is, not Coinbase, Bitcoin's under 104. I don't know where Coinbase is at. Bitcoin's underneath 104. Like all these names that were so strong, I'm just going to look up Coinbase because I haven't seen it today. Yeah, it's down. Didn't want to make the assumption and so to speak out of turn, but my assumption is that it would be down as well. Like all these super strong names are filling the gap back in. So you've got to be able to adjust. I'm actually looking for where if Intel's trapped some people, it just broke a trend on the 15-minute, but that's like a 1% move since it broke the trend line. It doesn't really give you a good entry on the 15. But I don't care how bullish it was a minute ago, or not a minute ago, earlier on, like an hour ago. This feels to me like this can be shorted back underneath that 21.25. If it was a good price to go long and the market flips, I think it's a good price to go short. I see we're doing the human centipede bears.
Okay, we are ready to go. It is 2:12 right now. Sharif's at the desk. You voted for it. We're going to talk about it.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, they're ready to go. They're locked and they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to join Joseph and I on the Midday Show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. It's super easy now, guys. The $sign, your 3, 4, or 5-letter ticker. Let's look at all 4 major averages. Boys, they're all in negative territory. Starting with the top left over here with the triple Qs down almost 1%, followed here by the Russell 2000 and the small caps also down over 0.4%. The ES down 0.4 as we speak, and the Dow, the best performing major average on the day, down about 0.75 percentage point here, all below that 1%. Look, Tesla, the #1 name as decided by you guys, really selling off aggressively here in the midday to the tune of 4.14%. It was Wells Fargo today who said that Tesla's cash burn and weak deliveries, guys, precipitated this for them to drop their price target to $120 on the electric vehicle maker.
We had it written down here as a short all day, right? I think we all kind of did. I layered into this twice, and now it's just an absolute monster. We talk about traders going to trade. I'm going to hold on to this one. There's the short. It's coming back in, man. It's now almost $9 in the money as we start to bleed lower and lower and lower. I just want to say, I just went on like a little bit telling everybody about how much we appreciate everybody in the chat. I mean, it's a tough place to sit here and sort of expose all these ideas every day, and some won't work and some will, but those of you that have been here since day one, I think you know what's up, and there it comes down. So there's a good move for us on Tesla today. When I read that it got downgraded, plus we couldn't break, I had initially written down 327, 328 in this pre-market area. I mean, what else am I supposed to do? I come in and write down what I see. It was right there. But then all of a sudden, whoops, the market dropped down and have the ability to actually adapt to what the market's doing. And that's what we did. We saw the move down, so I played the fade back into VWAP. It's a simple trade. It worked twice, and now it's nice. And that's all that you need. We say it's one good trade, right? I'm here to tell you, I've never really read any trading books. I listened to that one good trade. And that made me realize that you actually just need to focus on a few things and get them going. And so there it is right now. There's Tesla. Look at this thing break lower, man. It's now $9 in the money and going lower. So, I mean, there's not much else to say about this. We've broken again. Elon Musk had a nice run back up there. We were looking at that 360 level for a minute. Didn't get there. Couldn't break above 330. And so I had it short yesterday. We have it short today. And there we go. So we're going to wait to see where this goes. But the 200 period definitely looked at now at 310. We could probably get into there. Breaking back down below 270, a possibility. And it's funny because you can have a tale of two stories, right? Mitch this morning was talking pretty bullish about it, running it into the cyber taxi event, and it just went the other way. So it's like you don't need to go long if you don't need to. And he probably, maybe nothing got triggered, but for me, the shorts never got triggered either until they did. So, you know, it's just, that's what trading is, man. You know, we're here every day. There goes the market as well. There goes the TQs. So we've got a couple good trades on right now. We're listening to some music. It's a great day. The weather outside is absolute. It's like 85 degrees or something outside. It's 25 degrees Celsius, feeling like, I was just out there for a walk, feeling like, it says feeling like 26. So same kind of thing. That's an amazing opportunity to get out there and enjoy. So
I love it for ball because like I'm instantly warmed up. Like you know when it gets that kind of heat where you step outside, you move a little bit, and the body's just like, yeah, let's go. We're ready. I could throw 1,000 pitches. I can't. I'd probably hurt the arm if I really did. But you feel like you can. There's nothing. Tesla was a great trade. I didn't try it until VWAP. I actually was in it twice. I got in once, and then I had a tight stop, and I'm like, nah, that's not how we're going to do it. And then jump back in at a 21 short into 20. At the moment it started bouncing, the future at a key level. And I was actually, what's interesting about this and to the point of like flipping in other directions. At this point, when this was bouncing off 320 and I was looking at the future, it was also the moment that I was going into a reversal long. Like I was covering short and going into long on Palantir when I took that scalp trade out. And ultimately, Palantir's not on that list. Like at the moment that I got into the breakdown, like this is right here where we're getting out there. When this started breaking down at 138, it was interesting because I had gotten out of something that was short to go long Palantir, reverse Palantir short, and ultimately in that moment, Tesla was still grinding higher, and that got me away from it because Palantir started working right away and Tesla was going up. That said, I come back to where did the bids come in right at that 320, and a lot of times when you see those buyers that had stalled it out there on the first time down, look at that topping tail candle. Obviously, it's going to continue to go down. I just heard whatever. There's a meta headline. We're going to go to BBAI. There's a little meta headline there. Oakley and Prada. Meta is teaming up with Oakley and Prada for some glasses. I don't know if that's the kind of news that's going to do anything in a market like what we're seeing right now. Meta's probably not going to bounce on that, and it's not going to matter.
Oh, Big Bear AI started the day out very positive, guys, on this really good headline here, confirming multiple deployments of their biometric software for enhanced passenger processing at key international airports, especially at points of entry as well. It went up quite aggressively on the day, but like with the overall market selling off here, down 1.8%, about 2% now.
Who would have thought about Big Bear AI on a day like today? The same person that thought about AMD yesterday at 120, right? So there it is right there, Big Bear AI. Happy to have it in the blotter today. There's 415 long break. I didn't even know that story, to be honest with you. I was just looking at it. Good action yesterday on Big Bear AI, and today it goes up as a top stock here on the show. There's the break of 415 early. Boom, boom, pow. Unfortunately, it's down now, as is the whole market, but that's why you got to hit it and quit it. It's just another trade for me. So, we traded it. It's too bad that it failed right there. I'm trying to zoom in, not the other way around. Too bad that it failed right at this level because that's a pretty big level there, 445. I don't know, man. We're about flat on our position or so. I think it was about that 420 marker is what we were looking at on our longer term, but we made money today on it in the account. I still like the name just for those reasons, the space that it's in. So more contracts coming, interesting time for Big Bear AI. They're not making any money. It's a shot in the dark on the long, but as far as the day trade, there it is, man. We'll go like that, and then we'll go like this, and then we'll say DJ Khaled if I can ever find him on here, because it's another one, right? We'll have some more for you tomorrow, but for today, it's BBAI. It's number 2 on the P&L, and it's a great stock. Big Bear AI. I mean, again, one of the 5 names that I traded, number 3 on our sticky note, and the rest, as they say, is history. It's well traded. Unfortunately, looks like it's going to break $4. I would stay away until we get that break tomorrow at 415 again. So, yeah, just not a great time here, unfortunately, for many of these stocks right now. I'm not even sure.
Not much
Intel's up, Micron's up.
That could be temporary on Intel.
Yeah.
And I think it could be temporary on Micron as well. But the one thing I'll say with BBI, I pulled up my e-signal because I wanted to look at a monthly chart. That's not that our charts don't do monthly charts. I just like the cleanliness over on e-signal sometimes and appreciate that. What's interesting about this on a really, really high time frame, and I understand it has a big wick on the monthly, but it looks distinctly different to the upside from the last little pumps. It's like topping tail and then straight down, topping tail and then straight down. Topping tail, 1 down month, and then immediately bouncing significantly. So it's got a pretty good looking monthly chart with a chance, and you only have the 50 period chance to consolidate and close above for the second time here. That's pretty bullish because the last time it failed closing above the 50 on a monthly chart. When you're looking on the long-term time frame, it's a definite trend reversal. If it can close this month, anywhere above $4, breaking out 450 would be even better. Let's talk a little AMD. Should have probably flipped on that too. Only went long, but that's another stock where, we're going to look at VWAP. You'll see in a second why we should have been flipped in AMD because that clipped VWAP so cleanly.
So the big headline came yesterday about a GPU deal with Amazon Web Services, and that's why you see that big up into the right move yesterday. Today, a bit more choppy, but one of the only names that's actually green on the day, up 0.5%. And there was this headline from today with Xbox and Microsoft. Xbox releases a YouTube video titled Xbox plus AMD powering the next generation of Xbox, saying a multi-year agreement with AMD to co-engineer silicon across a portfolio of devices, guys, including the next-gen Xbox console. Gamers, be made aware.
I'm going to go to AMD, but 1 second. I want to show my quote board. This is not a reflection of all the stocks in the market, everybody. And clearly, you're going to have oil and energy names are up, and the VIX is up, so UVXY is up there. But PanW, okay, that makes a little sense. It shouldn't have sold off, and neither sort of CrowdStrike the other day. But Intel, AMD, Micron, and ARM. So on like these are just, and this is just my quote board. So there's probably Marvell's probably up as well. I don't know why I don't have that one. I used to have that one on the quote board as well. But there's a good. Oh, it is down. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say maybe it's close to half a dozen. But that's four chip names that are all relatively strong today. And it doesn't mean it's still an upward trending stock. But I liked it above 128. It's the only place I was going long. Why it should have been a flip is obvious, because VWAP held on a scalp long, VWAP held here. Now here, whatever, you're still looking long. As a matter of fact, I was looking for longs to continue out above 129. That didn't happen. But when it comes back and rejects VWAP with this kind of a candle, now in that moment, I was trying to get into Micron to the south side, and obviously was working with Palantir, but still, AMD, up on the day. I think the daily is going to tell you that we're still looking pretty good on this breakout. For as much doom and gloom as the market might be telling people, you got to try to keep in mind and look at each stock individually and what the trend is telling you. Until we are underneath like 124, half 125, this is not only holding its new upward trend. I mean, it's making a breakout above prior resistance. So AMD still very much possibly in the early innings of its secondary move here past its next major moving average. So yeah, it's great that it's holding green, but even if it were to go red today, it's still going to close above the 200 period moving average, even if it does so.
Okay, so AMD yesterday, I feel like we're the AMD whisperer here. Whoa. Oh yeah, those steaks were, those ribeyes, man. Shout out to that, some prosciutto thing there. That was good for Father's Day. All right, so yesterday we had AMD right there, 120 long. That was a $9 winner, I think. And then today we come back with another banger right there. AMD long 127 to 128. So it's crazy that it worked out this way, but there it is. There's 127. Talk about waiting for your level. Comes right back, right in, falls right into our level. Bang. Where's that level from? Kind of just yesterday's close, you know. Like I said, I'm just here as a trader. There's the level. Boom. There's the 128 on the pullback. Boom. So we hit that twice until it didn't work, and then we lost out 10 cents or whatever that was on that break, and then we've left it alone. So the number one stock today for Trader TV Live is AMD, and it's a long. So there we go. Sometimes you never know what's going to hit. But interesting to see that we faded off 130. I think if the day was any better, we'd be taking that out. So unfortunately, you are coming back in. I still think the long is here. We're well above everything now. It's been a nice trade there for AMD. Trading has been great. So AMD continues to be the one for me. And again, yesterday's number one P&L, today number one P&L. What does tomorrow bring? That's the real question. You'll find out tomorrow morning what's on the note. But for right now, AMD, I like the stock. It's probably along here around 127, to be honest with you.
Sero Therapeutics, guys, big move up here to the tune of 222% off the highs, but a fantastic move up nonetheless on this headline here. They announced an FDA orphan drug designation for CER 1236. It's for the treatment of acute myeloid leukemia, guys, AML. You got to love that headline. Just hope it comes through.
So this is one of those, like, I pull it up to find out what the short float is, and when I read a number that says 167%, and I'm like, okay, well, that's it's not that it's impossible, like naked shorts do happen. So I'm not telling you mechanically speaking that a stock has never ended up with over 100% short. You know, go look up what happened with Volkswagen was a story like that. But I'm guessing that's just a number that might not be right. Either way, it's a pure squeeze play. So the float overall, whoops, I wanted to also tell you guys what the float was, 640,000. Because, you know, we need more stocks that have a float of 650,000. It's done 52 million shares, so regardless of that shortfall, like it's turned it over so many times that that's completely irrelevant. Any shorts could have got it a million times if they wanted to. Right now, it is pretty much dead. It's one of the only things that's holding a good upward trend, so that's a good sign. But I can't see a reason that you want to play into this. Maybe it gives you, if you're into this sort of a thing, VWAP is 18, pretty much 18. And if you look at the breakout of the high, when it broke out the morning range high, the first dip held 18. And when it made its halt top up here at 27, that dip held 18. So maybe for those traders that are inclined here, that would be a level you could look at, maybe playing in front of that $18 level. So it's not something I'm going to be interested in. The market's actually moving here. As I said, AMD, I actually want to get an Intel trade as well. Maybe reload this Micron, but Cero, 18, that looks like a good level.
Yeah, we're taking $1.25 here on the NASDAQ short here with the TQQs, but I want you guys all to scan that QR code there because each year 3.8 million concussions are reported in the US, yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed Oragenics, symbol OGEN, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today with OGEN, OGEN Oragenics. They're listed on the NYSE. I didn't look at CERO. Feel like Neil probably did a good job there. So let's go back over and talk about a name that I was saying be careful with that short. Let's see what winds up happening here with CoreWeave. It's on one today, that's for sure. But again, it was on one early. We'll check what it's like right now. Let's go find the story with Sharif.
Guys, another very strong day to the tune of 7.75%. Despite a downgrade yesterday, despite another downgrade today, Bank of America chiming in today, downgrading CoreWeave to neutral, raising the price target though to $185, which is about $15 higher than where it's trading right now. A lot of analysts saying CoreWeave's 290% rally raises these valuation fears and that the upside has been priced in. It doesn't matter to the market though, keeps going higher, boys.
It's a squeeze, essentially. I mean, it's a squeeze on the shorts. No questions asked at this point. You had another break of it. So you got, okay, my head's not blocking at this time. You had another break of a recent high, long consolidation. And ultimately, like, it doesn't matter whether analysts can say it's overpriced. I'll tell you it doesn't make any sense to me. 23 billion in capex are spending on for a bill of revenue does mean to me that at some point you're going to have an unwind. The fact that it's already up 5.5 times from the lows, and that's just happened from April. Like we were just trading this on the IPO, it seems like, and now you're already 5x from the lows, maybe 4x from the open. But it doesn't matter. It just broke another top. Everyone looking for the back end of this. There was a move off the 160 several times. Each time it made higher lows, and that's a scary thing for the shorts. It's not putting any lower. It's putting in some tops, but it's not putting any lower lows on the daily chart. Like, it's a very steep trend, but it's still an upward trend. One day it's going to break down, and congratulations if you can get it. I just don't know how you, like, as a day trade, I don't mind taking shots if it sets up as a day trade. Like, I wasn't looking at it today for a short. Like, yesterday in the pre-market, I was like, oh, this looks like a fail off of 150. It was. It then tagged it off the open to give you a VWAP trend. But then if you tried it more than those two times, it eventually blew it out, and you can't hold it past the breakout. So when it breaks out late in the afternoon, it feels like you should just always, or I guess lunchtime, because that's when it does it both times. You just got to get into the squeeze long. I'll stay away unless it pulls, maybe gives us like a VWAP type retracement trade, although 170 looks pretty good. I'm going to be ready for the day that this looks like it's on the other side of the V and breaks the trend on the daily chart, but it hasn't yet to do so. Until then, I think you're scalp trading it. If you're trying to short, and with the long, you can just trend trade it.
I mean, AMD, we kind of just like messing around there. I was like, it's probably a long right here. Nice move up there for AMD, but okay, CoreWeave. I mean, look, if you're going to look at the chart and just hide the name, this is a long, right? And so I would still say you just keep playing the long. That 165 right there has been a good support. We break it today, it's straight up to the upside. So CoreWeave's a long until it's not, and right now it's a long. Up another 9% today in this kind of a market. Hard to think this name's a short. So it doesn't really matter what we think until you eventually get blown out, and you know, the short is fine until it's not, right? And or sorry, the long is fine until it's not. When it turns, you hope to be there, but for now, you got to trade this thing long. There's only been 2 down days in the last, well, I guess that's a down day, but you know, 2 decent down days, I guess, almost. There's another one there, but almost since its IPO. I mean, you had that move back right into the IPO price, $35. Then Jim Cramer called this thing a long, and the rest is history, right there to the upside. So great call by him, 4X. And there it goes right now, CoreWeave, just ripping off faces every single day. So, yeah. Look, I had the same kind of thing. I was long Rigetti. Shout out to you guys in the chat there saying you were long and got out. But I was long Rigetti at 6 and got out at 9, you know. And that was in one day. So I don't blame anybody that took a CoreWeave long off here like 144 and is thinking about getting out, or even there again. Oh, wow. Now we're listening to some Lil Wayne right now. No worries. Okay. Yeah, it's going to be a good day for sure. So there it is. That's the rundown. Thank you so much for listening to all of that. Back to regularly scheduled programming here. As the market, we just covered a bunch as we were doing all of that. Down there at 73.20. This is $1 and change on the short in the market. I mean, it looks like we're still going lower and lower and lower here. So yeah, nothing's resolved yet. We'll wait to hear more about the Middle East. But for right now, holding the short, look at the 50-period moving average right here. Just continues to be some kind of support, or at least a directional bias here. And until we break that significantly, we're not getting out of anything. So 73.80 or so. Even up here is not a bad break. Yeah, that's still the same thing. 73.80, 73.90, something like that. But yeah, that's what we're doing here on the TQs. So if there's anything you guys want to ask at any time, put it there in the chat. Neil and I will be more than happy to answer it. We have now an hour and a half, then join me and Brian Shannon and myself and Adara, and we'll go over some stuff on the recap show. But that recap show is ending at 4:30 immediately. So whoever's with me today.
Baseball tonight?
No, I'm actually going golfing with my dad and Barron. Yeah, so.
Oh, Barron? I was thought you were going to say Mike.
Yeah, no, my son. So we're excited for that. So that's going to be good. But okay, so.
Just a name, Ed Miller, you just mentioned, you were talking about HUSA. One of the energy names, I was going to talk about XOM actually just now, what a chart that is. But HUSA, along with INDO, there's a couple of those small cap, lower float, higher short percentage energy stocks. It's halted at high of day, almost exactly at the high of the day. It's kind of funny how that works out sometimes. A lot of times I don't think that's a coincidence, that it consolidates at a level where right as it's breaking out the top, it's going to be at the halt band. Maybe the algos, maybe there's some kind of a play that the algos want it to consolidate at a level. I don't know. I see it happen so many times. I think there's probably something the algos like about this. So halted at the current high. Because it's AM.AM, when we get the tap, we don't usually get like it'll just always say flat. So I don't have an indicated price. It's going to tell you if it's opening up or down. What you usually can do is if you look at the locator, and does this one have Amex? I thought I had Amex on this. And then you look at time. Yeah, it's there. If you have a locator up, like I can see HUSA because it's halted, and then this test symbol, whether it's a buy or a sell. It's a small sell imbalance right now, which can give you a hint whether it's opening up or down, but that theoretical auction price isn't really telling us much for HUSA. And just because I was looking at energy specifically with XOM, you think energy's back? XOM with another green day, another 2% upside. We were talking about this morning with regards to, I could talk up my own book and say CVX is up, but CVX is underneath its 200-period moving average, and XOM is above it. Right now, XOM is getting a nice little win here, and it looks like it's charging for that 120. Gonna have this. Usually, if I'm looking at energy, it might be one of those small cap names. We were on Indo the other day, not today. but I think it's time to start considering some of the bigger ones, like the regulars. We've traded XOM before, a lot more, I feel like, during 2020, certainly, but this is a nice stair step to the upside. 1 day of pullback, a consolidation day, and then right back into breakout mode for XOM. For this afternoon, I don't know that it has the juice to break out after oil futures close. Typically like it going into it instead. But XOM, super strong. We'll keep you guys posted on HUSA if you're interested. As far as right now, I'm looking for an entry, hopefully short if it comes up enough or comes back up enough on Intel, and then just slapping this trend on Micron. If it breaks this trend, then I want to get back in at the 121, which is just yesterday's high. That's one of the reasons we're shorting this level. And I want to hold right down into the bottom end of the range, so long as it can hold on to this trend line. And then, as I said, Intel, I thought we'd get it maybe bouncing off VWAP and I could short it off the higher low. Now I'm just thinking about the volume weighted average price. This can pop back into VWAP, try to pick up the short there on Intel. Peter Fredrickson, angry XOM. I don't know if it's angry. It's up 2%, but on a day like today, that's pretty darn good.
All right, so as Neil was talking, looking for shorts, we grabbed this short again here on the TQs. I told you if it breaks a little bit above the 50 period like it's done right there, we're going to try that short. So there's another short right there at 60. We covered some at 48, then again at 42. So our stop's going to be up here at 80 if we break through 80. So let's just wait to see. Down 0.96 right now, down 1%. I mean, do we think we can get a little bit lower? Here is the NASDAQ right now on the Qs. So we'll wait to see how low we can go. There is more low to come, but I don't know if we're going to break too much below where we were on sort of the first day of this, which was a couple days, which was 2 days ago. What day is today? I don't know. But anyways, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, when we had that downside move right there, right? And so that was into Friday, into the weekend. We were uncertain. Today's Tuesday. Uncertain about what was happening in the Middle East. So we had that move down, and that was the bottom. So I think we can re-enter that area either today or tomorrow because, you know, as far as I'm not seeing too much you know, solving this problem right now. So let's just wait to see if there is any holding patterns there or not on that. So we're going to wait right now. It's a nice move lower. There goes the TQs. I mean, come on, Sean, let's go right now. So there it is. It's a nice move to the downside here for the TQs. And there we go, man. So we'll take a bid at 37. Boom. Like, I apologize for the excitement, but we've got positions on and we're making cash here. So it's going to be a nice one. So there it goes. We just take another piece out. I'm not sure how far we're going on. All we're kind of doing is topping it off right now. You know, we had the big trade in AMD. We had the big trade in BBAI. We're $8 in the money here on Tesla. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to put a stop here at 317 and I didn't do that. So let me do that right now. So just so my stop on this was a 325 break. That's $1 and change on this Tesla short where we were going to get stopped out. You know, went in the money 9. So not bad risk to reward. 317, as Stone Cold Steve Austin does not say. That's going to be the stop out right there for me there. So 317 will stop out of the trade. And we'll see if it takes it. If it does, it does. That's fine. Maybe we get back up to the upside, but right now it's not looking like that. Good. What a good reload there on the TQs, of course. We talked about that. What else do you guys want to do? If you guys love the excitement, you're in the right spot, man. I mean, I'm going to be excited. All right, so that's what's happening. Someone asked about why the TQs instead of the SQs. I got 99 problems, and buying power isn't one. So for me, it has nothing to do with, I don't need to pay for borrows. My account is topped. I don't, like the amount of money that I need to trade is in there for the TQs, the amount of shares I need, or the SQs is just a little bit of a lesser value. So again, the answer that I always use is I trade the TQQ because it's easier for me to be short something when I think the market's going down rather than long something when I think the market's going down. Often I'll be in 2 or 3 positions, and like right now it's showing Tesla as a short, so it's red, and then it's showing the NASDAQ, which is TQQs, as a short in my account, so it's red. If I were to go long on SQQ, like see this is down 3, so SQQ is gonna be up 3. So I would just have to go long SQQs. So for me, I'm not wired like that. So I'm just gonna hold this one and go that way. So that's why I'm doing it. But if you guys are trading with me, anytime I enter a TQ short, like I was posting about this all during the midday show, the bro show, I shorted this all through then. So if you like that trade, you could take it the other way, right? And go SQQ long at the same time. So that's kind of, we don't have to pay for borrows on this name. Some do, right? And if you did, then that would make sense why potentially you're paying for it.
I've
right?
heard people say that and look again, real trading is real trading. I've heard that other traders at other brokerage firms have said that they have to pay for locates. Just understand that we don't. Sometimes we've had to pay for random. There was a day we had to pay for Alphabet, which was weird, for like 2 or 3 days in a row, and you never really know. But that's the advantage of real trading. It pops in your blotter the same way you sort of see it there, read for. And it's a good question. We do get it quite a lot. Ethos, I don't know why people aren't using Bitcoin for a store, for a flight to safety and a store of value. But the truth is, they haven't been doing it for a very long time. This is not new for Bitcoin. I've wanted it to make that next step and be more than just something that I hodl and absolutely love. It doesn't seem like it wants to do so. So ultimately, I think at some point it can mature into that type of an asset, but it still gets sold off on risk, and it lost that support level. Like I wanted it long in 2 places. It was one of my favorite longs here today, so we're gonna end up losing on it obviously. But right here, and then right here, and that's where we played the longs. It's trying to press back up into that prior, it's like about 104, where prior support, this 59.25, 59.30 area. So support to resistance to me is a bit of a thing. If we get up there before Intel gets back into VWAP, you might see me slide into this on the other side. But when it comes to the whole store of value, just pull up a chart on any day where we have major weakness or a big reversal in the market, and you're likely to see IBIT just follow suit. There are times where it does bounce, but like I said, you can say all you want about store value and all that kind of good stuff, but if that's not what the people buying and selling the stock do or the instrument do, then it doesn't matter one hoot. And keep in mind, I think all the leverage that's in Bitcoin doesn't help things either. Because if there wasn't so much leverage, then maybe you wouldn't have people running to the hills when there's bad news or the market goes down a bit. So I'm trying to grab this, I might weasel in on this breakdown, because I think if Intel loses 2080, it's getting to the low of the day. That's my take. And I was short this level before with a stop. So what I'm going to do is just go right back to where I was when we left you guys in the morning, which was shorting underneath 2095, and just take this breakdown here and give it to the local high stop and join the party. I still have a trail out on that Micron. I don't think it's going to hit anytime soon, but I'm locked and loaded in case it does. So instead of stopping out here and trying to short there, essentially I'm just shorting here back in for a break of the low to get to the low of the day, and then stopping out locally just above that high in the 3-minute chart, which is what I like to use.
Yeah, let's have a quick look at the real flight to safety here and see what's going on with gold today. So 312. So it looks like gold flat on a day like today. Okay, now we got some pop smoke in our ears, so it's all good now. But there it is right there, 312.50. Yeah, I mean, gold tried to break out and failed again at a triple top of 317. Okay, so more missiles being launched right now. I mean, it's why I'm short. So yeah, I don't like to hear all this news, trying to be as positive as possible. But gold right there, nice pullback today. Might be, if you're looking to get some today, can't be blamed if you wanted to. It's a pullback today, even though we're flat on the day. You're getting a decent price here of 311 and change. So that could be something to look at there, GLD. We can check out US dollar with UUP here again. We can check out the DXY as well. Let me see, the trading view probably has DXY. We don't have it on our charts. Oh shoot, I guess I don't have an account for trading view. That's interesting. Okay, we're gonna open up a chart right there. I told you what I only use. Actually, I should title myself in eSignal with it. Yeah, DXY, okay. So here it is right here, man, the US dollar. This is out on a daily chart, so it's making the move down. Let's just figure out what it's doing right now.
I didn't catch that.
5 minutes or so. Yeah, so again, there's the flight. So you want to talk about something that people are looking to pick up. It looks like they're running to the US dollar today. Nice move higher here as we continue. What is that, 98.8? So let me just go over to a little bit of a longer time frame here. 45 minutes just to get an idea of what levels we're at. So yeah, you're at the highest spot we've been at all week now for the US dollar, nicely bouncing back to the upside, definitely helping out my, US positions, as of course we're here in lovely Toronto, Ontario in Canada right now. So, a stronger US dollar helps us. Don't know necessarily it helps the Mag 7 or anything like that, as they got to repatriate the dollar back in. But nice move there, and it looks like the flight to safety right now is USD. So since we've been doing this trade, this is this morning, so we opened up here at 8 o'clock, 98 bucks. Now you're up, it's not really a dollar number, but 98 all the way up to 98.80 right there. And looking again at a key level. So if we can break through here, there may be more downside in the S&P and strong US dollar relationship there. So I don't know. Let's just wait to see. I'd like to see that maybe cool off a little bit. But right now the dollar remains pretty strong. Bitcoin remains weak. Remember, there's still so many people that don't believe in Bitcoin. I mean, it's not the flight to safety that many people want it to be at this point. But I think it can get there. I did want to look at FinViz quickly just to see what was going on in just a more of a broader look here in the market itself. But right here we got Microsoft, Apple. There's not, as I said, in Mag 7 land, there's not too much that's green here. Apple, red, down 1.37%. There's nothing else really. NetApp, CrowdStrike is up today. Palo Alto, some of the CoreWeave is now at 172, up 9%. Nvidia, Broadcom, AMD up, but we already nailed that one. ARM also up today. So that's a nice one. ARM up 2.3% right in the middle there of all of these, right? And then the big sector that's actually green is oil and gas and integrated. So you're not going to see too many. Oh, we got some Cardi B here. Not too many names on here red at all, unless SKYQ, whatever that is. That seems like I don't know what that is, but that's red there. And then here's the oil and gas plays as well. ConocoPhillips, EOG, everything. Oxy up 40. Yeah, well, that's at 46.50. So anyways, it's a pretty, here's the board. So I don't know if this is a Trump winning thing, because right now there's not much winning in this market. And it doesn't mean that we're not going to get back to winning times, but for right now, looks like a nice downside play here. Market-wide, despite energy. And we haven't even really looked at any of the solar names. Maybe, well, I mean, you were on run earlier, but
yeah, I wanted to go over those, but let's just say that rundown of the market is brought to you by, and shout out to Prop XP. Why? Because if you want to level up your trading game with Prop XP, you can get up to 1 to 200 leverage with a static shutdown. Scroll the site and pick your challenge at propxp.com. Trade directly on the platform. Sign up, try it for free, and start your trading journey. Enjoy rapid payouts and real human support with no bots. Rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot, trusted by traders worldwide. Right now, you can get 50% off with the code TRADERTV. Links in the description. Be the trader, get funded. Join Prop XP today. Your edge starts here. Visit propxp.com. Before we get to some of the solar names, I just wanted to point out, because we were just talking about crypto, ETH, which we can trade. I'm actually at the point now in my morning prep, I go over both. But yeah, ETH, not looking too good. I'm looking at the chart here of the ETF, so obviously the prices won't be the same, but bull flag and prior support looks like it's going to be retested. This obviously hasn't been doing as well as Bitcoin, but unfortunately unable to break out big levels from earlier in the year. February, as a matter of fact, like just completely rejecting the February highs and running the risk of breaking down on ETH. Down 7%, but I mean, it's a 24-hour market, so that percentage point doesn't really mean too much of anything. I wanted to go over the running one, which is Sunrun. Like, it didn't really run that much this morning, but, and we had talked about this, the early VWAP trading on Sunrun, which worked several times, at some point it was going to give it up because the group was actually rallying. So it made that bottom. It never was able to break that 550 low. That's a 52-week low as well. It kind of wicked it by a couple pennies and then went higher. But breaking back above the volume weighted average price, I tried it one more time there. And I was saying in the middle of the day, like, I missed that entry and this entry in here off the volume weighted average price. Ultimately, if you had to pick one, I wouldn't, like, these guys are down 39%. I mean, the chart speaks for itself. First Solar has a similar look, made a bottoming tail, but made better higher lows and trended up. When you get disaster like we had, one of the first things you look at for relief is, okay, well, what happens when it gets back to the first key level? Prior resistance at 143 for First Solar. Oh no, what happened to my 15-minute chart? It just crashed. So anyways, holding that 143, you can see here it's trading at 144. So it's trying to close back above a prior resistance level, which I think is a good sign there for First Solar. I know people are always inclined to try to take bottoms. I like to see it hold that low for a couple of days, and then I think it gets a little more interesting for some bounce plays. So instead of getting short at 21 or 21.10 or 21.05 in here, jumped in on Intel, kind of giving it just above that proper. I tried to add to when it looked like it was, see that little bit of a wick candle? I'm like, ooh, it's going to move back up. We're going to get tight to that 95. Didn't get the fill, but I'll take some out right at this low at 2080 and then see if we can't work back into the low of the day, which it seems like we're destined to fill at this point because we're in a trend to the downside, everybody. And when you're trending down, you want to look for those shorts. Apple should be something that I'm looking at. But Apple's a fail today for me. I got it on the front side, again, flips. I have a line at 197, traded 197 here. Now, I get it, was looking at other names that were setting up pretty cleanly this afternoon to get some of the shorts on, but Apple breaks down past that support line, resistance line at 197, and another fresh low for that stock. But it's not really popping into any of the big levels. Like I would want it back in here, 196.25. It's only 70 cents away, it could happen.
Yeah, Apple's fail for me for a different reason. We had written down one on this, we had written down 98.50 as a short, and we just missed it. So it's because we weren't here. That's why we missed it. It has nothing to do with missing it. I just wasn't going to leave an order out like I did the other day. There it is right there, 198.50 on Apple for the short, right? So we had written that down, and unfortunately, it's a miss, and didn't want that to happen. So we're new uniforms for the Chargers apparently coming through.
They got to do something.
So yeah, there it is. They have the hottest uniforms in the league, so I don't know why they have new ones. But all right. So anyways, that's Twitter. All right. So look, there's the 190. So what I was saying is we wrote down 198.50. Again, here's 198.50. That's why I wrote it down. I'm trying to do like what Robinhood did, man. Like, let's make us trading as simple as possible right there. And so that's what I'm doing. And we had just missed it, and boom goes a dynamite to the downside. So that's a huge trade again. That was missed. So there we go. We'll figure out what's going on with Apple, but it's a nice downside play. I do have another play that I was thinking about entering here, and that was going to be AMD breaking this 127.50 to the long side. So if it does that, we're in. I'm going to go long on AMD. Like, it's the number one trade. It's my number one P&L name today. And I want to stay with names that are working. And honestly, if we can drop into this area too, I'm going long down here or long on this break. So right now we're just coiling up on AMD. I don't want to fight, think that I'm smarter than the market here. That's not true. So whatever this tells me, I'm just going to do and not worry about what's happening in the Middle East. We've already taken out a huge trade already in these TQQs. I might as well just get out some more right here and then just almost call it a day. We reloaded that short there. You can still see what my average price is, 74. So we didn't load up a lot there, but we did load up a little bit more. But there's the shorts coming through. So it's been really good. It was really good on the reload. We have a nice play there of 25, so that's about 40 cents. And we're going to stop out if it gets too much higher than where we are right now. And I'm looking for the long. We're looking to reverse into the long. So that's part of my process, right? We talked about that. Make sure that you got your process in, and I'm going to go long if it flips over. It's a name that I like. It's positive on the day. There's your 200 period moving average. So let's go. I'm ready, and if it goes, we're going to punch out. We're going to punch into it and take those shares. So that's what I'm doing. All right, you know what? I'm going to just get out. There we go. I'm now out of the TQQs. I'll put that money in our pocket. You know, we're closed right now with no positions. I just have the Tesla position, which should be out soon. I thought we were out on a 317 break. Okay, so very, very soon to this. Maybe it's time to flip long. I mean, this is a $7 winner there. We just took $1 and change on the TQs. We've had huge hits on AMD today. And then maybe we got to go long on a Palantir or something if that breaks as well. There's a 138 level, not too bad. That 200 period is all the way up here at 138.25. So that might be something. And the reason why I go back to Palantir is we were in it earlier. It's the only, we're 4-1 or 5-1 today. And we only small hit, very small hit there on Palantir. But yeah, we like the long for sure on this stock. It's just a matter of finding the right area. So PLTR right there, 137.80. I mean, I'd rather have this, 138.30. So there's a little bit more room there. I'm more likely to get long in an AMD before anything. Hold on, just check. Ooh, this is a good track too. What is this one right now? Oh, Flip De Niro. Leave me alone. Oh, sometimes that's what we feel like, but we're here. All right, so there it is right here. 144 right there for Nvidia. Again, a decent long, but we're red on the day. So I'm going to stick with AMD. 20 cents away from go time on AMD, 127.50 long. And because it's the end of the day, it's not going to be like a monstrous position or anything like that, but I don't mind that. And then we'll use the 50 period. So I'm just looking at it right now, 50 cent worth of risk. Fine. So we're ready to do that. And let's go upside right now on AMD, man. We're locked and loaded and ready to go. So there we go. We are now out of Tesla. Pound of sirens right there as we get out of Tesla. The short, bang. Finally, man, just taking it out now as we break above 317. So that puts a nice little bow on that trade. And, you know, now we just wait to see if AMD wants to get higher and break that level, and then we'll be into the long. So you just had a couple of shorts, still looking at Intel. I'm looking.
Oh, Micron did eventually trail it. It looks like
Micron trailed out. Yeah, good trade on that one. Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, Nimrod, I'm going to get to your super chat right now, but I wanted to make sure, just as Sean was sort of saying that, there's a trend line. I mean, this one's a little easier to draw because from the high of the day, you can connect it to pretty much every single pop. And once it broke and then took out the resistance level, I'm now out of Micron. I'm not flipping into the long on this. I'm not really feeling that one to the long side. Intel looks like it wants to challenge. I'm not getting out till it breaks at 95. And if it holds up in these high 90s, I'm going to try a nice little reload. I was trying to get those on the way down. Didn't get it, so I'll wait to see it test. If we bounce off 95 or rub up against it and can't break through, then I'll go back in on the way back into the downside. So Nimrod, your question was, if I remember correctly, Neil mentioned last week something about Palantir buy order this Friday or something. Can you recap? So essentially, like it's a triple witching on Friday. It's also indexed rebalancing. The S&P will be rebalancing effective at the close on the 20th. Palantir is one of the expected big buys. I don't have the note I had before, but there's a big spreadsheet that we get that has, Palantir is the largest of the buys. Just because that's true does not mean on Friday that Palantir is going to come out of buy and balance, and it's a Friday thing. Sometimes there is buying going into it. If it's exorbitant, it's a huge, huge number based on the volume Palantir has been doing. It's not something that there's plenty of liquidity in Palantir. People aren't having trouble getting into position on it. So I think it's just a Friday thing. But it is an expected buy. And that's something that we'll go over on Friday in the afternoon. When all those big, massive imbalances come through, we'll be able to tell you, this is what it's supposed to be according to the research. This is what it's not. And try to keep it at that. But yeah, wait for Friday on that, Nimrod. It shouldn't matter too much going into today with Palantir. Like, it's not like who Palantir is bouncing now because there's a Friday. Because on Friday it's going to be a buy and balance. It's probably bouncing just because it's a strong stock. It's coming right into that 138 level. This was the flip zone before, like right in here. 138.5 was the level I actually liked for the long today. And when it got down there, I took my shot at it and lost. But then I didn't flip short until 138. So if it can get back above that 138.5, let's just show a 15-minute because I got that fixed. Then the 15-minute, that 138.5 zone, that's right in here where prior resistance and then back into this gap fill. If we climb back above that, I like Palantir for a reversal trade. And again, nothing to do with Friday, but just strong stock. and it's been a strong stock. And it's a defense name as well, so you kind of get the best of both worlds every single time you bounce here. You're not going against the news as we head into, we are now into Power Hour. So first things first, it does need to break a little bit higher and prove that it's above the resistance zone, at least the 138 at the bare minimum. I'd want to see us make a move. I see John G mentioning EYEN, so will I wait for a little more clarity on PLTR and maybe Intel as well? It's going to call it IN. Halted up, 715. Looks like this one is just a pure volatility halt and should open up in about 4 minutes. Here, don't necessarily know the story with this, but what's easy to tell, it is a reverse split, prior reverse split breakout play. With those, I'm always very, very skeptical of a stock which pulls the old reverse split and then rug pull on everybody. So just be careful with these. I find especially, there's lots of small caps that do like longer term moves, like your quantum names and your nuclear names. We've seen it before. But a lot of times with these, if it's reverse split breakout, these moves don't last as long. There's a reason why you got to do reverse splits when you're a penny stock multiple times sometimes. Dare, if you have the story on IN, it is halted, should be open in a couple of minutes.
Inovia, this one is a small cap gapper in the past. If the ticker sounds familiar to you, that might be why. They did announce they entered into a security purchase agreement for a $50 million private placement with in public equity. So noting as well here, EYEN, about a 2 million share float, not a significant short float. So keep an eye on this one. That's a little bit of context and detail for this ticker. Back to you.
Okay, good. Yeah, without too much liquidity there. Yeah, good move there. Halted on the way upside again. All right, so I'm just trying to look at the scanners, see what's going on our hot list right here, brought to you by East. What the heck is GGB? GGB. That's nothing. Okay. So sometimes it'll print with decent volume and then it'll show up on this trade rate scanner. But so Tesla, we talked. Again, part of getting out is. So you don't we got out at 317, that's saving us 40 cents. We got out on the TQs right there at 60s, it went up to 80s. So, if the trade breaks, you gotta get out. XLP, that's the retail, is that retail? XLP, I believe.
That's
consumer staples. Okay, so
that's
the
Tesla.
Consumer staples, staples.
Pepsi.
Tesla would be in there. Qs there, IBIT, we sort of covered that a little bit down at 105 right now. Vale, there's that GGB again, that's strange. Tesla, QBTS, Ford, I don't think so. IWN, there's Sunrun. Google at 176, only being down 0.25 might be something. Run right now. Let's have a look to see what Run is as far as VWAP. We called that VWAP short earlier. I know Neil had that, but we didn't.
Oh, it's up. They're all
I know
up.
it's up now. I was just trying to see that's what I was saying. The VWAP trade was earlier, but here comes Run. So there's VWAP right there, 89, 90s, boom. Nice move all the way down into the 40s again. Oh, AMD. So first of all, AMD just turned around there. That's interesting. It actually went the other way there. It's fine. We didn't get punched in. Obviously, we're waiting for 50s. But maybe we can I canceled my low bid, 126.65. Let's see if we're lucky enough to get that. If we can get a 65 area that's actually the low. So if we swipe down here, I think this is worth a try. HUSA is halted. Is that what I just heard? Maybe. Is that right? HUSA?
I thought it opened back up.
Oh, opened back up. Okay, it was halted there. Opened back up.
It was open. It was halted.
Right now, so $20, $21.85 on HUSA. Okay, not halted. My bad. But yeah, just trying to use this. That's 150, right? 126.50. So I think that's okay. The bottom is 60. I'm waiting at 65. I think if we come in and, all right. I think if we come in and fill us, maybe we're just doing a dance. Let me take a little bit here at 77s. So we'll take small 15% or small position right here on this. If it does fall into 65, I think is what we're bidding, yes, then we'll have our 1 and a change unit on this trade. And then we'll see if it holds this bottom. I don't know, trying to do something here. We don't need to be in anything, which is why we're trying to be a little bit light. At the end of the day, it might have just turned out to be the wrong idea to get out of our long. But remember, we got to stay disciplined, right? Short, yeah, and not into the long. But yeah, good catch on that one. But right there, I have to have some rules. So I was thinking that when we broke just a little bit more, like the 50-period moving average, right? Right here, let me quote big screen. It's coming down. So we break the 50-period there. We break it there. This was a reload for me. But then look, you get two nice candles upside. Started to go. Not that there was a lot of volume, but it started to go a little bit. So we punched out, which turned out to be a good move. It went up another 20 cents from there. And yeah, let's see if it's a good move or not. But the pullback's right there into the 50. I'd rather not go long the NASDAQ. We're down 1%. I'll take the shot here with AMD, a stock that I know is strong. And if there is a market move anyways, one way or the other, we have a good out on this one of 120 here. 126.47. Let's break it by a couple pennies. And then there's that. We just missed our fill at 65. It went to 66, so okay. But we'll wait to see about AMD making that move back in. Let's take a little bit more at 70 in case it doesn't move down, but still waiting for that 65. There it is. There's our 65. Okay, so now we're in. We are now long right here at 68s. So we're long AMD, a little bit more than we'd like to pay for it, but that's okay. Our stop is 15 cents, so let's put an out in and around 15 cents to get out of something. We'll get out of a quarter of it. 15 cents onto 68. We need an 83 fill. So let's see if we can get into the 80s, take something out, and watch to see what happens now. So we're long AMD right here at 68. It's in the money a little bit. Let's see if we can go in the money a lot and get back there to the upside. Hey, man, we're in the stock. We tried to be patient with it. We did. I like to move higher. Let's see if it holds this base. It's what I'm doing right now. And by the way, daily dose of clarity. I see what you're saying. I'm in it for long for once. Looks long for once. Yes. I mean, AMD was already been the biggest trade of the day. Geez, Neil, what exactly are we on right now? There's the move on AMD right there. We'll take that out. There it is. It's already 1-to-1. We take out a quarter. Let's just take out a little bit more just in case. There we go. We'll take an 83 again. Boom. There it goes. I mean, I hope some of you were able to scalp a little bit of that. There it goes. Nice move there. And look, it's a different stock. Like Intel, I'm not even sure if it's moving. We just got 20 cents on this relatively quickly. So let's wait to see if we're right on this AMD long or not. We just got out of another piece up there as well. I only have 65% left. Like I said, man, it's stacking the it's this one. It's stacking up right now for us on the day. So if we can do that, let's continue to do it. So far, so good here on that initial move. More to come, hopefully upside. And if not, you guys saw where our stop is, below 50s.
Yeah, I mean, Intel's 1/6 of the price. Right now, it's sitting 5 pennies in the money. Nice. We got 10 the first time, but I gotta address something from Jam Loki in the chat. I believe it's Jam Loki.
I think so, yeah.
Saying ACB, you're trading AMD, and that's why I had that in my head. ACB looking bullish going into earnings. So I'm going to start by looking at the weekly chart, just so we have a frame of reference for ACB. But like, it's not crazy. It is looking relatively somewhat bullish. Meaning it's held some of the lows here. And we've seen these names do this before, and the habitual line steppers that are the cannabis names. Unfortunately, you've got sellers as usual in control at relatively obvious prices. So anytime it's like $7 where we're going into as we speak, that's a big sell zone. And then even if you break out, you've got overhead resistance at 950. And when I look at this weekly chart, what's crazy about this, it's not even a rounded bottom on a weekly chart until this thing is breaking out, I mean, at a minimum 11, and on a better level, like 20 on a weekly chart. But again, just remember how far these things are down. So yeah, I don't like trying to catch bottoms on things like this. I think for really, really quick, short-term trades, you can be okay. But yeah, I don't know what really helped. And I just don't know what the catalyst is for these guys to get better. I really don't. I get it. There was like years and years ago. And no, I was talking about the ACB.
Oh, ACB,
the cannabis name.
Yeah.
Like there was a moment when everybody loved the cannabis names. And this trading floor was going ham. I remember, I forget the year, but it was in November of whatever year it was that they all went crazy. And like for 1 month, everybody was trading cannabis names as day traders. It didn't matter, like Toronto and New York and all that good stuff. And it was fantastic. And when the air went out of it, it just got really, really nasty. I remember being at the airport, and I can't even remember the name of it. Our buddy's like, you got to buy this one. It was some penny stock. And I'm like, okay, whatever. And it was Brian. And I go, I'm like, whatever, I'll put a little bit into it. And all I remember was bought it, saw it rally, was like, oh, this is fantastic, sold nothing. And next thing you know, I was getting stopped out. I gave myself like 25% or something like that, so I wouldn't end up holding the bag. But believe me, I was in the money a heck of a lot more than 25%. Didn't do a damn thing about it. So I got a little mini bag hold on cannabis. Didn't really get too involved. I'm not a huge fan. I'm looking for this breakdown. I didn't get the reload on the way down of Intel. Like I tried to see it come back into this level and try to grab essentially the same entry at 88 when it broke down through 90. Didn't get it. Looking for the low of the day. I want it underneath this 90 if we can get a reload there. Tyler Verse, tell me it was Sundial without saying Sundial. It was not Sundial. If I had ever owned Sundial in my personal account, I would have told you guys by now. You know, and for anyone that doesn't know the joke, back when these things were doing some volume, and especially after COVID, when some of these were running around more, Sundial was a really good stock to trade sometimes. And yeah, I would always harp on that because it was like the weed mullen, effectively. No cannabis stock diluted more than Sundial. Not even close. They burn their shareholders so bad. Pun intended.
I still have like 5 cannabis names. I'm down 99% on all of them. So welcome to the jungle. Yeah, so I'm not. I got out of some profit, but I lost an education on that. So you know, it is what it is. Yeah, let's hit the weed.
But we have the other one.
Nah. Let's hit the weed Batman, man. It's the best one. It's literally the best one we have. Right there. I think I told you many moons ago that the best thing for me to do would just be to roll up those stock certificates and light them on fire. But yeah, so right now, ACB, I think is probably the worst one. But anyways, that's Aurora Cannabis. All right, man. Thank you, Rivian Millionaire, man. I know you guys can see these trades. There goes AMD. Nice move to the upside, 30 cents now, starting to go. You know, we have it. I'm now out of half, and we'll see if we can go back there to the upside right now as we continue to go higher. Like I was saying to you guys before, some people asking in the chat if we're green or red. I just said just tag us and we'll tell you. So if you want to know, that's what we're good for. We try to be as transparent as possible. I even heard Joe and Sharif talking about that on the Midday show, man. We're hosts, we're traders, we're all of that. There it is, 126.97. I'm actually at 99 for another piece right here. Because remember, I explained this trade. We're now 2-1. We told you it was 15 cents. So this is why I'm saying to you, it doesn't matter the amount of shares that either one of us puts on. I told you our stop on this is, you saw me put it in. It was 126.47. So 20 cents worth of a hit, 35 cents in the money. We're looking to take a little bit more. So there we go, man. Now I love the trade. I ain't always green, my guy. That's for sure. But you know, today, yes. So, there it is. AMD, nice move there to the upside. We're trying to get some more out at 99. And, you know, part of me trading, like I said, I've been around here for 25 years, is like I get nervous now. See, like I just put a 93 and there we go. We take a 93 now because what if I don't get 99 and then I feel like I waited this long? And it's not even that long. It's 10 minutes. But, you know, you wait for the trade. It comes to your level and doesn't hit. So many times I've seen it just kind of flush. And it's like, oh, no, like I just had said money, then said money is gone.
I have to disagree with something. In the afternoon, 10 minutes is not the same as 10 minutes in the morning. Like 10 minutes is longer in the afternoon for a day trader because in the morning you don't have a time for the move that it has to work. If it doesn't go in the first 10 minutes at 9:45 and then but it doesn't go against you, you can hold it for 2-3 hours and it's fine. But at this time of day, if it doesn't go at 3:15, if it doesn't go in the first 10 minutes, I do start thinking differently about it because we have to worry about 4 o'clock.
Right, if you get closer to 4, yeah.
That's all. That's or 3:50 because of the imbalances. That's all I'm getting at. Like 10 minutes isn't a big deal. It's just
like
at this time of day. At this time of day, I think it matters.
Like I'm not going to have a $10 winner on Tesla if I enter it now. But you already saw me take one today, and I entered it earlier, right? So.
By the way, Palantir did break that 138, so I got it. And I have 11s. My stop is right in here. This prior high is about 85, so I'm underneath that level. And first target is right under this prior resistance at 138. 128. What's trading at that price? Why I would have just said that. Anyways, doesn't matter. The prior low where it broke down, we're 138.30. We're in. I still have my bid to try to get out of Intel, and I'm inclined to. There's still time. I mean, I guess Micron doesn't want to go up. There's still time for Micron to come back into 121 and become a fade. It just it's not moving anymore. And if it's not moving anymore, then you got to be able to just walk away. Don't walk away if it is working for you. Shout out to Jade, one of my favorite songs. But do walk away if it's not moving. So 1-to-1, we'll try to get the first out here on Palantir, and then see if we can't get back up to 139. Adara?
Just be aware here. This came out, I think, probably like 20 minutes ago. We're seeing more reports about that JP Morgan deposit token that they're piloting. It's called JPMD. It's going to be on Coinbase's Base blockchain, and that'll actually be JP Morgan's first public blockchain launch. We know that CEO Jamie Dimon has not been historically a huge fan of crypto. Apparently, this token will represent dollar deposits and will initially be used by institutional clients. And unlike normal stablecoins or traditional stablecoins here, JPMD could apparently eventually bear interest and be FDIC insured. So JPM and COIN on watch as we get more reported details on the company's, deposit token here. Back to you.
All right, so I'm glad Neil nailed that Palantir. Remember, we talked about that 138 as well. Good trade right there, breaking through the 200 period moving average. So good little look there on PLTR. Let's wait to see where that one goes. Little bit of a fade happening right here on, let's talk about, you said something about Jay-Z. I got a song right now, Song Cry in my ear right now by Jay-Z. So that's, This is a great tune right there. That's a big and we're making that. I don't know if the market's going to cry or not, but we are trying to turn around a little bit right now, right into there, 21,750. We were unable to get through that little level there. It was the high since. I guess only since 2 o'clock, but right there, we did not remake that new high, did not take it out. So, potential look here for PLTR, oh my God, for the market and the TQQs. I'm gonna take out another piece here, like I said, on this, and there we go, we get a 93. So we take out some more on AMD, just small 28, 30 cent win on that, and we're just getting lighter and lighter as the day's wrapping up. The one name was Roblox. Like, I still can't, I was watching some YouTubes about Grow Garden because that's all my daughter seems to watch. And it's like this game and what's been happening with Roblox, like it's easy to download, it's easy to play, it plays on every machine. It's just a software, people build the games for them. It's a money-making machine, I feel like, Roblox. I don't even know what their EPS is or anything like that. But, we're still long from this pre-summer, like down into here. Like we were talking about this name February, March last summer. So it's like right about, not even about this time, even earlier. So I'm still long like $34, $35 on this thing. And my whole play was, and I remember talking about it, I don't know if it was JC Peretz or who it was on the show at the time, and maybe it was Michael Noss too, but playing it into summer, thinking that kids are just going to be on this 24/7, but the extension has really happened now, breaking from the 200 period moving average right here at 50, ripping up to 102 right now. Doesn't seem like anything wants to stop Roblox right now. Upside for that name, up another 0.5% today, and was up more until the market happened. So, good look there for Roblox. I don't really want to trade it right now. I just wanted to bring that out because there's a lot of traders that are in this, and it's
emblematic of a stock.
It's blasting.
We're like when the market's down 0.9, the stock which has only been going up, at some point just can't keep doing it, and some of that's algo driven, man. I feel like it happens more now that algos have taken control of the market, where you'll have something which is so strong, you get a small down day, and eventually it starts participating. Whereas it used to be, you'd have these individual stories which have no problems, and they would just continue to go higher. Because it would be like human traders and human market makers being like, this is a good stock, this is a good buy, we'll just keep doing it because it's unrelated to whatever's going on in the market. Now the algos just pull a bit everywhere sometimes, like today, and you get those strong stocks which reverse. I'm talking about Roblox and Palantir's what's up. I understand that Palantir hasn't been that strong all day, but it is trying to bounce. I did get that 1-to-1 in front of that 35 level, which it just retook. It doesn't break down. I'm looking for it to pull back into 139. I'm not so bullish that I think we're breaking into VWAP or anything. I'm just looking for the opening range bottom here on Palantir is where the next out is going to be. That's what I want to be able to take it to. It looks like we're pretty good. The NASDAQ itself, even, if you want to help things out here, is starting to break back up itself. And the other reason why I want to pull back into that morning support, well, overnight support on the NASDAQ comes in about 15 points. So 15 points on the NASDAQ breaking out here, we get up there. I think you can have some resistance and some sell and some turn back in. So Palantir, I wanted that 139. I already have an offer sitting at like 85. I know Husa was the one going before. That Indo tried to go and immediately reversed. So I think there was a fake out in some of those energy names, with those small cap energy names. We had talked about them for a brief minute. Husa did one, Indo did it as well. I wouldn't touch these. Diminishing volume going in the last 40 minutes, market rallying, which these are inverse to the market today because they're energy names. Market rallying here, I don't think they look very bullish anymore. So the air might be coming out of Husa and INDO for anyone that's still looking at those two. If we break 138.5 here and close above, my stop moves just a little bit underneath this 138 instead of giving it some more room. Now that it's broken a leg higher, I move my stop up.
Who's got this on right now? 3-1 right now for AMD, up to 127.20s right now, and we'll take some more out right here. Like, this trade is actually much better than I could have thought. I was initially, we started taking it out at 2-1, but there it goes. Nice upside play there, and I just hope that, like I said, man, nothing else matters other than the process, right? And so, it came in, we took it 3 times, like 3 fills down there, right? Like, I was so nervous that I wouldn't get the 65 that I took 77s and I took 73s and then eventually, or whatever it was, 70s, I think it was, yeah. And then we got our 65 and then blast off there to the upside. So, a decent look there on this one as we get higher and higher here, and pretty enjoyable afternoon trading for me. So we've just been sort of doing that. We can have a look quickly at Robinhood right here just to see what's going on, to look at a different kind of a name going through right now. So still down 2 2.3%. Sorry, 2 3/4%. It keeps changing though as we go. But yeah, Robinhood right there. Not a great day for them, but not horrible. On a name that we know can run pretty severely and pretty hard with the market, we know, okay, now we're noticing AMD getting lifted right here. So you're not going to wipe the smile off my face today, that's for sure, despite waking up a little bit early and being here and doing the recap show. And then I got to get over and have a good night tonight. But tomorrow we're here, and then we're not here on Thursday, as we have Juneteenth coming through. So all the U.S. markets closed on Juneteenth. So we are not here on Thursday, but we'll be here tomorrow for sure. And then Friday, I'm gone in the afternoon. Obi will be taking over for me Friday afternoon. And
that's got to be baseball.
No, we're going to Cirque du Soleil.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
No, I always assume that it's baseball on a Friday.
Yeah,
but
I have a couple weeks coming off where we travel for baseball.
No, I know. It's summer, right? So I know you're coaching on most Fridays.
Yeah. And then I'm going to Boston for hockey too.
Awesome.
So there's lots going on. Thank you so much, Scott Tomlinson. I hope the winners have been here. I hope that you're enjoying the show. So we do really appreciate that. But there goes AMD. There goes everything with only 25 minutes left before the imbalances. We'll see if this market wants to get going. But good outs on Tesla, good outs on the TQQs, and a good trade there with AMD. So yeah, man, the net's going higher here, which we're pretty happy about. It's a green day, and we're happy, although it's not a green day in the market. The market is trying to get back upside there. Maybe I should have bought the dips. I don't know. We'll see. I haven't bought the NASDAQ in a while. I was thinking about doing some of that today.
Yeah, I'm not scheduled to buy the NASDAQ again until after witching on my dollar cost averaging. But also, I haven't done much buying since the latest rounds. Like, I haven't been buying a lot up here. Most of my buys were in March and then after the last round of earnings. The prior earnings, I should say. Palantir did wick that prior resistance level, so it goes right into the top, does a topping tail wick. I said once we broke it out above that 85, 38.5, and then did not break this 139, that was my out back underneath this prior bar. Once it broke it, I just had my trailing stop in, so it just hit. So we're out there. It gives you that like $0.5 move. It might go more, but I wasn't necessarily bullish enough to want to try to play it too much further. I'm also looking at a break even out on Intel. I want to keep this on Palantir just in case I find a re-entry off 138. But I'm also looking at Intel, which is trying to break back above. It's not break even for me, but if it loses like 86, it breaks 86, I should say, instead of loses. If it breaks 86, I want to jump out, which will be essentially break even because there won't be any slippage on Intel. We're getting close to 330. I think it's at that time. Market's sliding higher. So while Intel might not be out of the money, I don't want it to go out of the money at this point. I haven't really got into it outside of our reload like 20, 30 minutes ago. But Palantir, good, but I put my trailing stop in and they triggered me, and now you're continuing to go higher. I like the fact that they're buying this up. Whoops, that's not my daily chart. That's that weekly on ACB we're showing. I like the fact on a strong stock that it's been being bought up back into the prior highs. Like, it's really not falling through the big levels anytime it pulls back. Like, the worst day Palantir had in the last, I don't know, whatever. So you have to go back to February. This candle here on the 5th. You have to go back to February. He had a worse day than that. And what it did that day was hold on to 120, almost exactly the support zone that you'd want. So it's going into the obvious buy levels where you'd expect trend buyers to come in, and they're buying it. That's what you want to see ultimately. So you had to fight it today if you were trying to find that long. I happened to get bottom wick because I had a bid at 136 when it happened. It was just, that was the even dollar target. I didn't time it. I didn't read the tape or anything like that. If I had, I'd be long that stock. But when you find those kind of trend reversals, if you're in and you see it in the tape at that bottom, and you can find yourself 20 cents worth of risk on a stock that's down $7 on the day, probably good. But it's also good to just go into the long when you're more sure about it, when it's breaking resistance, which I like a little bit better.
All right, I'm emptying out here of AMD. What other stocks you guys want to do? APPS, we can look at Digital Turbine again here. As we had sort of zoomed out on this stock and had looked at it and said, like, this may be the top, and it's kind of hovering around. I mean, it's broken through it. I mean, it's at 780 now. But just looking at that, we extended it through and was like, okay, well, maybe we have something there, but it doesn't look like we have much. Didn't really resist it. We can go check in what it looked like. That's 680. Let me see what that actually looked like today when we traded up to 680. So yeah, okay. So makes some sense here. This is where we stopped to decide what we wanted to do, and then it decided, you know, pretty good that 7 was going to be the new base right there for apps. So up 59% on good earnings report. So Digital Turbine outperforming, its expected move from yesterday. It didn't seem like there was much going on maybe yesterday afternoon into that report, but, you know, a nice upside move anyways, and then just continuation throughout. So that's a great play there for apps. So anybody looking at that one, that was good. Let's check out GameStop to see what's going on, because we were looking at that last week, and it's still $23. I guess not much going on, but I did like that 2150 area. Okay, let's do a little bit more there. So, all right, well, it doesn't matter what's happened up there. We missed that. What's more important is what do we got down here? So this is 930. So I always like to think that if a stock pulls back into its pre-market levels, that's probably a good buy, especially when we broke it so easily and went back up to the upside. So what ends up happening is the buyers take control of the stock because anyone short's in trouble because we did break that pre-market high. You know, there's not too much volume or anything going through. I actually don't even have volume on this chart, but I guess there's a little bit. Here, let's look at GME then from the day. So there's the break, there's the take, right? And then once you break the 50-period moving average, we did break it there. So that would have been a good area to maybe exit your short or exit out of your long and potentially go short. I don't ever like to go short in that situation when you are a little a ways from that, but then making the move back up and then breaking that second time, this is, again, another short area if you're looking to do that on a 50-period break. And you wouldn't have to have gotten out until right now once we just broke through 22.90. So that would have given you about 60 or 70 cents on the downside there pretty cleanly. And look where we stopped. We kind of stopped right there near the pre-market lows. So what I was getting at is that the buyers go in control here until it breaks those levels. You could see some volume picked up a little bit at that time. Then as we were going back up to the highs, you get very much no volume back up to the highs again. Then on this break, you can see then the volume picks up again. And it's very small. I mean, maybe if I zoom in, you'll be able, yeah. It's still not that much, but that's when the volume starts to pick up again back there to the downside, and then boom, there it goes. So I would watch out. It's not too interesting to me. There's only 20 minutes left, as Neil had talked about before. We don't have all afternoon to get out of these trades, but for GameStop, maybe worth a shot. We're under 23, so that's not great. But what about if we break again right here, 23.15, break the 200 period moving average, and then get that gone? So I think that if we can do that, there might be a trade right there for anybody interested. So I would say that that's something for GameStop. Down 1.24%, looking for a break above this 23.20 area to get long. Doesn't really look like it's in the cards for that, though. So that would be a trade there for GameStop. Oh, yeah, then SMR. Remember what I said to you guys before? We got some out at, was it 30?
No,
I think it was 36s. Yeah, no. But the price was, I got out at like 36.50 or so. Then I got out at 41.70, and I was like, oh man, because when we got out at 41.70, right into here, it had 2 more days where it started ticking higher. And I was like, oh, that's too bad, because we liked that trade, and unfortunately, we wanted to take some profits on that. But if you take a 36 and a 41, it's kind of like a 38, 39, and that's where we are right now. So SMR looking to break back down. I think the best days are in front of them, but temporarily behind them. I don't, we're getting all these things happening in Iran. That and should show you the importance of nuclear. I mean, they're going after the nuclear assets over there. So to me, there might be a look there of why this sort of spiked up. But it's just, remember, these still aren't making any money. This was $7 or $8 last year when we sort of bought that thing. We bought it at 11. So I think that this is a little interesting up there. I would watch out for this move coming back in. I think SMR, what day is it? The 17th right now? Next Friday, it's a $30 stock, maybe, for SMR. So I'm pretty short bias on that. So we'll wait to see where SMR goes, but I think its real home is at least down into here, if not lower, there for SMR. So I kind of feel the same about all the space, but I'm just looking about SMR.
I only said the 40s that day because I know I sold the same afternoon. I missed 11 o'clock. Or maybe you did it. Maybe you did it while we were live, because I know I got a worse price. But I waited till after 11 o'clock during lunchtime. But what concerns me about those is go look at the companies that are making money, that are the nuclear plays, like Vistra. I'm going to show you the Vistra chart. I'll show you the GE Vernova chart. Like they're also topping out. And don't get me wrong, they're bullish charts, but they're topping out. And if they're running into resistance, and you're also pulling back on the crazy runner names, one of the first things I thought was, hey, I own GE Verona, maybe I'll sell and then put that money back to work buying the more structured name in the space. Well, I'm not buying up here. I'm waiting for a pullback on this. Where's the? Oh, you know what? There he goes. I had to zoom out a little bit more so you could see the 200 period moving average. I'm like, where's my 200 period moving average? This thing is 25%. It's actually more than that. You're actually almost 30% from the 200 period moving average on GE Vernova. And to the 50 period moving average, you're talking about a good, 14%, just kind of doing quick math in my head. If I'm wrong, whatever, it's close enough. But you can see you're really extended away. So my first thought was, hey, I can probably get that money back into one of these names that I like, which happens to be this. And it's nowhere close to where I'd want to buy it. So I actually want these to come back in for an entry, because I still like the theme long term. I just want to be buying some dips. And just to reiterate, if you like something and you want to be adding to it, buy that 200 period moving average. Can't say that enough, on the long term anyways.
All right. We'll go. All right. So I just saw in the chat there, we were talking about uranium a little bit there. So some ideas were NUKZ. Shout out to Scott Tomlinson there. NUKZ, is that what you said? We don't have that.
What is that?
It doesn't look like it. So I'll call it up here. We do have URA. It's just a ETF. So here's NUKZ. It is a Nuclear Renaissance Index ETF. So Scott, you and I, great minds on it. By the way, there's AMD right now. We're trying to get this. It's almost entering the club. We've taken about like $15+ out of this market today, guys. Yeah, there it is. There's the Nukes ETF. So I would agree. I think they're all real tippy toppy right now, and hence why I sold. So yeah, sometimes we make good calls, and I think that was a decent one there, selling some of that. But there's the Nukes ETF, and then the one that we always talk about is URA. So URA, is that an iShares? Hold on a second. This is it just says Global Uranium ETF, Globex. Okay, so yeah, uranium ETF. Again, kind of similar on the daily chart, right? Just exploded there to the upside. Come on, AMD, man, now 75 cents in the money. And you can chart AMD with eSignal. I mean, just scan that QR code right there on your screen, grab an eSignal account on us for the first month. So if you're looking to backtest, you're looking for, again, all these ETFs, something that's entitlement-based, where if you don't want to look at TSX, don't. You don't have to pay for it, right? Other places will wrap it all into one, and it's part of your exchange fees, right? Or your monthly membership or whatever you're paying for it there. This, you do it yourself. So you grab it, grab the platform, then start to entitle all the markets that you want. I'm sure it comes with something, but scan the QR code, figure it all out. Many different symbols available, over 500 of them, in fact, that you can chart on in different scanners. I have up right now 1, 2, 3. It's only 7 charts right now, but again, different things. We show the trade rates. There's the Screener Plus on your screen as well. So there's lots of stuff to look at, and I think that eSignal is the trading platform for you. And we want to thank them for this offer of that QR code and the first month free. So, all right. The other thing there was, yeah, man, we definitely, I mean, we could have had 2 bangers on. I'm glad Neil took it. But we talked about 138 on Palantir. I just chose AMD. We could have easily chose that one, so that's $1. We'll do the old Barry Horowitz or pat ourselves on the back there, because for me, it's just about things working. Because at any day, I can fire nukes off in this market and take a big position and make the whole month, the whole week, the whole everything, right? And so that's sort of my style of trading. So we can do that. And I'm glad to see that that worked out. I'm glad to see that, when we got out of our Tesla $1 ago, that seemed to have been right. When we got out of the TQQs there, that seemed to have been right? And so, and then going into the long here as well. So it's just like everything right now, we're really reading the market well. So it's just one of those things where if you're gambling and you're reading the board well, you start to up your bets, right? And that's what we're doing right now. So we're starting to, again, get a little more aggressive on all of this. And yeah, Bob, that dog. What's up, Bob, that dog? Yeah, we're firing those off. So shout out to everybody there as well. Thank you, Mayank, for the Mayank.
I only know it's Mayank because our friend has a cousin with the same name. So
Mayank Vora, thank you so much.
What up, Mayank?
There as well. So that's good, man. Yeah, we're doing well. And like I said, it's just about trying to learn with us. And hopefully they do a good job on the midday show. And I know that the trades, at least hopefully my trades, speak for themselves, and you guys are having a good time, right? I like to talk about the family, so we both do, different events that we're doing, and just to give you guys a little bit of a different look. That was the whole point of this show, was to show you that there is, because there's so many people that, can't make money day trading, and it's not like it's easy. It's not. So we wanted to, explain sort of some of our strategies, show you the prop trading side of things, wear stupid hats like this that say SVB Risk Management Department. And of course, they went bankrupt. You guys know Silicon Bank right there. So it's this funny hat there. But yeah, just have a good time. Enjoy everything. AMD right now, by the way, is at that 200 period moving average. So that's why we've been really getting out. So now that it's dipping back in a little bit, I only have a quarter of my position left. Let's get another piece out right there. There we go. Now we have 15% left of this trade, and pretty happy with it. And it's been a good one. So yeah, man, we're gonna fly through here. It's only 10 more minutes until the imbalances, and then it's Michael Noss. Nope, it's Brian Shannon and myself, and Adara and myself and Brian Shannon on the recap show. Let me just see if this guy DM'd me.
Just for everybody here,
sliding in the DM.
Intel won't break 2080. It wouldn't break 2080 this morning. It won't break 2080 now, so I just jumped out of it in this sideways consolidation. Short under 90, can't seem to break down with the rest of them. I mean, the market's bouncing anyways. That's the other side. Like, the market's bouncing. You needed maybe the market following through to take you down through that low, so I'm out. Palantir, don't know if I'll reload it if we get back to 38 when we're this late. And, oh, that's right, I sorted this so you guys could look at the halts. Now I'll sort it by size again so we can get an early look on the imbalances. Nothing really standing out. This, I know that the penny stock is GNLN, so completely ignore that. CNQ, that's dual listed. I tend not to care about a dual listed stock unless it comes out the same way in both markets. We had to come out of buy in Toronto CNQ. Not much. SLB for a couple of million shares. HPE sell 2 million, but that doesn't really matter. I don't know this. I don't know well. 1.3 million to the sell side. So the only thing that stands out is Oracle. Early look of 900,000 to the buy side. And Oracle, great rally for Oracle. Great stock. No questions asked. And this is on my e-signal once again. But it seems like it's in this little. We're having a pullback after we just rammed $40 on $45 on that one move after earnings. And I'm still just waiting around. I think the trade comes back in when it pulls back into the prior high, which is 196. I think 195 to 200 is going to be the zone. So maybe that's a Friday thing. I mean, it's perfect if it's a Friday because then you get options expiration. But I think Oracle is pulling back into that buy level. It's the kind of thing I'll set an alert for. Just be ready when it makes that technical move, like Oracle, but until it shows that it can bounce, it's a couple of days of weakness. And I know the market's weak, but this was turning around heavily well before the market was turning around, and all the strong stocks were turning around late. Like, this turned around early in the day when this lost VWAP. So it's been distinctly different, and there's nothing bad. It's a healthy sell-off, I think, in terms of Oracle as we speak, but 195 to 200 would be that buy zone. Just going to double check back in on Palantir. See if it's, the volume's the volume at this point. It doesn't really matter. It's still slightly on that upward trend. I kind of hopped out early on it, but it's pretty much just slightly above where we got out. Don't know if we get one more chance for a dip and rip off that 138. It's probably too late in the day to try to buy a dip in front of the imbalances on a day where the market's been selling off. That ship might have sailed. So we took our one shot at it. And a lot of times, a flip price, I can like it both ways and not just once. And that key price that we're looking over under on, like get out over, get in under, get in over, was right in here in that 138 void. And sometimes you just need one price level in one stock, and then that can be it. And sometimes it's a setup that works a million times. I wouldn't reverse every single stock. If I have to think about what was an obvious, it was weird. I don't know why I wasn't short here on Intel. And I'll come back to this because the other day Intel did another irrational move up, and I remember sitting in this thing in the afternoon show like, why isn't it going to go down? And then it absolutely flushed. It did another breakout on absolutely no news, and this time when I got it, when I'm like, oh, it's turning around in the tape, it actually did. So I got out of the long and then just didn't short that stupid thing. And look at the 15-minute break of the trend. It flushed 50 pennies, 2.5% on Intel. You get in where you can, but it could have been a little bit better on that name. Only got the peripheries of that stock. But somebody irrationally has been buying this at times in the last couple of weeks. I don't know what it means, but it gets a little more interesting if this thing can ever get above 23 bucks. It's so far away from any meaningful breakout that even when it goes like 7 or 8%, it's literally nothing. Adara?
We know that Trump was meeting with his national security team. That was reported earlier. The meeting was supposed to start at 1. Well, now apparently it's ended. According to CNN, it lasted over an hour. And apparently we might be expecting a press conference as well. So I will stay tuned. If I see anything, I'll let you know. But there were some reports that following this national security team meeting with Trump, there would be a conference. If I see any details, of course, you will all be made aware. Back to you.
All right, so yeah, on that note, I'm just getting some more out of AMD. I just switched over my stop into 127 break. So we'll take 35 cents at a minimum on this trade, and that's that. So we actually just added, like the rich got richer there on AMD today. It was already my #1 stock, and we just hit it again. So I think that that's part of the reason why we did this, why we chose this name, is just because of, we thought we had good reads. We talked about it coming right back into this level, and like I said, man, sometimes, when it hits, it hits. So good trading there to the upside. Like, it looks silly because we're planting red roses here, but that's just the way I'm doing it. I just kind of get bored. I'm taking out pieces on the way up, and I have enough shares to be able to do stuff like that. So that's just what I'm doing, piecing it out on the way up. Like when we have a trade like Tesla or something that's actually moving, as Neil said, we are running out of time. So it's kind of like just take it out as it goes. We take out a lot here at the 50 period, which was that 2-to-1, which we had talked about. Then we took even more out at the 200 period. I expect the bottom of the day to get back to the 200 period, good enough. And then we'll always try to hold for that huge move. But now with only 4 minutes left until the imbalances, we saw DJT. I mean, maybe that could be something that we watch out for today. Yesterday, DJT had a 3 million or so buy imbalance, which shot this thing, literally to the moon right there. It looks like a spacecraft, straight up to the upside and then straight back down there again once that imbalance was discovered and gone the other way. So again, interesting times here when the imbalances come out. So we can wait to see if anything pops on DJT. If it does, get your order ready to go, man. Just punch this long 18. Like you're gonna have to have an order in to automatically execute. Like if it comes out a buy again, you're not just going to be able to throw out the bid and think you're going to get them. You're going to have to aggressively punch in. So if you were thinking about taking a trade on DJT 1863 or 4, that's that break right there. You can put that in. If it comes out a buy, bang, hopefully you get punched in, and then we have that upside move. But Neil already showed you the pending imbalances, and it didn't look like, DJT, we don't get to see it on here. Because it's a Nasdaq stock, yeah, so it's not on there. These Nasdaqs, notice the time, 9:30 and so on and so forth. So what I actually have to do is right click, and this is what we have here. This is a system built by traders for traders. So you can not look at anything you want, ARCA, anything. So I've actually activated the sources that I want. So I'm gonna get rid of right here and only look at NYSE and NASDAQ fills, right? And so once those come through at 350, they'll all activate, and then this market time will all say 350 there, as these are from the morning. So market on open orders. It's the same imbalance locator for both times of the day. It'll just show the mock now, the market on close. The other ones are called moves, the market on open. Let's check out the biggest of the bears here again with Big Bear AI. Again, another stock that I really like for a chance to go. We nailed this today. This is going to be a good stock for me. We put it on the sticky note at 415. Thankfully, it broke right away early, right there. So there's the 415, the break, and we took it instantly, came into the account. Boosh, nice upside play there on BBAI. And the fade out, we get stopped out there at 413. So a 2-cent hit on our last 10%, even less than 10%. And then now you're back in sub 4, but we just bounced off $4. So, yep. So we just found out that in our ear too, as Adair just repeated. Trump's meeting has now ended. So we'll wait to see again if there's any sort of a conference call about this. With only 10 minutes left, it's not going to be an actionable call for me. But we'll have it on the recap show with Brian Shannon, myself, and Adara. Here goes AMD. Let's just hold the rest. So this is that move now that we're waiting for. We'll put an offer here at 45 in case we get it again. I mean, those are our best outs. So if we can get something upside, we'll take it. Only a minute and a half left until we see exactly. Actually, I'm already at 45. So I'll cancel my first one, keep that one. And then we'll see if we get an upside move here in case, here it goes, in case it is a buy imbalance. Maybe we get something ridiculous and really top out our day. So yeah, so far so good. There we go. What's up, Tia? Thank you so much for the cheering on. But right now, I let God take the wheel with these imbalances, and we'll see what winds up happening. Jesus take the wheel. Yeah, both of them. Right there, Jesus himself as well. So we'll see if this can get back up to the upside.
He can hit a curveball.
127, if he can hit a curveball. I think he can. It's like my son asks me a question. He goes, "Oh, if Jesus can do anything he wants, then can he make a rock heavy enough that he can't lift it?"
That's one of the oldest philosophies.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just like, I don't know, man. Ask somebody else. So there we go right now. If you want to ask me about Palantir, fine. But here we go, man. With only 20 seconds left, we are now going to wait for the imbalances. So they're all going to show up, and then we will wait to see what winds up happening right now. So there it goes. We're waiting for this top side. 8, 7, 6. It's big time count. This countdown is actually more important than the close. 3, 2, 1. There it goes. The imbalances are now out. And yeah, buddy, there's a nice little face slapper as we get that right there on AMD, man. Hey, we're in the building today. There's Nvidia with a nice buy. That's starting to go back up to the upside. Intel's a buy. Looks like we got some decent buy side opportunities right now in the market, but nothing's really rallying. Nvidia did move for us, and AMD did move for us. So we were able to get out of some of those trades. So yeah, man, so far so good here as we get ready to close out the show. Great show. Again, big positive day, and happy to do that. So yeah, man, all is well over here.
Yeah, great look. It's a great trade on AMD. I didn't see it on the locator either. I saw a spike in a bunch of things, but they didn't show up there. The overall number, here we go from there. We just got 450 million to buy for the market. It's not that big. The NASDAQ 490 to buy. The Dow 150. The Mag 7 250. So really, it's just Nvidia and nothing else.
Right.
Yeah, kind of a little bit disappointing. I did see for a minute Palantir spiked up. It was like 30 cents to the upside. That's the book that I had up. It went exactly to 139, and it was a hell offer at 139. So I was gonna have that level marked off anyways tomorrow because it was like this opening range low, and then where it failed in the afternoon, and then failed in the other long that I had. Like both longs I've had in Palantir both failed at 139, and in the morning that was support. So I think that's a pretty key level that we work into. I answered in the chat, but I'll say this again. Someone's asked if we only day trade on this show. 100% true. Every trade that you see here is a day trade. If you ever, we'll answer questions about the personal account and in this and buying and selling here and there, but we'll always try to tell you that that's in a personal account or like a swing account. And if that's ever not clear, then just please ask. But the general assumption is if I'm talking about something in a long term for a swing, well, I bought it off the 200 period moving average and this is my target. And obviously, like Tesla, if I'm holding my last third of my recent swing in Tesla, obviously it's not getting to $380 today, so that's not a day trade. But you can always ask for clarification, because I know for myself sometimes, I won't always specify that. If I'm looking at the daily and speaking on those terms, I'll assume that it's obvious. But Mayank asking about UNH, oddly enough, UNH did not have a bad day today. But it's exactly the same as what I've been saying all week for anyone that bought the recent dips in here. It is just a very, very slow and boring grind since cratering on the 15th. Right? So your cratering move, and now you're just very slowly grinding. I don't think there's anything exciting till it gets past this 327 level. It's just slowly grinding to a breakout. And then once you can break out here, then I think you get more exciting going into that 380 level. So I'm not even remotely interested in UNHs for entries or longs or breakouts or anything momentum-wise like it was a few weeks ago until we can break out that 326, 327 level. Unfortunately, it just seems like that's the case. So Palantir, nothing really happening. Unfortunately, couldn't break through that 139. I don't see myself in anything else at this point. That was the one stock that you could have broken and continued, or you could have dipped back into 138 when there was still time to get into it. Just one more name that I wanted to get to because I didn't trade it this afternoon, and that's Apple. So ultimately, Apple. To be down on Apple for me, when it's set up for the short, I don't love it because I like this one to the south side, but it won't dissuade me from coming in tomorrow and still looking short Apple. It's a pretty clean downtrend. It's just a matter of getting the executions right. Ultimately, we know it's going down. I can see it's going down. It confirmed everything that we wanted. Just didn't execute right here today. But I'll jump right back in and looking for the shorts tomorrow in Apple, as that's about to break the low of the day as well. Adara?
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Trade the Pool. We get a behind-the-scenes look at Trade the Pool. The dashboard tracks your progress in real time, stats, profits, and more. You can break down every trade, see your entry, exit, and how it played out on the chart. Check the certificates page for your full summary, achievements, and payouts. In this clip, that is Michael T. He has already earned over $75,000 in total payouts. Trade the Pool gives you the tools and the capital to go further. Ready to level up? Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code on screen. Back to you.
I was just telling Sean, I'm reminded that I have to drive home today because I drove in. And he's like, yeah, I'm surprised you haven't already walked to the subway one day out of pure muscle memory. I did do it once, and I got like out, and I was standing at the corner. I'm like, what the heck am I doing? I drove here, and I turned around. So thanks, I hadn't gone to the subway already. But yeah, the traffic, bye-bye imbalances. Looks like we're headed to the downside on flips. I mean, Nvidia was the only one, and it flipped to a sell. Okay, so it was the only imbalance with 1.6 to the buy side. It is now gone, which means it has likely paired off, possibly even flipped. And yeah, the market's really starting to come back in. Although Apple did nothing, Palantir just dipped into 138.40. Shout out to you, Jojo. Reddit for the long-term account. Thank you for the super chat in there. I don't know if you just bought it. I'm not a Reddit person. I'm not really buying that in my long-term account, but certainly if you like it and you get an opportunity to buy a discount, go for it. I know Reddit had a big time dip earlier on today, but shout out to you, Jojo. Appreciate that super chat. Good luck. $100. We appreciate all those super chats. That's a big one in there. Hope you enjoy the show and good luck with that Reddit.
Yeah, for $100, I'll look at it for you. Here's Reddit right now. I look at it for free, doesn't matter, but there it is right now. I love that call. I think Reddit is a big thing. I'm actually going to buy some in my long-term account very shortly as well. So I do like Reddit here 100%. So breaking back above the 200 period moving average, good report from them. Nice move higher. So I think it's a great look there for RDDT. So good look on that. You know, we already heard from I don't know if it was not XAI, but whatever it was, Gemini or one of them, that most of their responses right now, not most, but many of their responses coming from Reddit. And I think that there's still a lot more ad space to go on Reddit. It's relatively new to Europe and things like that. They have a lot of US businesses. Once this thing expands, I think Reddit is a winner for the long term. Congratulations. I think you got a good one there in RDDT. I really do. I know the valuation is quite enormous, but you know, Palantir's valuation wasn't that great at $9 either. So we'll wait to see what happens here with RDTT. So yeah, not a super exciting close, that's for sure, depending on, you know, who you are, I guess. But right there, AMD, let's just get out right now at 30s. Oh, I had an offer higher, which is why I coded purple there, but okay, I'm gonna go get set up for it. But yeah, a big day alert, man. Like I said, we don't talk about P&L, but when we just went 5-1, and you know, all of our winners are bigger than our one losers. So it's a big day here today. It started off with AMD, and that we topped it off there. AMD's more than triple the next big winner. Tesla was a great trade as well. Those shorts, boom. I mean, that's a good one there. The NASDAQ, I mean, let's go. This short, huge. BBAI, let's go. So we're showing trading the futures, trading Big Bear AI, Palantir, the Tesla, and AMD. So, you know, a couple good days here. Thank you so much, Mike DeRider, for saying that, and thank you for coming back every single day. Tomorrow's another day. All right, I'm going to go get set up over there. I'm going to log out of here, and then we'll see you guys tomorrow, and then we're off on Thursday, and we'll go from there. So, all right.
Good luck.
Yeah, man.
And have an exciting aftermarket show. Always fun with Brian Shannon and Adara. He's a fantastic guest. With only a minute and a half to go, Husa is, I don't have a pun for this thing. It's tanking, whatever. It's absolutely tanking. Thank you, everyone, for pointing that one out. I don't know that anybody is still in this. It just failed the halt price. It just failed 22 pretty cleanly. And a lot of times, like, the volatility is due to the fact that there right now isn't a lot of liquidity. There's only a minute to go to the close, but the spread really opened up there. They just absolutely rugged it. I don't wonder if Indo didn't do a similar move, because these are, I mean, a similar move in Indo as that started to pull back. And remember, these are those are the frothier energy names. You're not buying, when you join the trend because of the geopolitical news, when you join the trend in Indo or Husa, it's not like you're buying it's not like buying XOM. You know, XOM fundamentally is just, obviously it's a different ballgame. I know this pulls back, but you're not going to get rugged to the point where there's no liquidity, because Husa, that's the kind of thing that can, like, this can ruin a trader. Like, if you were long in here and say you miss your stop, and you're long 22, you're cruising in the money $1.50. Next thing you know, you miss a stop and you're out $3. That's what can happen in these names. They're not the most liquid. When the algos decide they don't want to quote it anymore or quote it less, it gets into trouble very, very quickly. But yeah, get the camera off me. We got 10 seconds left in here. The bell brought to you by Origenics. We got the chat going into the close. OGEN listed on the NYSE. And as you can see there, Adara, ring it. There we go. And thank you to Origenics there. Brain health matters, and I think we root for them. It's one thing. I mean, it's one thing having a company to solve a problem to make some money. It's another one when the problem's something we can all get behind. Brain health and concussions are a big deal, especially if you're a sports fan out there. And so good luck to them, and we appreciate them for sure. Thank you again for that super chat, Jojo. Appreciate you, and good luck over there on Reddit. We do wish you the absolute best. Always want everybody to print. That's what it's all about. Well, if you're trying to print today, you could have been long early, but then you were mostly short in the afternoon. The NASDAQ closing like 0.9 to the downside. The ES a little bit less than that. You did have some bigger losers like Tesla down 4 points, Palantir down a couple of points, and some of the chip names, though, holding up despite the drop in AMD, despite the drop in Micron. They actually still ended green on the day. Some of the stronger chip names just only barely. So there were some kernels of strength out there, and we weren't down more than 1%, so I don't think it's nothing to panic about. But as a trader, it's certainly exciting. Just got to give a big shout out and a thank you to our team on the ones and twos. We're in a bit early today, doing a webinar before we came on, so it's been a long one, but it's been a fun one. Shout out to the Midday boys as well. The best part, it's not over yet, everybody. Sit back, relax. You don't have to go anywhere. All you have to do is watch the screen. Go from the afternoon show to the market recap with Sean, Adara, special guest Brian Shannon, right about now, everybody.
Yes, I'm muted. There we go. What's up, everybody? Thank you for joining us here on the recap show. Lazy Boy reports, and we were just, I was just saying, I always thought growing up like that I'd have a lazy boy, and I don't. So now I feel sad. But matcha.
Yeah, I got matcha. It was a tired day, as you might have been able to see on the bell. I did get some matcha. Yesterday morning I got matcha, and then somehow I dropped the cup on the way into the studio, and it all died. The cup broke. I've never seen it, it broke. This cup broke, and then I had to wipe everything. I felt like I was Cinderella. Anyways, it's all good. Thank you to our team for getting me.
Did you go back? Sometimes they'll make you another one.
I didn't even care enough at that point. I was so tired that I had just
I feel sad
everything.
about that.
It's all good. I mean, we got a drink now. Cheers to markets. It was a really fun day for trading. I think there's a lot of things in play, and I cannot wait to see what tomorrow holds. But today holds Lazy Boy, and maybe if you own a Lazy Boy, you can chill in that. Right now, we're expecting here revenue for Lazy Boy of $588.55 million, earnings of 93 cents per share. Implied move 8.7%, Sean. Not too shabby.
Yeah, we'll wait to see when that comes out there. QBTS had a move there right at the end of the day there. Nice move from $15 from 3 o'clock up to $15.64 as some of the quantum names went for a little bit of a run. Was that also going upside on Rigetti? No. So QBTS, QUTM is another one there.
Well, they had news this morning,
don't have anything
QBTS.
there. Okay, so QBTS, nice little move higher there into the close. IonQ, maybe another one to see. Yeah, so no. Okay, so we are getting reports, of course, that the U.S. is likely to join the war against Iran tonight. So that's something that's going to be interesting to watch out for as the NASDAQ got sort of wind that the U.S., President Trump and his cabinet, I guess, were meeting to discuss what the next steps were in not your war, in the sort of the Middle East tension there between, I guess it's just between Iran and Israel. But it looks like the U.S. is about to throw their hat into the ring, which is never a good thing. Well, I don't know. Who knows? Who knows what's going on? You would think the market would have got hit a little bit more than maybe we did. We were down 1.3% there on Friday. We came back yesterday with a nice upside play yesterday all day. Didn't even really give anything back. And then today, we start to give back midday as, again, more pictures start coming in and we start to find out that, tensions aren't easing at all. And now the U.S. getting ready to go. So we'll have to wait to see if the NASDAQ tomorrow can hold some of these levels. We're getting ready to have Brian on. And I remember just last week when he was on the show, I asked him about this triple top. And, you know, sometimes when you get up here, you just need an excuse to fall back down. And it looks like right now the market is giving us that as further escalations on geopolitical tensions led to this market pushing a little bit lower. But it was kind of a strange day because, you know, sometimes you had seen, and I still think there is a connection between Bitcoin and the market. You know, when the market's up, it seems to be Bitcoin likes to get going a little bit. When the market's down, crypto likes to go down.
We have news.
But right there on the spiders, the gold ETF right now today, relatively flat. I would have thought this was up. So maybe right here, there isn't sort of the fear right now in the market because we don't see a run to gold. We could talk about USO as well. The only sector that was up today, as you could see, is energy. We have USO, UNG, and we actually talked about the stock heat map earlier on today, and I know Adair does this as well. But here's energy.
Oh my God.
It's the only green look out of everything today. So if we break out, you know, this energy, look at this. Every single name there, XOM 1.5%, CVX 2%. You know, all of the energy names look like they're upside. And then you get like health technology. We had some negative news today. I think it was AbbVie had a fail there. Eli Lilly, there it is right there. Eli Lilly's pushing back down. J&J, as a lot of these names are dividend plays, but the dividends, again, may not mean anything if the stock market wants to keep going up because the rates obviously affecting this as well. Tomorrow we have Chair Fed, well, FOMC, but Powell is going to be taking the mic. It's a 99.9% chance of no movement tomorrow, according to the Fed rate tool. So we're not expecting anything on that, but we are looking down here. The reddest, you know, sector today, it looks like healthcare technology, consumer durables. We talked about XLP, that ETF headed lower from the likes of Tesla, GM and Ford all go lower today as well. Home builders, Lennar, DHI downside, PHM down, Hasbro, the toy maker, also to the downside. So, you know, there are some, I just heard Rocky Mountain Chocolate Factory reporting right there. RCM, interesting, no. Rocky, RMC. No, okay, I have no idea what the symbol is. Right there.
RMCF, but I only know that because it's in front of me on
RMCF,
Benzinga.
Okay. There, it's already on Benzinga. Okay, did Lazy Boy come out yet?
I'm not saying Lazy Boy. I can talk about this XAIR though.
Sure, what's going on with that?
Beyond Air.
There goes Lazy Boy,
the
might
company.
be. Yep.
So yeah, XAIR revenue they're expecting here. I'll just start with the guidance. Q1 guidance at least $1.7 million, projecting fiscal 2026 revenue between $12 million and $16 million. So if they only want Q1 revenue to be around 1.7 million, I wonder how much the rest of these quarters are going to be if that's their yearly revenue guidance. That is, the math is not quite mathing for me, but you know, it's the company's guidance. It is what it is. For the current quarter, so Q4 2025, they guided a loss of 9 cents, or sorry, they reported a loss of 9 cents per share. That is smaller than the expected 12-cent loss. And sales here of 1.15 million, missing estimates of 1.39 million. So EPS beat. Sales miss. I'm looking for LZB. I am not seeing LZB earnings quite yet, so I guess Lazy Boy's being a little bit lazy with when they release these results.
We had a funny move down today in Palantir. I mean, down 2.5% as we saw that OpenAI, not for some reason, but they also get a contract here today. Just reading over the notes, OpenAI grabs a contract with Department of Defense announcement, $200 million contract for OpenAI. And then we just saw Lennar there, and then Apps making moves today.
Oh, yeah.
Were two other big names that had to move. But there goes Palantir. Palantir, that's all-time highs up here at 144, 143, 144. I think, what was that high tick right there? 145, okay. So Palantir kind of just on a space by itself right now. Despite it making a move down of 2%, we don't even close that gap yet. We're looking to see tomorrow, if tonight is a night where we do see more drone strikes and more, you know, the U.S. possibly joining, I could see Palantir being a little hot tomorrow if that's what winds up happening. A nice move off of 136 back up to 139 again right now. So we'll have to wait to see if that happens. But again, don't blame anybody to be out of Palantir. You know, its PE is well over 100 right now as we get going. Actually, I don't even know. Do I even have the PE on here for Palantir? No, I don't. Only a short float of 2.59%. It would be on my other platform there with the PE. But Benzinga can give that to me. Hold on a second. Let me just check that right now because, there's CoreWeave. I don't even want to look at their price to earnings as well. There's Palantir, price to earnings ratio. There it is right there. The forward PE, 256, and current PE of 614. So that is just absolutely ridiculous. And again, when we talk about what stocks are valued at, here it is, RMCF. There it is, Rocky Mountain Chocolate, red on there. So, you know, I can't blame anybody for selling out of a name like a Palantir. It's had such a huge run. And if you are worried about valuations, nothing wrong with taking a little bit off the table. You guys know I did a little bit of that, but I did it at like 133. Maybe it's time to take a little bit more off on Palantir and put it into an index or something. But Palantir, as I told you, is kind of a stock that's very, very unique. I looked at Big Bear AI as another possibility to pop up here. And again, another big deal with DOD. They've had some Department of Defense ideas as well. I do like Big Bear AI, but let's talk about something else. Silver today. Look at this breakout on silver. We could talk about this until the cows come home. That's a nice break. We were noted by Michael on this on a weekly chart, trying to break out there. I think I can zoom back out right here. So there's the break on the weekly. We're still looking to take that level out, $34, but we're up there right now. He noted that we kind of get the smiley face action, and this break right there was a nice one, up to 33 and change as that continues to go. Wheat is kind of a funny one. Wheat is all the way down. Now, we do know that wheat had some problems again with Russia, Ukraine, and all that talk right into here, and then it came back down, and we know Ukraine is a big exporter, same as Russia, of wheat. So that's been having a little bit of a problem. You think it might be going the other way, but wheat right now, fund down upside today, but has been going down. Interesting, though, today when we look at the TAN ETF, right? This is going to be all about solar. They lose the subsidies on solar. So, you know, again, it's kind of like what's been happening with Tesla using some of those EV credits. We've seen them have deliveries and sales to the downside. It's happening again here right now for some of the solar names. The Trump administration really has never mentioned too much about solar, and bye-bye for those subsidies right now as the government looks to take back some money from giving out money for those that support solar. I would think that that might be a wrong move, but there comes to the downside right now with TAN and such names of FSLR for solar. Big red candle here on the week, making moves back down. But you're kind of falling into a support area. And I said, if you're going to buy best of breed, First Solar would be a good one. Solar Edge got crushed. I mean, I don't know what to say about this. This one lost right there, 195. As soon as we gave that up, man, this was a multi-year low, and that was gone. And like that was 195, man. This is a $15 stock. So if you don't want to listen to anything macro, that's cool. But at least if you're looking at the charts, don't make the mistake of holding on to something once it breaks. I mean, some good examples of that, like Intel, you know, the minute it broke this little area right there, right into here, it dropped from 26 down to 20, got as low as $19. We can go back forever on Intel, but when you lose areas, you have to be very, very careful of what the downside risk is, right, in those names. So that's what Intel's been doing today. It actually had a decent day today, Intel, as some of the chip names started to go back up to the upside. So let me just go over here into a 3 or 2 minute chart. We had a big move up on AMD. We had a big move intraday on Intel. I'm not even sure what that was.
We'll never know.
That was a huge move. Marvell had something similar though. So I'm not sure what was going on there. Marvell up to 72 and all the way back down into 70 as well. A name that I brought up, I think it was either last week or a couple weeks ago, was Target. We were waiting for this to break out on the daily as well. We kind of got above 100, but we didn't take out that 103 area. If we can do that again, I think we have another test. So that's one test to try to break there, a second test, third time's a charm on Target, if that can get going back up to the upside. But why not just stick with best of breed, right? Look what Costco's been doing. A lot of you have been sleeping on Costco. Haven't seen many of you. I can't believe I'm talking this long. I still have energy. This is crazy. We actually did a show with an Italian bank this morning where we were live for about an hour, and we had translators, everything like that. That was a lot of fun. We've been doing that with them for a minute, Finico Bank. So go check them out. Give them some love. They are Trader TV Live supporters for sure. But we have to get up. I was up. The alarm went off at 5:30, which isn't that early, but normally it's off at 6:30. But anyways, there's the move down. I only live half hour away. There's the move there on Costco. Again, we want to buy names that had great reports and that have fallen back. And what has Costco even fallen back on? Well, we had bad retail sales this morning. It wasn't a hugely bad number. I think it was minus 0.2 versus plus 0.3.
I saw it was a little bit more significant. I'm going to check.
Okay, go double check that. But
it is, yeah, it's minus 0.9. That's what I thought, negative 0.9.
So on the year over year.
The year over year was, okay, let me
We'll find it. Don't worry.
Year over year, I'm seeing kind of
Flattish, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So month over month, a negative number there for Costco. So you're seeing it for retail sales. You're seeing Costco give a pullback right now on the daily chart. So I know it's still on Adara, but that's okay. Fabian is setting up with Brian. So Costco pulling back a little bit as well. Let's go back to another best of breed name, Walmart. You know, both of these names, we've seen Walmart again in tariff time. I don't know why I'm calling it tariff time, but there's the move down. It breaks through the 200 period, but then not for very long, retakes that and goes back up to the upside. So if you had some FOMO about missing some high quality US names, right, like a Walmart, like a Costco, falling back into some of these levels, you may have a good opportunity one more time. And remember, if tomorrow we do get a bad news, sorry, I got to take this out of my ear. As we get tomorrow, some more information coming as a possible U.S. entering the building now with Iran and Israel, you could get a more of a push back in. I think buying Costco in and around here at 950, I've seen some worse trades than that. So that is for sure. So there it goes, man. Smokey Love and some other chat there. They do like that idea about Costco potentially being a downside play. I see he's ready, and when he's ready, I'm ready. So let's go. It's Brian Shannon time in Trader Talk. All right, Brian, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good, Sean. How about you?
Look at you, man. You just look nice and fresh and relaxed, and I love that smile. It's Brian Shannon, everybody, from Alpha Trends. Thank you so much for joining us. It's your Educator of the Year on StockTwits. Thanks again. And author of Maximum Trading Gains with an Anchored VWAP. Very humble guy. I just do that because, hey, I feel like the information that Brian gives us needs to be studied even more. So go pick up his book, Anchored VWAPs. It's a great one right there. So we want to thank you. And thank you for coming on and being a regular on our show, Brian.
My pleasure always, Sean. Hey, do you look at weather maps? Do you like to look at weather maps as well as charts?
I do. I mean, I like to look at weather maps, especially when I have a sporting event coming on. Why? What's going on?
We got a nice big sell about where you're going to hear some good thunder here, I think, in a minute.
Oh, there it is. I see. Okay.
About to hit.
All right. So if we lose some Wi-Fi, are you on Wi-Fi right now? Or are you plugged in?
No, I'm plugged in.
Okay, good. So maybe we'll be okay with that. I don't know if you just saw this. I was talking about Costco a little bit. I like to buy good names. And honestly, they had a great report. And what I was saying to the viewers, that if you come over to my chart here, it looks like it was from, and I'll give you a second to maybe load it up, Brian. But it looks like we had May 30th was their report, and we skyrocketed, and we almost took out all-time highs. You know, I mean, there's not that many stocks that were near all-time highs, but Costco was. But now we've had quite a nice little pullback here over the last, I don't know, 2 weeks, back into a good level of 979 or so. I think that I could probably, Brian, and I don't want to steal your thunder because I hear you getting some thunder right now, but what about if I draw an anchor right here at the highs? Right now, Brian, we're right at that anchor of 983. So your Padawan over here may be learning something from these anchored VWAPs, but you have anything to talk about? We've just broken below that all-time high anchored VWAP. Anything here concerning you about Costco?
I think we're at a pretty good spot. Sean, with the 50-day moving average is still rising, so that's a good thing. That's that dashed blue line in there. The solid blue line, which we're on, which you can see has had relevance in terms of support this year and a little bit of resistance. That's the year-to-date anchor. So I think this is probably your area that you're going to want to see hold. If it fails in here, I don't think you have a lot of downside because we've got that 200-day moving average just below. So it's starting to, you know, if it starts to settle down in here, I think it becomes a good buy. But right now, it's probably just a little bit early with these lower highs and lower lows below the declining 5-day moving average since it started its big break right over here. But I think keep a good eye on this one for a bounce because, like you said, it's a quality name.
Yeah, I definitely like trading names that are, you know, of that ilk, right? Where you're trying to buy something that we know has good rally potential. And of course, I believe that's one of those. We've had a nice move recently in some of the semis. I'm going to talk to you about SMCI as well. But what a move up that we had in AMD over the last couple of days. Again, last week we did have their AI conference. It wasn't that well received, but then all of a sudden come yesterday, we had a Piper Sandler upgrade, and there goes AMD. And I was lucky enough to get that 118 right there yesterday morning. It was on our sticky note. And I also had a 120 break again right there yesterday. So we had that whole move. And even this morning, we had the long before eventually fading out. The reason why I want to talk about AMD is you've mentioned something on SMCI. And if I look at a daily chart, and you brought this to our attention last week, it sure does look like it's coiling up. Could we see something similar where we have a 9 or 10% move on SMCI like we did on AMD yesterday? I think you got a good one here with SMCI. You still bullish on this name?
I am. You know, I've traded it a little bit, and it looks like last Friday was probably a shakeout. I decided today that I'm not going to bother with the stock until it gets above this resistance in here. So I bought some calls just to have a just-in-case position, just in case it does something like AMD did. So I went out to July 18th on those with the 47 strike, and I think you get this thing going. It could see easily, 50, mid 50, low to mid 50s rather is what I should say.
Okay, yeah, we talked about it on the show today. I was even thinking, even if you got to break into this 48, where's that top, and then you could sort of make a decision at that point, take your 10%, $4 or $5, break that, and then I think we can go, or you, like you said, you wait for confirmation on that break. I threw up, I mean, we have all these ETFs here today, and really the only green sector that I could find today on our stock heat map was energy sector. So is that something that you look for and say, okay, am I going to trade this strength? Am I going to fade this strength? Do you have any ideas in the energy space? Was there anything that caught your idea or your eye in the last couple of days, especially with sort of this, Iran-Israel tension there? We know how that can affect the energy markets. We saw a move down with TAN, which is the ETF, some of the solar names today also hit. So would you rather, here, this is a would you rather. I was stealing this from CNBC. Would you rather trade strength in some of the energy sectors that you see as far as USO and oil, or would we look at TAN and some names like a Solar Edge or something like that that just keeps on going lower and lower here? Take your choice, either solar or energy. Would you rather be short solar or long energy, or maybe neither?
I think, I won't say neither because that just isn't a decision. Solar seems like it's got problems, and energy seems like it's got some bullish tailwinds. We saw that oil itself was up 2% today. I think that oil has really probably made a very good bottom near about that 68, that as long as it remains above 68-ish, then you're going to see continued strength in oil. The XLE is a little bit extended here. I was hoping we would start to see a pullback emerge here. That's what I was actually talking to subscribers in a webinar about last night, because we're right at the 200-day moving average, and we've just seen a 10% rally here just in the last, since the beginning of the month here. We've seen this market go from 81 to 89, so 10% right into the 200-day moving average. I'd love to see it settle down a little bit, but I'm not sure we're going to get that opportunity. If it pulled back down to the year-to-date anchor down at 86, then I would start to be a lot more interested in it. Some of the names that I've been looking at, Sean, are AR and Taro. And this one, as you can see here, I've kind of drawn in this inverted head and shoulders pattern. It broke out the other day. I'm trying to think, because I don't really, what were the other energy names?
CVX.
I'd have to look at my list, which isn't here in front of me. But that one definitely, we spoke about Oxy last week.
Yep, Occidental.
And that's I typed it in wrong. Occidental, and that one's back above its year-to-date anchor. It's got a declining 200, so I'd rather be interested in a stock like AR that's breaking out to new highs rather than looking at Oxy, which is still in a downtrend. So this is a several year high in AR. That one looks better to me than Oxy for sure.
Thank you so much for being here with us today, Ryan. You just mentioned oil there a little bit, and I want to talk about another sector or area that's on watch with these geopolitical tensions, and that's going to be defense. RTX, LMT. There's ETFs as well, like DFEN, I believe is the name. So there's a lot of different ways to play this. Do you have a preferred defense stock right now, or is this an area you're even looking at?
I have looked at it recently, and LHX is one that I was in and actually got stopped out on this move. So, I never got back into LHX. It was this perfect little flag. I thought it broke higher and it gapped down, continued to lower that morning, and then had this huge reversal LMT looks like it should be able to get going here. We've got this 490-ish level that's been resistance, but it just trades really too squirrely in here for me, all this volatility. So I'm basically leaving them alone. LHX, like I said, I had been in. LMT, I had a small trade in that earlier this month, but Raytheon is clearly the winner, the leader here. So I think that's the one to probably keep a closer eye on after pullbacks to start to, look to buy strength in there, Adara.
Thank you so much.
So we saw, thanks for all of that, Brian, of course. Some people in the chat looking to get your opinion on Reddit. I mean, again, Reddit today up 6%, a relatively new name to our market. I mean, IPO'd, I guess, a couple years ago, and a nice little move upside right there, breaking through the 200 period moving average. Now heading, I don't know who drew this line, probably Neil, but that's okay. Right there, breaking above this 125 area right now. I would say it was in the penalty box underneath, and I think we might be free skating right here, upside right now on Reddit. Again, some of the large language models now using Reddit more often and putting those answers, into theirs. So again, deals being made with OpenAI with Reddit for sourcing some of their data. And again, more data processing, hosting, and related services is the sector they're in. So I think we're right here with Reddit. I don't know, I'm not huge on Reddit myself, but I do understand the use of it right there. The user input's pretty key. And whenever I'm on it, there doesn't seem to be that much advertising. So I do think there is a little bit of a runway for this stock. I think it's out of the penalty box. This is something that you've sort of coined. What do you think about Reddit right here, right now? I think it might be a long until we break back down below this 125.
I think you're right, Sean, that it broke back above two things. One, the anchor off of this high that we saw here, and that's that purple line. So you can see how it got trapped at it with that prior rally. And then right at that 200-day moving average, it gapped above there today, and it's back above the, and closed right at the year-to-date anchor. So, it gave up a little bit of these gains today. Maybe another day of, kind of consolidate, come back into this range. And then I think this is a good one that has the likelihood of being able to continue to trend higher, probably up towards this 155 level initially, and then the next level of interest above would be about 170. So I've got my eye on this one. I'm monitoring it for pullback. Again, I don't like to, you look at it, went from 110 to 145 in 3 days. So if it settles down a little bit and rebuilds, I'd like to buy the strength after a pullback from here.
Right, yeah, let's let it settle down a little bit. You don't want to buy the hype too much on that. Any thoughts on crypto right here? I mean, I have IBIT. It's kind of looking toppy to me a little bit. I mean, I feel like, that's once, twice, maybe even thrice and four times there. Now to the top side here with unable to break it. Little surprising that we're down 4% today. We had some questions about flight to safety. I don't think Bitcoin has solidified itself as a safe asset or anything like that. Maybe like a gold has or silver in this most recent run to the upside. But Bitcoin right now here and IBIT on a little bit of a pullback. I know that this level here of about 57.50 or so coincides with 100K. We got down as low as about 103 or so today. What are you thinking about IBIT or ETHA? Both of them, again, kind of saw some highs and are pulling back into some key support levels, which I feel like they got a hold. And if we don't, maybe we do finally crack that 100 and head a little bit lower into 90,000. What are you thinking about anything in the crypto space right now?
Sean, I agree. It's just kind of feeling a little bit tired up here. And this move over the last 3 weeks kind of reminds me a little bit of gold, over in here. And we had a pullback down to the 50-day moving average and recovered quickly. So, the primary trend in this is still higher. Maybe a pullback down towards that 50-day moving average and the anchor off the April 7th low. That would be nice to kind of reset things, and it gets back up in here. So if you look at this chart, and imagine it coming down to that 50-day moving average and recovering, you could see it kind of, doing the same thing that gold did. Not that it's meant to be, a blueprint for what Bitcoin will do, but I think that's certainly a possibility because this zone looks like where we are now. If we pulled back to that, 55 level, it was at 55, in that 50-day moving average on IBIT, I think that it could reset and rebuild some energy. Maybe if we just got a little bit too much bullishness up in here, shake some people out, recover quickly, and then get up and go.
All right, great analysis right there. I just want to acknowledge we just had a couple Super chats come in. I want to thank Joe again right there for 10 memberships. Show the screen here if you can, Fabian. There's Joe again, 10 memberships there. And thank you, Joe, as well, for that $100 there. He was asking about Reddit and the long-term account. So he asked for that about 3 o'clock this afternoon. So I wanted to bring that up again. And thank you again for those memberships. They're already claimed right there. So thank you for all of that. All right, you've given a lot of great answers to everything that Adair and I have thrown at you. Is there maybe something that you want to highlight right now? You talked about SMCI last week. We sort of reviewed a little bit of that this week. Is there anything that's caught your attention over the next couple of days that you're looking to enter, or maybe you just have?
Yeah, ALAB I still like. I'm sorry, SMCI. I was going to talk about ALAB next. ALAB is kind of looking like it's wanting to get going. Now, it's been holding here at this support of 90. What I was hoping for the other day is we could kind of see a quick shakeout and then recover, but it's holding really firm in here. Now, it's still, kind of range bound in this zone, but I've got a close eye on ALAB. APP also, it didn't get the addition to the S&P 500, then it started pulling back. It's still in pullback mode, but we're getting down to the anchor off of this low right here. So I'll be monitoring that one for the next 3 to 4 days for it to probably, kind of start turning sideways and then move higher again, Sean.
All right, so ALAB, a great call. They're still down 30% from January 1st and a 9% short float. So that's definitely an interesting one. All right, it's 4:30, Brian. You lasted through the storm, so we want to say thank you for that. I hope you're safe today if there's a bad storm or anything lightning related out there. This man is the author of Maximum Trading Gains with an Anchored View Up. It's Brian Shannon. You can go find him at Alpha Trends. And you're posting every day. You do I guess a live webinar. Is that weekly still?
Twice a month, and then for the X subscribers, I've got one actually tomorrow night.
Okay, perfect. So go find this man everywhere at Alpha Trends. Thank you so much. It's Brian Shannon. It's your Educator of the Year on StockTwits. Hats off to you. Thank you so much for joining us one more time. Have a very successful week, and we'll see you next Tuesday.
Sounds good, Sean. Thanks.
Oh, that's
Bye,
Brian.
Derek.
Thank you, Brian.
All right.
Super chat.
There we go. We do have a super chat. If Brian's still there. Brian Shannon, how much money to get you to read Goodnight Moon to me before bed? I don't think that's going to be an opportunity for anybody to get that book read, but I would say go follow him, be a member, and maybe he'll read that one day on one of his. We have Goodnight iPad. There's Goodnight Moon and Goodnight iPad.
Why?
Yeah, we have both of them. So Goodnight iPad is really funny. It's
it's like a parody.
It's a parody one, and it's really good. Go grab that book. Goodnight iPad. Okay, just a real quick one here for roll call because I got to get out of here. I've got a date with my son and my father. We're going to go to the driving range, hit a little bit there, and again that should be fun. So thank you to JoJo right there. Oh, sorry, JoJo. Well, was I saying Joe before? Sorry, JoJo. There it is right there. JoJo with the $100 and the super chats. Thank you so much for that. Michael P. DeRider has been here the whole day, I feel like. Shout out to Michelle Meir and everybody else is there. Hey, man, there he is, DJ 2 a.m. With the little Sean emojis there. There's also there it is.
Yeah.
And there he is right there with the Adara emojis as well. David, thank you so much for your super chat there. That was pretty funny. Stevenson Etienne is here. Volke's here. Chris and the usual suspects. So, hey, man, it's been a great day. I feel like really positive vibes, even though the market has been some negative news, and we do feel heavy-hearted about all the destruction that has been happening, and we don't wish for any of that to continue. But it's given us some great trading opportunities, as you can see. The scrolling chat still going there. So hey, it's Adara, it's me. I was gonna say, on a scale of 1 to 10, how tired are you?
11 and a half.
11. All right, we got to get out of here. We'll be good to go tomorrow morning.
Yes,
so
we will.
Yeah,
hopefully.
Maybe not.
We'll never know.
Catch Adara and myself and the rest of the crew tomorrow. We got to give a big shout out to Brian. Thank you so much for joining us again, Brian Shannon on the show. That's Adara. I'm Sean. That's Fabian over there on the ones and twos. Thanks for enjoying the show. We're back tomorrow at 8:30. Until we see you, ciao for now.
Ciao.